I'm pretending to cultivate immortality in kindergarten. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 101, Eyes of Admiration. Feng Meng had been observing Jiang Jin's expression, watching the two teachers who had been teaching for more than half a year and were still talking. She knew that they were probably going to be laid off. The next day was Friday, and the last two classes in the afternoon were physical education classes. The students were extremely excited on Friday. After all, they could welcome the refreshing weekend tomorrow. Lin Zhengren remembered that Jiang Jin wanted to give him something in the piano room yesterday, so when he found Jiang Jin disappeared on the playground, he said goodbye to the teacher before get out of class and went to the teaching building. When he came to the piano room in the school's multimedia building, which had just been built and not yet opened, Lin Zhengren heard a beautiful piano sound coming from afar before he even approached. Standing at the back door of the classroom and gently pushing it open, Jiang Jin's piano sound was stuck at the first climax of the piano optimism snow. The teacher's teachings last night did not make her progress at all. At most she was familiar with this song. When the piano stopped, Jiang Jin turned around and saw Lin Zhengren standing there. She stared at him with cold eyes and stood up. "You're here, you said you had something to give me." Lin Zhengren walked to Jiang Jin, and Jiang Jin took out a key from her pocket. "This is it. This is the key to the piano room. The teacher gave it to me last night. Didn't you say you had no place to practice the piano? With this key, you can come here anytime you want to practice." Jiang Jin looked around the room and said seriously, "There is no piano class in our school, so even if I donated these two pianos to the school, no one would come to this classroom unless they are used for some program, so you don't have to worry about anyone disturbing you, and the piano is still the one we used that night. I think you find it very convenient to use." She looked up at Lin Zhengren and handed the key in her hand forward. "This is considered as a reward for your teaching me to play the piano last time. I benefited a lot from your simple 2 words that time." Lin Zhengren sighed that the second young lady was quite grateful, and explained with a smile, "Actually, I helped you that time because I didn't have a piano when the teacher was arranging the freshman program. Didn't you move an extra one for me to use? So I was returning your favor, and you don't have to return my favor at all." Jiang Jin stared at Lin Zhengren's smiling face, and suddenly blushed and looked away. Curiosity syndrome came back. But she quickly adjusted her state and looked at him again. "Really? So this is why you helped me, but I have already given you the key, and it's not good to take it back, otherwise," she said hesitantly, "just think of it as teaching me again today for this key. Anyway, this classroom is not only a piano room, but you can also use it as your private lounge for the next 3 years. After all, no one else can come in, the door opening item of the Maoyin Hall. After you get it, you can enter the Maoyin Square at will. The rich spiritual energy here is indeed an excellent place to rest." Maoyin Square. Lin Zhengren took the key. "Okay, sometimes I really need a quiet place, so I'll take it. You get the key to the Maoyin Palace. Because of the adventure with the princess, you get 1 more stamina." Jiang Jin rarely smiled. And she sat back on the piano. She put her hands on the keys and played Viewing the Snow. "I actually tried this song a long time ago, but I never got it right." The first climax was stuck, and Lin Zhengren took a chair and sat next to her. Jiang Jin asked, "I know how to play this part, but the tone is always a little stuck and inconsistent with the rhythm behind it. How do you think I should improve it?" Lin Zhengren picked up the Viewing the Snow score that she had put on the piano. After a quick look, Lin Zhengren quickly became proficient in the music because of the affinity of all things, but he was surprised. "This song is very difficult, it should be considered a standard entry-level song." Jiang Jin was a little surprised. "It is indeed an entry-level song, but you haven't heard it before? You are so good at piano." Lin Zhengren stared at the music score and told the truth, "I haven't heard it before. Although I have always wanted to listen to and see everything, the time in a day is limited after all, so there are still many things I don't know." He glanced at Jiang Jin. "But now I know," he suggested. "Can I play it first? I have to try it myself before I know the specific key points." Jiang Jin nodded and stood up to make room for Lin Zhengren. Lin Zhengren sat on the stool, and before he played, he suddenly felt ashamed because the stool was warmed by Jiang Jin. Some residual heat. He let out a long breath, memorized the music score, and pressed the keys melodiously. "Jiang Jin, who was standing aside, was really stunned. After all, if this is really Lin Sehengren's first time playing, this level of proficiency, this smooth and effortless feeling, is definitely not comparable to the two teachers at home. It is hard to imagine that this boy is really only in his teens. Among the masters that Zhang Jin has seen, I am afraid that a master without 30 or 40 years of talent and skills can't do this. After Lin Sehengren played it once, he thought the song was very interesting and played it again. Zhang Jin opened her red lips slightly and couldn't speak. He was more proficient than the first time he played. This boy Zhang Jin slowly closed her lips and stared at Lin Sehengren's expression when he played. For the first time, she felt that there was someone she couldn't surpass. And the more she came into contact with him, the more she found out how big the gap between the two was. In her cold pupils, she unconsciously added a touch of admiration that she had never had before. After playing twice, Lin Sehengren stood up and said with a smile, "I have roughly figured out the technique. It's your turn. It's actually very simple. I'll tell you the specific technique points. Can you try and see if it's better?" Zhang Jin sat back on the stool, and suddenly her face turned red. It was the same reason why Lin Sehengren was embarrassed just now. Lin Sehengren carefully explained the method he had figured out to Zhang Jin. Zhang Jin listened to what he said and was convinced that he was really different. What he said was easy to understand, and almost every sentence was enlightening. After listening to Lin Sehengren's teachings, Zhang Jin nodded confidently and seriously, "I understand. I'll try." She played Guangxi carefully. This time, the first climax was played without any mistakes. When transitioning to the second climax of the music, Zhang Jin's expression was very nervous and shocked. Because she had never played this point smoothly before. Lin Sehengren reminded, "We are about to reach the second difficult point. The difference between the upper and lower notes is huge at this point. You should follow what I just said without hesitation." Zhang Jin nodded, her fingers dancing gracefully, and the second note was successfully passed under Lin Sehengren's teaching. You know, she practiced for half a night last night, and she still didn't have any insights after many times just now. But Lin Sehengren just taught her 2 sentences. Suddenly her hands stopped on the keys. The smooth music shocked her expression and she didn't know what to say. Her brain was blank and her heartbeat accelerated. Seeing that she didn't finish playing, Lin Sehengren thought she didn't learn it. It was a pity. It's just the last point, almost successful, but even if you stop here, you should understand some of the techniques I said, right? Zhang Jin's jade hand slowly clenched, and her curiosity about this man was full again. Her face was full of girlish shyness, and even her voice became a little gentler. "Well, I understand a little bit. You teach me again. I will try my best to play it once." "Okay." Lin Sehengren sat aside. He also told Zhang Jin some ways and methods. Zhang Jin listened to Lin Sehengren carefully, watching his every move with admiration. Feng Meng had come to the classroom at some point, staring at Zhang Jin's eyes through the window. In other words, the people in the game were unaware of it. But Feng Meng, an outsider, found that Jin's sudden curiosity about Lin Sehengren began to take root in her heart. Chapter 102 The long-awaited alone time. Finally, she played it smoothly. Zhang Jin was happy but suddenly a little disappointed. Because she knew that Lin Sehengren would not teach her forever. Today's teaching was only because of the key just now. Lin Sehengren praised, "Very good, you finally played it smoothly. You are really talented. You can understand it quickly with just a little guidance. You should be able to play this song skillfully after practicing a few more times." Suddenly, a soft voice came from outside the building. "Lin Sehengren? Are you there?" Lin Sehengren, the sweet tone was naturally the voice of He Qing. He Qing stood at the door and looked inside. She didn't hear anyone answering, so she didn't come in. Instead, she said to Han Wenwen and Zhang Zuli who were also outside, "He's not inside either. Why did Lin Sehengren ask us to wait here today?" Han Wenwen squatted on the ground and looked at a small insect with a shell crawling slowly in the grass, with its invisible foxtail swaying back and forth. Lin Sehengren must have been assigned something by the teacher again. After all, he is the representative of the freshmen of our class, and basically we have to find him for important matters. Zhang Zuli also squatted beside Han Wenwen, looking at the small shell insect, but she didn't say anything, but she didn't know what she was thinking. What a small insect. He Qing saw that the two of them were squatting there, so she squatted there too, but when she saw the small insect, she grabbed Han Wenwen's arm with some fear. "What are you looking at? It feels like there are so many insects in this grass." So scary, Han Wenwen smiled and said, looking at the little insects crawling around. Anyway, I'm free. Lin's Hengren should be here soon. Lin's Hengren in the piano room heard the voice of little He Qing just now, and Jiang Jin naturally heard it too. Lin's Hengren stood up and said, someone came to see me. I have taught you the song. I will leave now. I will keep the key to the classroom well. Jiang Jin opened her mouth slightly to say something, but then closed it again and nodded. So Lin's Hengren turned around, opened the door and left without saying anything extra. Jiang Jin waited until he left completely before slowly standing up and walking out of the classroom. Standing in the corridor, she looked at Lin's Hengren meeting the three girls from a distance, and her eyes were slightly moved. Lin's Hengren walked out of the multimedia building and saw the three stupid girls squatting on the curb. What are you three doing? The three of them looked back after hearing the voice. Little He Qing was delighted. Lin's Hengren, where did you come from? Are you done? Lin's Hengren hummed and shook the key in his hand. Didn't the school just build a piano room? I got the key. If I have nowhere to go in the future, I can come here to rest, Han Wenwen said happily. Really? Classmate Lin's Hengren now has an extra office. Lin's Hengren glanced at her, and Han Wenwen smiled and said nothing. Jiang Zuli looked at He Qing and Lin's Hengren standing together with jealousy. In the past few days, she has been looking for an opportunity to talk to Lin's Hengren alone about that incident, but there was no good opportunity, so she thought that she would have to ask him clearly next week when it was his turn to teach her to sing. Hengren, let's go to eat. I'm a little hungry. Lin's Hengren nodded and took the three guys to the cafeteria. Let's go. The four of them walked towards the cafeteria with Lin's Hengren as the center. There were people talking and laughing, and they also had their own little thoughts. In the corridor of the multimedia building, Jiang Jin looked at Lin's Hengren and the three girls chatting happily. She remained silent. Feng Meng also saw the whole process and thought, isn't that girl named He Qing Lin's Hengren's girlfriend? But why are there two other girls? Feng Meng re-examined Jiang Jin, walked to her side, and said, Qianqian, have you noticed? Although Lin's Hengren and you seem to have similar personalities, you two are actually completely different. Of course Jiang Jin noticed it, and she had noticed it a long time ago. A pleasant yet cold voice replied, I don't quite understand. He is so outstanding, but why does he hang out with ordinary girls? Is it just because these girls are pretty? According to my previous observations, he should not have any interest in ordinary girls. Feng Meng understood a little. I don't know about other things, but at least Lin's Hengren and the girl named He Qing are childhood sweethearts, and they are in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. Jiang Jin's eyes were only on Lin's Hengren, who is gradually going away. Childhood sweethearts is just an excuse. People won't stay together just because they grew up together. I can't understand his motives for being with these girls. Feng Meng glanced at Jiang Jin and stared at Lin's Hengren. That's why I said Qianqian and he have completely different personalities. Qianqian, when you face a powerful object, you will think about surpassing him, and then look for a more powerful goal to continue to surpass him, but Lin's Hengren doesn't seem to care about those at all. He does things as he pleases, unlike you, Jiang Jin whispered. In my opinion, this is his only weakness. Feng Meng didn't refute, but she didn't think so. Because she knew Qianqian's character was an extremely strong character. She would always look up, make herself stronger, and think about constantly surpassing stronger people. Feng Meng knew that this was related to her childhood experience. She did not judge whether this character was good or bad, because no matter good or bad, she would unconditionally support Qianqian. After all, if it weren't for Qianqian, she and her parents would not be able to live happily until now. The sun was shining brightly on Saturday morning. After more than a year, it was finally the day for Xiao Heqing to go to town to compete. She got up early in the morning to wash her face and choose nice clothes. Han Wenwen lay on the bed in pajamas with one hand supporting her face. You are really a girl in love. In order to meet classmate Lin's Hengren, look at how anxious our Xiao Heqing is. Xiao Heqing glanced at Wenwen embarrassedly. Don't make fun of me. She put on a nice skirt and stood in front of her. How is it? Does it look good? Han Wenwen examined Xiao Heqing's dress today. Although the small skirt and the thin white sweater were very simple, they matched Xiao Heqing's unique temperament, making the whole person look clean and pure. Even the little fox couldn't help but reach out and touch Xiao Heqing's smooth calf. It looks so beautiful. Good luck today. Xiao Heqing shyly took her hand away. Oh, she looked in the mirror again. Then I'm going out, Wenwen, and going home with Lin's Hengren. Han Wenwen nodded. Good luck in the game. And don't forget to ask him if you have any fragrance. Wen. She rolled her eyes shyly, then smiled and waved her hand. Bye. Xiao Heqing trotted out of the dormitory building to find Lin Hengren. Han Wen crossed her hands on the pillow and rested her chin on top of her arms. After being in a daze for a while, she suddenly covered her head with a quilt. Damn, Brother Hengren is just a playboy. I'm going to beat Brother Hengren up in my dream. Chapter 103, Living in Lin Hengren's house. Lin Hengren. I'm late. Lin Hengren, who was waiting for someone at the school gate, looked back and saw Xiao Heqing running over in a hurry. The girl's forehead was covered with a thin layer of sweat. Xiao Heqing panted and walked slowly to Lin Hengren, apologizing. I just packed up a little more in the dormitory and came down a few minutes late. She tugged at her skirt. In fact, Xiao Heqing rarely wore this kind of skirt that completely exposed her calves and a little thighs, because she always felt a little shy. But in fact, almost all girls in high school wore it like this, because it was really good looking, and they all wore shorter skirts. Lin Hengren looked at her smooth calves. It's not too late, because I came down a little earlier, but I rarely see you dressed like this. Xiao Heqing pulled her skirt again and looked at her smooth calves. This is actually the first time I wear this skirt. I saw it when I was shopping with Wen last time. She said that my legs are good and it should look good, so I wanted to buy it and wear it for you to see. In fact, the popular skirts now are very short and can only cover half of the thigh. She compared her thigh with her hand, but Wen and I both bought a slightly longer one, because we feel that we are not suitable for that kind. She shyly asked secretly, does it look bad for me to wear it like this? Lin Hengren casually commented, you wear the same length of skirt now, it's not necessary to be shorter, and your legs do look white. Xiao Heqing's face was flushed, and she lowered her head, not knowing what to say. Really, as long as you like it. Soon the bus arrived. Lin Hengren and Xiao Heqing scanned the code together to get on the bus. When the two of them go home together, Xiao Heqing will look for the seat at the back of the bus where two people can sit together. Because every time Lin Hengren chose this kind of seat, he would let her sit inside. In this way, he would be very close to Lin Hengren, and their thighs would touch each other. When the two got on the bus, Lin Hengren asked curiously, why didn't you want to take a taxi last night when I told you to? Why did you have to get up early to take the bus? Xiao Heqing responded and explained, the main reason is that taxis are expensive, and every time when two people take a taxi, you either sit in the front or so far away from me. I don't like it. Her voice behind was very low, and she didn't even know if she heard it herself. Lin Hengren frowned. Xiao Heqing quickly waved her hand and explained, I mean it's the same anyway. And there aren't many people taking the first bus back to town, so it's completely unnecessary to take a taxi. Lin Hengren didn't care about this kind of thing anyway. It's really the same if there is a seat. If there is no seat, he will get off and take a taxi. So as long as this girl is happy, it's fine. Of course, he actually heard what he said just now. Xiao Heqing looked down and saw that her thighs would occasionally touch his thighs as the bus swayed. Every time they collided, Xiao Heqing's face showed a little shyness. For her, this is the benefit of taking the bus. It is swaying and she can lean against him from time to time. Even when the bus driver turned a corner, Xiao Heqing suddenly leaned on Lin Hengren's shoulder due to inertia. She sat down again when the vehicle was running smoothly, and put her hands on her thighs again and clasped them. There's even such a good thing. Long live the bus. After taking the bus for an hour, Lin Hengren and Xiao Heqing got off the bus in the familiar town. The traffic in the town was much less than that in the city. There were even people selling roasted sweet potatoes on the roadside. Xiao Heqing smelled the sweet potato fragrance from a distance. She didn't have breakfast and her eyes and nose were seduced by the roasted sweet potatoes. She secretly took out her mobile phone to see how much money she had left this week. She found that she could buy one. He whispered, we shouldn't rush home. I want to buy a sweet potato. Lin Hengren nodded, go ahead. He Qing hurried over and didn't dare to waste time. Boss, how much is the sweet potato? Big ones are 7 yuan and small ones are 5 yuan. The sweet potato seller pointed out the difference between the big and small ones, and He Qing only had 6 yuan in her hand. Then give me a small one, and try to make it sweeter. Okay, this one then. The boss pointed to a ripe one, and He Qing smelled the fragrance and nodded with hunger. After the sweet potatoes were packed, He Qing held them in her hands. Although they were wrapped in paper, they were still hot. She carefully tore open the sweet potato skin with her hands, revealing the golden and steaming flesh inside. Little He Qing put it to her nose and sniffed the delicious fragrance, then reached out and handed it to Lin Sehengren. You probably haven't eaten yet. I peeled it for you. It smells delicious, she said happily. I'll let you hold it and eat it, so that you won't burn your hands. Lin Sehengren looked at her silly look. For me? Did you buy it for yourself? Little He Qing said as a matter of course. I bought it for you. I spent too much money this week and could only buy one. I thought about you not having breakfast, so I gave it to you to fill your stomach. I'm not greedy. After she finished sucking the saliva at the corner of her mouth. What a greedy girl. Lin Sehengren was speechless. He slowly pushed the sweet potato back. You eat it. I'm not hungry. If I was hungry just now, I would have bought it myself. I still have money in my hand. Little He Qing stared at him blankly. Aren't you greedy? It smells so good. Lin Sehengren, really not greedy, and it's just a sweet potato. Little He Qing held the steaming sweet potato in her hand. Although she was greedy, she still didn't eat it, but I always feel that it's not good for me to eat it alone. How about you have a bite to try? Then I'll eat the rest? Do you think this is okay? Lin Sehengren looked at her eagerly. After all, good things should be given to you first. If you don't eat it, I have no appetite. She looked innocent. Lin Sehengren knew that this girl was also a soft and hard-working person, so he simply didn't waste time with her. Open your mouth. Little He Qing understood what she meant at once, and quickly put the sweet potato to his mouth, and saw Lin Sehengren take a small bite with his mouth. Little He Qing asked happily, is it delicious? Delicious. You can eat the rest, okay? After Lin Sehengren ate, she felt that she could eat with a clear conscience. She swallowed her saliva first, and then took a big bite of the sweet potato belly. Her hot mouth exhaled and chewed slowly. Squinting her eyes, it's so sweet. Do you want to eat more? No, just eat slowly. Don't you mind the heat? Little He Qing responded, I know. After that, she took another big bite. Occasionally, she would disobey because it was really delicious. Following Lin Sehengren back home, Lin Yingjun was watching TV on the sofa again. Seeing his son and Little He Qing coming back, he greeted, you two are back together. Little He Qing greeted shyly. Hello, uncle, Lin Sehengren said to his father. He Qing and I are going out for a while today and will be back in the evening. Oh, and she is staying at our house today. Lin Yingjun nodded, but then said, Little He Qing is staying here today. Little He Qing also knew about this for the first time, and looked at Lin Sehengren with a red face. Seeing the two of them staring at him in confusion, Lin Sehengren asked He Qing, what else? You will go back to school in the evening? Okay, it's up to you. Little He Qing hesitated. She didn't know about this at all, or to be more precise, she had forgotten. I don't want to go back. Chapter 104 An Unexpected Encounter. Lin Sehengren casually arranged, my bedroom has a double bed anyway, so we can each sleep on half tonight. If you find it inconvenient, you can separate the two with a quilt. After that, he went to the room to put down his school bag and change clothes. Little He Qing blinked her eyes with a short circuit in her brain. Her heart was pounding and she was extremely nervous. Lin Yingjun on the side blinked. Although he also believed in his son's righteous aura, after all, the two grew up together and often played together in the room and took naps together, but he walked into his son's room and asked, Ranran? This matter, before the other party finished speaking, Lin Sehengren explained to his father, I was just teasing her. I can sleep in the study tonight. The father smiled with relief, and he knew it. So he walked out of the room and said to He Qing with a smile, Zio Qing, since you are willing to live here, uncle will find you an extra quilt tonight. Little He Qing, who didn't know the truth, looked at her uncle with a red face, very embarrassed. Thank you, uncle. When Lin Sehengren changed his clothes, washed up and was ready to leave, he saw He Qing curled up on the sofa with a red face, as if imagining some scene tonight. He Qing is leaving. Little He Qing was startled by his shouting and stood up quickly. Okay, after saying goodbye to Lin Yingjun, the two left the community and went straight to the town's taekwondo hall. On the way, He Qing bit her lip and couldn't let go of the unexpected stay tonight for a long time. Seeing her brain short-circuit, Lin Sehengren tapped her head with his hand. Today is the competition. What are you thinking about? Zio Qing groaned and held her head. Nothing, nothing. It's just that she held her head and continued to stare at the ground. It's just that this seems to be the first time I spend the night at your house. That's what you said, but didn't you often sleep in my bed when you were a child? And is this the first time we spend the night together at night? Zio Qing thought so when she heard this. It was more than once that she spent the night alone with him. But in bed, it always felt different from before. Linz Hengren warned, "Don't think about these useless things, but think more about the taekwondo competition. You have been preparing for so long, and this afternoon is the day of the competition. Don't take it lightly." Little He Qing nodded. "Don't worry, you have taught me a lot in the past few years. I can't lose." Linz Hengren smiled. "It's best that way, but even if there are really powerful guys, I will teach you a few more emergency moves." Yeah, although still in a small town, He Qing's taekwondo is now on the right track, not the same as the taekwondo martial arts she learned in kindergarten and elementary school. There are many moves, and they are not formal. In fact, think about it, the full name of the martial arts hall was called Children's Taekwondo Martial Arts Experience Hall. It means that everything like taekwondo and martial arts are taught, but since entering junior high school, little He Qing has learned some formal taekwondo skills. Many non-compliant moves and other martial arts methods in the past can no longer be used. Arriving at the taekwondo gym, the coach welcomed He Qing. "Here comes He Qing. We will take a bus to the competition hall in town in an hour. You can take this opportunity to exercise first. We will meet the players from other martial arts gyms in the morning, and the competition will officially start in the afternoon." "Okay, got it, coach." The coach in the snow-white taekwondo uniform let out a long sigh. "Although you have registered here since junior high school, I actually haven't taught you anything. It was basically Brother Linz Hengren who taught you. This is at most just a training ground for you." He Qing smiled embarrassedly. Indeed, everything she had was taught by Linz Hengren. When she was a child and didn't know anything, she learned a little from the coach, but when she transferred to another school and came back, everything was taught by Linz Hengren. And not only He Qing, even the coach sometimes follows Linz Hengren to learn. During the 1-hour training, Linz Hengren helped He Qing warm up simply. Seeing He Qing put on her taekwondo uniform and kick the sandbag barefoot, with great momentum, Linz Hengren sighed that she had grown up a lot over the years. An hour later, all the students took a bus to the taekwondo hall in the town. The venue here is quite large. Linz Hengren, He Qing and a group of people were a little excited when they saw the huge venue. There were 5 or 6 professional competition platforms, and there was also a circle of audience areas around it, which was very wide and magnificent. The coach reminded everyone, students from other taekwondo halls will come soon. As taekwondo enthusiasts, you can make friends with others and leave contact information, but remember that the focus today is the competition. Having said that, the competition in the small town is actually more about making friends. After all, a good athlete may not be found in hundreds of small towns. Linz Hengren looked at the coaches and students from other taekwondo halls who came in one after another, and suddenly saw a familiar figure in the crowd. The other party had slightly curly long hair draped over her shoulders, and under her slender waist was a pair of perfectly proportioned legs. The woman stepped on high heels and had a tender look. Many coaches seemed to have seen her for the first time. Some of them even took the initiative to greet her. "Mr. Zhang, I didn't expect you to come to watch the competition in person this time." That person was naturally Zhang Jingshi. Zhang Jingshi inspected the venue. "After all, didn't you say this time that there was a very good taekwondo girl nearby? She is better than the old students under you, so I thought of coming to see her. By the way, which gym is that girl from?" The coach pointed to Linz Hengren. "That's over there." Zhang Jingshi looked in the direction he pointed, and suddenly saw the familiar figure of the boy. The two looked at each other from a distance. Zhang Jingshi was surprised at first, then she laughed unconsciously, and said to herself, "Is it so predestined?" She raised her hand to Linz Hengren. Linz Hengren also nodded and greeted her. He Qing saw Linz Hengren nodding to someone and looking at the beautiful sister in the distance, surprised. "Who is this? Do you know Linz Hengren?" "Linz Hengren, I met him once before." The coach came over and said in surprise, "Brother Linz Hengren actually knows Mr. Zhang." Little He Qing was puzzled. "Mr. Zhang." The coach looked up and said, "That is Mr. Zhang. Don't look at Mr. Zhang's young age. He is only about 4 years older than you. But have you seen such a large competition venue? In fact, the competition venue is not so big before. This was all invested by Mr. Zhang. There was no competition for a year before, and it was precisely because of Mr. Zhang's investment that the venue was renovated." The coach saw that the other party actually came over and became more serious, "But as for why Mr. Zhang did this, I don't know. Maybe rich people have their own ideas." He took the initiative to go over and say hello. "Hello, Mr. Zhang." Zhang Jingshi nodded to the coach. and other coaches introduced Zhang Jingshi. He is the student in this taekwondo. There is a very powerful one. I think his name is He Qing. The coach on Lin Sehengren's side nodded. The best in our school is He Qing. He introduced He Qing. She is very strong. If she is trained well, she can even participate in provincial competitions. Zhang Jingshi looked at He Qing and then at Lin Sehengren. Because He Qing stood closely beside Lin Sehengren, it was obvious that she was very dependent on him. Zhang Jingshi asked the coach, I heard that although He Qing is your student, you didn't teach her. The coach nodded a little embarrassedly. Yes, Mr. Zhang. Basically this little brother taught her. His name is Lin Sehengren. Although he didn't sign up for taekwondo, he is very talented. Many times even I have to ask him for advice. Zhang Jingshi looked at Lin Sehengren unexpectedly, thinking that he was really strong in all aspects. Maybe even his sister didn't know that he could do taekwondo. She walked over slowly in high heels, with a gentle tone. See you again, Brother Sehengren. I didn't expect to meet you in a place like this. I didn't expect to meet Sister Zhang in a place like this. Little He Qing looked at this beautiful sister and then at Lin Sehengren, and suddenly felt that something was subtle, but couldn't say it. The special sixth sense that only little girls have. I asked the big guys to give me some monthly tickets every day. Chapter 105 Zhang Jingshi's Seed Team. At lunchtime, Zhang Jingshi, as the biggest boss here, provided everyone with free lunch boxes that were quite luxurious. Everyone found their own seats for lunch. But because of their first encounter last time, before receiving the lunch boxes, Zhang Jingshi came over to ask Lin Sehengren, Brother Sehengren, and Sister He Qing, do you two want to eat with me in the car? There is not much to eat here, and I happen to have some other dishes in my car. After eating, you two can also rest in the car. Little He Qing sighed why this sister was so nice to Lin Sehengren. Didn't they just meet once? She didn't say anything, but looked at Lin Sehengren. Lin Sehengren refused. Thank you, Sister Zhang, but forget it. We can eat here, because I want to take He Qing to observe the venue later. Little He Qing's face suddenly showed some light joy, but she still kept a straight face and tried not to show her happiness. Instead, she tried to put on a natural expression and stood beside him. Zhang Jingshi smiled and said nothing more. Okay, then I won't bother you, Sister He Qing. Come on in the afternoon game. Little He Qing responded with a wink. Zhang Jingshi left, but when she returned to the car, no matter where she passed, the coaches there would politely call her General Manager Zhang, and Zhang Jingshi would simply respond. Little He Qing looked at the elegant and mature look and figure of the elder sister, and looked at her respected look, and she didn't know what was going on in her little head. She didn't even hear Lin Sehengren calling her, He Qing. There are two kinds of lunch boxes, which one do you want to eat? After being called twice, she came back to her senses. It's alright, I'll eat whichever you eat. Lin Sehengren, Little He Qing and everyone from the taekwondo hall sat in the audience to eat after queuing up to get two lunch boxes. After opening the lunch boxes, there were meat, vegetables, and a bowl of pork rib soup, which was very rich. Little He Qing picked up the meat in the bowl. Lin Sehengren knew what the girl was going to do and reminded her, take care of yourself today. I'll just be a spectator in the afternoon. You're the one competing. Lin Sehengren rarely put a piece of pork ribs from his bowl into He Qing's bowl. He Qing looked at Lin Sehengren flattered, smiling sweetly and foolishly. She had to give Lin Sehengren some of the other meat. Then you eat this. I can't eat so much, the greedy girl said so, but her appetite was still not small, basically twice that of an ordinary girl. After all, He Qing looked soft and sticky. In fact, her seemingly slender limbs were very strong, and with her plump upper body, she couldn't maintain her body consumption and development without a certain amount of food. Halfway through eating, He Qing swallowed the rice in her mouth and gently pulled Lin Sehengren's clothes with her little hand. Lin Sehengren was curious. What's wrong? Zio He Qing asked. That sister Lin Sehengren, how do you know her? Why haven't I heard you talk about her before? Oh, Lin Sehengren told the truth. There was nothing to hide about this kind of thing. This Ms. Zhang is actually Zhang Jin's sister. I ran into her once when I went to the supermarket to buy things last week. She knew that I was her sister's deskmate, so she chatted with me for a while. That's it, Zhang Jin's sister. Zio He Qing was surprised. Isn't Zhang Jin your childhood sweetheart? She is her sister. Well, why are you so curious about her? Zio He Qing blinked her eyes and suddenly had an appetite again, because she felt that she must have thought too much. Zhang Jin's sister was so good to Lin Sehengren, it should be because of her sister, there is no other reason. Grinning, No, I just asked. Seeing that her appetite had improved, Lin's Hengren continued to eat his meal. The afternoon competition was in full swing. All the players wore taekwondo uniforms to participate in the draw. This competition was divided into 2 days. Men and women were separated, and the elimination system was adopted to gradually determine the first place. Because there was a warm-up time in the afternoon after lunch, Lin's Hengren observed everyone's movements one by one. He found that there was a team that was particularly strong. It seemed that they were not just practicing for fun, but a potential team that wanted to participate in the competition. At this moment, Zhang Jingshi was still talking in front of that team. The coach on Lin's Hengren's side explained, that team is the team managed by President Zhang himself. They are all talented people, and their taekwondo movements are also very standard. If He Qing has an opponent, it can only be them. Little He Qing tied the belt and was full of confidence. Don't worry, I won't lose to anyone. Soon the referee began to greet all the players to prepare for the first round of eliminations. Lin's Hengren sat with many coaches and watched the various fights in the competition area. However, little He Qing herself has good talent, and with Lin's Hengren's guidance over the years, she almost killed them all the way. No girl could fight back. But similarly, the team led by Zhang Jingshi also performed well in the elimination round. A total of 7 players, 5 women and 2 men, were not eliminated. Little He Qing stood in the competition area and looked at those people. Those people also looked at little He Qing, as if they all knew who the real opponent of this competition was. The competition quickly reached the top 16 in the afternoon rounds of confrontation. He Qing simply stretched her body again and went up to the competition area. She still looked like she was sure to win. At this time, Zhang Jingshi walked over in high heels. Brothers Hengren, this little sister named He Qing is really strong. I have been watching her for an afternoon and feel that she is about the same as the players on my side. Lin's Hengren greeted Zhang Jingshi when he saw her coming over, and looked at the competition area. He Qing is very strong. After all, her goal this time has always been to win the championship. Zhang Jingshi sat next to Lin's Hengren. The woman also had a special fragrance on her body. Different from Han Wenwen's charming fragrance, hers was a kind of fragrance that made people feel particularly at ease after smelling it. Her red lips parted slightly, and her voice was filled with a natural tenderness. How did you find her? Such a talented little girl is rare in the city, and your coach said that she was taught by you. Lin's Hengren never needs to hide things that are public. Well, it was indeed me who taught her, but I didn't look for her. I knew her when I was very young. He Qing is my childhood sweetheart, so since I knew she liked to learn taekwondo, I started teaching her, and I have been doing it until now. Zhang Jingshi looked at Lin's Hengren curiously. So brothers Hengren also started learning taekwondo since he was a child? Then why didn't you sign up? Lin's Hengren replied, because I have no interest in participating in taekwondo. At most, I know a little bit of knowledge. Zhang Jingshi has met many people, and she knows which words are true and which are false with a smile on her face. She looked at He Qing in the distance. Brothers Hengren is a little too modest. No matter what industry it is, outsiders can never command insiders. At least for a player like He Qing, he has not received any professional training but can achieve her current strength. Her coach definitely cannot teach her if he does not have real skills. She paused for a moment and said, Brothers Hengren is indeed a person who makes others curious about you very easily, because the coaches of my team are all very professional, but it seems that they are not as good as Brothers Hengren. Lin's Hengren laughed. Sister Zhang, this is being humble. I don't have that ability yet. Zhang Jingshi stared at Lin's Hengren meaningfully. I also hope that I am humble. After all, I spent a lot of money to train this team. I thought that I could at least train one athlete who can reach the top, but... She suddenly sighed. In the blink of an eye, 3 of them have been eliminated by this little sister named He Qing. Big brothers, please give some monthly tickets. It's still 10,000 today. Chapter 106 Zhang Jingshi's Thoughts and Vigilance. Little He Qing was panting on the ring, with a pair of pure almond-shaped eyes on her sweaty face, looking down at the opponent lying on the ground. Since she started competing with this team, she has indeed felt a gap in professional level between the opponent and other players. It is also completely different from the taekwondo enthusiasts she had fought before. But this still did not prevent little He Qing from passing all the levels and defeating everyone she met. The female player of the potential team lying on the ground stared at He Qing in surprise. Except for Sister Linzu from her own team, this was the first time she had met such a peer with such a huge gap in strength. The referee blew the whistle. Contestant He Qing wins. Little He Qing walked over and stretched out her hand to politely pull the opponent up. Come on. The girl also slowly stretched out her hand, and after standing up, she praised, "You are so strong. You can fight like this without any professional training. I'll lose to you with a sincere heart." Little He Qing smiled sweetly. "You are also very good," the girl kindly reminded. "Judging from your current situation, you are probably at least a runner-up, because there is a girl named Lin Zhu in our team. Her strength is far superior to ours. We all think she will definitely win the championship. You will know if you meet her in the next game." She looked at a girl with short hair who also won the top 16 match on another stage. "Look, that's her. She is Lin Zhu." Little He Qing followed the other person's line of sight and looked at the other person. After seeing her appearance, He Qing said to the girl in front of her again, "I will win no matter who I meet." The girl was stunned, amazed at her confidence, and nodded politely, admiring her courage. "I hope so. If you can really win, I can only say that you really have a bright future." In the audience, Zhang Jingshi looked at He Qing and then at the men's arena. Although the boy in her contest won, it seemed that he just didn't meet a strong opponent. After all, judging from the strength alone, the two boys are too far behind the girls here. Such players may not even be able to enter the provincial competition, let alone the city competition. It would be a waste to invest more money. Zhang Jingshi had a serious expression. "It seems that after this competition, I can be considered to have screened the players for the team." Lin Zhengren looked at the girl with short hair. "The strongest person in Sister Jiang's team should be the girl with short hair, right? I feel that her strength is much higher than the others." "Well, her name is Lin Zhu. She is not from our province. I discovered her when I went to another province. Lin Zhu is very talented but has a somewhat arrogant personality. Although little sister He Qing is very powerful, I don't think she can beat her." Lin Zhengren didn't speak. Zhang Jingshi was curious. "Why? Brother Zhengren still thinks sister He Qing can win." Lin Zhengren also glanced at Zhang Jingshi, embarrassed. "It's mainly because sister Zhang just said that it cost a lot of money to train the team. So, Zhang Jingshi, just tell the truth." "I like to hear the truth." Lin Zhengren also has absolute confidence in He Qing, his eyes bright. "I think the champion will be He Qing, and will definitely win." Zhang Jingshi's eyes widened, and suddenly she laughed again. "If that's the case, it can only prove that there are people who are better than you." She looked at Lin Zhengren again. "But I have enough confidence in my players, so let's see who is more accurate between the two of us. I think Lin Zhu will win." On the competition field, the top 16 have been selected, and the final 8 candidates will continue to be drawn. I don't know if it's good luck or bad luck. He Qing's opponent still didn't draw Lin Zhu this time, but drew another girl. After a short break, He Qing will continue to the next game. On the way to drink water and rest, Xiao Heqing looked at Lin Zhengren in the audience in the distance, and suddenly saw that the beautiful sister had sat next to Lin Zhengren, and the two were still talking. Xiao Heqing was stunned, staring blankly and jealously. Fortunately, Lin Zhengren knew that Xiao Heqing waved to her after the competition, so Xiao Heqing smiled and waved to Lin Zhengren. She was motivated again. This scene was of course also discovered by Zhang Jingshi, who thought that the relationship between the two seemed to be more than just childhood sweethearts. Suddenly, Lin Zhengren asked, "Why would Sister Zhang spend so much money to train a potential team? Doesn't Jiang's group make offline products? Why are you so interested in taekwondo?" Zhang Jingshi smiled. "It's a hobby. When I was a kid, I watched the Olympics and thought this project was cool. I thought the girls who practiced this project had beautiful bodies, so I had some aspirations at that time. But since I don't have much talent, I can only train talented people. Of course, I pay attention to many projects, and this is just one of them." Lin Zhengren, "Are there other projects? Are they athletes too?" "Oh, that's not the case. I also like music and the live broadcast industry, so I currently have a team of singers, and I'm also holding a competition next week." Lin Zhengren blinked when he heard this. Music company. As far as Lin Zhengren knows, there is only one competition in the town next week, and that is the music competition that Zhang Zuli will participate in. Does that mean that competition is also invested by Zhang Jingshi? She also trained some singers? Seeing that he was silent again, Zhang Jingshi said, "What? Is there something strange?" Lin Zhengren chuckled. "Nothing." Zhang Jingshi looked at the quarterfinals that were about to begin. "Of course, I am still a businessman at heart. Although there is an element of hobby involved, If I can really cultivate some future new stars, as people I have raised, they can provide a lot of profits to my company, and they are relatively more loyal than outsiders. At least I won't spend so much money on shooting commercials and promotional videos. Jiang Jingshi stretched out a finger. Brother Zhengren, you can understand that I am helping the Jiang family group and my sister's company to promote. You know, whether it is a sports star or a music star, in this internet age, they are much more valuable than in previous years. As long as you spend money and have traffic, a joke can make ordinary people popular, not to mention these professional singers and professional stars. With my money to promote the traffic, they will make a lot of money after they become popular, even far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Before Lin Zhengren could speak, Jiang Jingshi's eyes inexplicably had a hint of scrutiny, with a hint of appreciation and vigilance for talents. She looked into Lin Zhengren's eyes and said word by word, "By the way, what does Brother Zhengren think about the future? You have the ability to train players, and you are so outstanding in all aspects, but you didn't participate in the competition. I think it's not just to help Sister He Qing complete her hobby, right? I always feel that Brother Zhengren has a plan in mind." Before she finished speaking, the result of the quarterfinals on the field came out. The game is over, contestant He Qing wins. Chapter 107, Secretly Going to See Him at Night. Jiang Jingshi heard the voice and looked towards the venue. Today's game is over. As expected, no one can beat He Qing except Lin Zhu. As for Brother Zhengren, I have something to do tonight, so I'll leave first. There are 2 final games tomorrow. We'll see who will be the champion then. Lin Zhengren nodded. Goodbye, He Qing. Goodbye, Zhengren. It's nice to chat with you. Jiang Jingshi was about to turn around and leave, but her high heels suddenly stepped into a small hole on the floor of the audience. She tilted her body and almost fell, but Lin Zhengren was quick and subconsciously stood up to support her. Jiang Jingshi leaned on Lin Zhengren's chest, and the two held hands together. A fragrance hit her face. Lin Zhengren, He Qing, are you okay? Jiang Jingshi slowly raised her head and looked at Lin Zhengren's face close to her, her face slightly red. Nothing, thank you. At this moment, He Qing on the field was still smiling happily after winning, but when she turned her head and looked at Lin Zhengren in the audience, she suddenly caught a glimpse of Jiang Jingshi falling into Lin Zhengren's arms. And the two of them were holding hands. Little He Qing's face turned pale with jealousy, and she took off the protective gear on her head and hurried down from the competition venue. Lin Zhengren, Jiang Jingshi's near fall was a big deal. Other coaches and venue leaders also saw it and ran over in a panic. Mr. Jiang. Are you okay? Jiang Jingshi stood up again and looked at the small hole on the ground. I'm fine, let's find someone to fix it here, otherwise what if someone steps on it in the future? The person in charge of the venue nodded fearfully. Okay, don't worry, I'll have someone fix it tonight. I'm really sorry. Jiang Jingshi was not angry, but looked back at Lin Zhengren with a slightly red face and said thank you again, but she also saw He Qing coming down the stage from the corner of her eye, and smiled and whispered to Lin Zhengren, see you tomorrow, Brother Zhengren. Jiang Jingshi's cell phone rang, and she seemed to have something important to do, so she walked away while talking on the phone with a bunch of people clearing the way for her. Little He Qing came to the stage soon, and at this time Jiang Jingshi had walked far away and left the competition venue. After the game, He Qing asked anxiously with sweat all over her face, and she was incoherent. What happened just now? What's going on? Lin Zhengren looked at He Qing's anxious look, and was still panting. How did you get here? She didn't know what to say. Of course I came here. Just now I saw. Lin Zhengren knew what she was anxious about, and explained, Sister Jiang accidentally fell just now, and I helped her up. It's nothing. He Qing stared at Lin Zhengren blankly. Lin Zhengren also pointed to the small hole on the ground. It's here. He Qing stared at the hole, but still asked, really, what else? Lin Zhengren saw the sweat on her forehead dripping down her hair, and there was sweat on her eyelashes. Reaching out and wiping the sweat from her eyes, you played very well in the game today. I will accompany you to the locker room to change clothes and relax. You've worked hard. He Qing felt Lin Zhengren's little tenderness, which was enough to make He Qing disappear. Overwhelmed by the gentleness, she blushed and nodded. Well, then I'll go change clothes. She wiped the sweat from her forehead with her wrist, and her eyes were all about him. But before leaving, Lin Zhengren's coach ran over to congratulate her. He Qing, how can you run so fast? You played really well in today's game and successfully entered the semifinals. There are still 2 final games tomorrow. Little He Qing smiled and nodded. Yeah. At the same time, many students from the taekwondo hall also came to congratulate Lin Zhengren. Although they all lost, they were still proud of Little He Qing's superiority and whoever they met won. Little He Qing saw everyone's admiring eyes and words about her, and she felt a little proud in her heart. You know, when she was in kindergarten, she was always teased and bullied in her class, but now she has become a master in everyone's eyes. Only she knows what this kind of satisfaction feels like. Afterwards, Lin Zhengren accompanied Little He Qing to the locker room. There was a special massage room for post-match players on the field. There were female teachers who would teach the players how to relax their bodies and tell them how to better recover their physical strength. Xiao Heqing stayed inside for a long time, and took a shower after she calmed down. After doing all this, she felt comfortable and relaxed. After taking a shower, she tied her hair up again, changed back into her own clothes, and walked out again, looking brand new. Lin Zhengren. Let's go to the car. Did you watch all my games today? Are you satisfied? I didn't lose a single game. Lin Zhengren nodded and walked with her to the car to go home. I was there the whole time. Of course I watched it. It was really amazing. Do you feel tired now? Do you feel uncomfortable? Xiao Heqing shook her head. No, but they are not my opponents. But there was a girl who told me that there will be a very powerful girl named Lin Zhu tomorrow. I also saw that girl, the one with short hair. She is indeed different from the others, but it doesn't matter. You should have a good dress tonight, and I will teach you a new trick tomorrow, just in case. Okay. She was as obedient as a little sparrow. It was already evening when they got on the car again to return home. Lin Zhengren brought Xiao Heqing back home. Lin Ziali and Lin Yingjin had already prepared the meal in advance. After seeing Xiao Heqing, Lin Ziali's face was full of doting. Oh. Xiao Heqing and Ranran are back. I heard that you went to participate in the competition. Xiao Heqing hurriedly greeted politely. Hello, Auntie. I went to the competition, but I haven't finished yet. I still have 2 games tomorrow. Do you have to go again? Lin Ziali still likes Xiao Heqing very much, so how was your result today? Did you win? Xiao Heqing grinned happily. I won. After all, Lin Zhengren has been teaching me, so I can't lose. Oh, Xiao Heqing is great. I will definitely win the 2 games tomorrow. Lin Yingjin didn't quite understand these, but he thought that as long as the children were happy, it was fine. Get ready to eat. Xiao Heqing and Ranran, you 2 wash your hands, and let's eat. The 4 of them sat happily at the dining table, accustomed to it, just like a family. After dinner, it was already past 7 o'clock. It was pitch black outside. Xiao Heqing and Lin Zhengren were sitting on a bed in the bedroom. Lin Zhengren carefully checked her for any injuries and was relieved when he was sure that nothing was wrong. She walked out of the room and said she was going to the bathroom. Xiao Heqing took advantage of the time she was in the bathroom to quickly make the bed and spread the bedding flat with her hands. Put 2 pillows in place. Because tonight, Xiao Heqing was very nervous, even more nervous than during the game, because she had been thinking about sleeping in the same bed for a whole day. As a result, when Lin Zhengren washed his hands and returned to the bedroom, things suddenly became a little different. He saw Xiao Heqing packing her things carefully on the bed, and reminded her, you don't have to pack anything, just lie on the bed and rest more. The most important thing after the game is to rest. As Lin Zhengren said this, he hugged the quilt and pillow and left the bedroom to go to the study. Little He Qing stared at him stupidly as he walked away with the quilt and pillow, not understanding. Where are you going? Why did you take the quilt and pillow away? I just packed them, Lin Zhengren said as a matter of course. I'm going to sleep on the single bed in the study. Of course I have to take them away. Huh? Little He Qing quickly got off the bed and followed him. What study? Didn't you say you would sleep with me in the bedroom? Share a bed with me. Lin Zhengren packed up the single bed in the study, put the quilt and pillow on it, and said casually, do you really believe it? I was just teasing you. You're not a child anymore. Do you think it's normal if I sleep in the same bed with you, but I slept in your bed when I was a child? Why can't I do that now? She suddenly tried to dissuade the other party, and turned the tables. That was at noon, and how can it be the same now as when I was a child? I gave you the big bed so that you can sleep more peacefully at night. That big bed is big enough for you to sleep however you want. Lin Zhengren turned his head and saw her standing behind him blankly. Why are you standing here? Go to the bedroom and rest. I'll wake you up tomorrow. A few minutes later, Xiao Heqing was taken back to Lin Zhengren's bedroom by Lin Zhengren. Xiao Heqing lay in the quilt of the big bed. Lin Zhengren turned off the light and closed the door for her. Okay, good night. Call me if you have anything. The study is very close anyway. The door was closed. But Xiao Heqing was lying on the bed alone, looking at the dark ceiling, and suddenly she felt wronged and wanted to cry. Because after the preparation during the day, she didn't want to sleep alone now. After tossing and turning in bed, Xiao Heqing suddenly had an idea. Just go to him secretly. Chapter 108 Wishes. It was not late at night, and lights in other residents' homes could be seen through the windows. After Xiao Heqing had the idea just now, she slowly sat up from the bed. Just as she was about to get out of bed, she suddenly heard Lin Xiaoli's voice from the living room. Run, Xiao Qing is lying down. Xiao Heqing was so scared that her body froze and she dared not move. Lin Zhengren, who was tidying up the single bed in the study outside, heard his mother asking curiously. It sounded like she sat down on the bed. She just lay down, and she should not be asleep yet. Lin Xiaoli, really? Then I'll go and comfort Xiao Qing. This is the first time she spends the night at our house. Then Xiao Heqing heard Aunt Lin knocking on the door. She was so scared that she quickly shrank back into the quilt and laid down. She quickly tidied the quilt in panic, holding the edge of the quilt with her two little hands, and behaved well. Lin Xiaoli was wearing pajamas and knocking on the door, asking, Xiao Qing? It's me, Auntie. Are you asleep? Xiao Qing pretended to be sleepy. She was a little scheming. Only by acting sleepy could she chat less with adults. Then she secretly went to find him. Well, Auntie, I haven't slept yet. What's the matter? Nothing. I just wanted to ask if you are used to sleeping. After all, this is your first time staying here, Xiao Qing said politely. I slept very well. And Auntie, you can just come in and talk. You don't have to be outside the door. Lin Xiaoli opened the door, stuck her head out and looked at Xiao Qing, who was blinking her little eyes. The two of them looked at each other and suddenly smiled foolishly. Lin Xiaoli walked to Xiao Qing's bed and sat down. Xiao Qing, are you comfortable lying down? When I came back this afternoon, I heard your uncle say that you were going to stay here tonight, which surprised me. Xiao Heqing grinned. Sorry to bother Aunt and Uncle. Next time I come over, I will buy you delicious food. Haha, Xiao Qing is so cute. No, isn't it like coming to your own home when you come here? If you want to stay in the future, stay. At most, let Ranran continue to sleep in the study. In the study, Lin Zhengren closed the door and lay on the bed with only a table lamp on, reading in the quilt. After about a few minutes, he heard his mother walk out of her bedroom, probably because she had finished chatting with He Qing. And she also turned off the lights in the living room. Xiao Qing, then you can rest. Auntie has gone to bed too. You can also hear Xiao Heqing's response. Well, Auntie, you go to bed. Good night. Xiao Qing. Later, only the sound of closing the door and turning off the lights was heard, and the living room became dark from under the door. But about 2 minutes later, Lin Zhengren suddenly heard the sound of a little mouse sneaking around. It came from the bedroom where He Qing lived. The mouse walked very slowly and would close the door. It would even speak in a low voice. Lin Zhengren? Lin Zhengren? Are you asleep? Are you asleep? Lin Zhengren looked at the door and wondered what the little mouse was going to do. Little He Qing outside the house didn't wait for Lin Zhengren's reply. She wanted to knock on the door but didn't dare because she was afraid that her uncle and aunt would hear her. Seeing a gap outside the door, she inexplicably thought of lying on the ground and talking to him through the gap, so that he should be able to hear more clearly. Who knew that as soon as she said the word Lin on the ground, Lin Zhengren opened the door. He didn't see anyone at first, but when he looked down, he found the figure of little He Qing lying on the ground, and said that he didn't hear wrongly. What are you doing lying on the ground like a little mouse? Little He Qing was really afraid that her uncle and aunt would hear her, so she raised her head and quickly put her fingers to her lips and hushed twice. Be quiet, otherwise my uncle and aunt will hear it. Lin Zhengren really didn't know what she was thinking. What would happen if she heard it? She didn't do anything bad. Little He Qing slowly got up from the ground and simply patted the dust off herself. In fact, the ground was very clean because it had just been mopped after dinner. Little He Qing looked at Lin Zhengren nervously, clasping her hands. I can go in and tell you. After closing the door of the study again, Lin Zhengren sat on the bed and looked at little He Qing standing in front of him. She always spoke like when she was a child, as if admitting her mistakes and reflecting on herself. What do you want to say? There was only one disc lamp in the room, so it was a little dark and quiet. Little He Qing looked at him and didn't know what to say. She just wanted to find him. I can't sleep alone. Are you afraid to sleep alone? Little He Qing shook her head. I'm not afraid. You're next door. I'm not afraid. I just can't sleep alone, she repeated again. Lin's Hengren blinked in confusion. So? How can you fall asleep? Little He Qing lowered her head, her thumbs nervously circling each other, and glanced at Lin's Hengren furtively. I don't know. Anyway, I just can't fall asleep alone. Lin's Hengren was speechless, but he knew what this girl was trying to do, so he thought of a solution. How about you sit in my bed for a while? See if you can feel sleepy, and then go back to sleep. Little He Qing was flattered and nodded slowly. Okay, so Lin's Hengren sat in the bed and lifted the quilt against the wall. Then you sit in the bed for a while and warm your feet first. Little He Qing quickly took off her slippers and got into the bed, sat next to Lin's Hengren, and covered her lower body with a quilt. Lin's Hengren looked at the silly girl's happy look. Will you feel sleepy if you sit like this? Little Hecking pecking at rice? Yes. Yes. Lin's Hengren ignored her silly look and continued to sit on the bed and read. Due to the light of the desk lamp, the lines of Lin's Hengren's profile appeared clearer than usual. Little Hecking stared at herself until her face turned red and her heart beat fast. Not to mention being sleepy, she was getting more and more excited. Her heart was pounding. Lin's Hengren, do you think the big sister in the daytime is pretty? What do you mean? Little Hecking opened and closed her mouth, hesitated for a while and opened it again. I mean, do you like her more, or do you like me more? Lin's Hengren looked at Little Hecking's courageous face, as if she had mustered up the courage to ask this question. Lin's Hengren thought for a moment and answered while looking at the book. If you're asking about types, they're all the same. Whether it's a queen or a silly girl, it's the same in my heart. But if you're asking about people, I definitely like you a little more now. After all, you're by my side all day. Zio Hecking suddenly seemed to be floating. Her eyes widened, her shoulders slightly contracted. She opened her small mouth. She looked at the other person with sparkling eyes, incredulous. Really, really, why would I lie to you? Zio Hecking slowly grasped the quilt with her small hands and whispered, then I'll answer it too. I like you too. Lin's Hengren stopped flipping the book, turned his head and looked at Zio Hecking's flushed cheeks and the eyes that seemed to be brainless. What did you say? Zio Hecking blinked her eyes, and said in a low voice, I said I like you. There was a brief silence. Immediately after she finished speaking, she couldn't hold it back. She covered her hot face with her hands, curled up her legs, and buried her face in her knees. She explained, I don't mean anything else. I just said it simply, without any intention of confessing, just simply. She hugged her thighs and hummed, I just want to say that I like you. Lin's Hengren smiled and let out a long breath. Putting down the book, if you win the championship tomorrow, what wish do you want? Didn't I say last time that I would fulfill one of your wishes? Have you thought about it? Little He Qing only turned her head a little bit to look at Lin's Hengren, and seeing that he was not angry, she replied, yes, I have thought about it. What is it? Little He Qing bit her lip. I want to hold hands. I want to hold hands with you. The two looked at each other. Really? Okay. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 109. A wonderful dream is not a dream. Little He Qing didn't expect him to agree so quickly, and sat up quickly. Really? Lin's Hengren answered her as if it was a matter of course. Of course, since I said I would fulfill one of your wishes, of course I will do what I say. As long as it's not too much, I will agree to whatever you say. I'll agree to everything. Although she was very happy, at this moment, Little He Qing inexplicably felt that she had been at a disadvantage. She always felt that if she had just mentioned something more, he might have agreed. Can I say it again? She asked. Of course not. Can a wish be taken back? There's only one chance for this kind of thing. Lin's Hengren refused decisively. Seeing that she was at a loss, aggrieved and at a disadvantage, Lin's Hengren patted his shoulder with his hand as compensation. Little He Qing didn't understand at first what's wrong, but she immediately understood, blushing and heart beating. Lin's Hengren picked up the book again, lean on it and take a rest. Otherwise, I don't think you will feel sleepy if you sit like this all night. And although you are not injured today, you must be exhausted after playing the game all afternoon. You can't recover if you keep sitting. It will be more comfortable to lean on me." Little He Qing pursed her lips, feeling that everything that happened tonight seemed unreal. He was very nice to her today. Although it felt like a dream, she still quickly moved her buttocks and sat closer to Lin Sehengren. Whether it was a dream or reality, she wanted to be close to him. But she asked again, "Did I really? Lean on it?" "Well, lean on it." Little He Qing's little hand pulled Lin Sehengren's arm pajamas, and the gravity of her entire upper body tentatively leaned on his shoulder bit by bit. Now little He Qing's hair was loose, and the whole person looked particularly relaxed. She felt Lin Sehengren's strong arms, smelled the smell of Lin Sehengren's body, and her face was filled with unspeakable happiness, as if many colorful bubbles were floating around her. "Your shoulders are so comfortable, and feel like there's so much flesh." Lin Sehengren frowned, looking at little He Qing who was leaning on his shoulder. "What do you mean by a lot of flesh? Can you describe it?" Little He Qing looked up quickly in confusion, afraid that he would be angry and stop her from using them as a pillow. "That's not what I meant. What I meant was that it's very comfortable to use as a pillow, and your arms are very strong. I didn't mean there's a lot of flesh." Lin Sehengren ignored this idiot and went back to reading. Little He Qing breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he didn't chase her away. However, after seeing his arm, little He Qing, who thought she was very smart, began to slowly stretch her hand between his arm and body, wanting to hold Lin Sehengren's arm like in the TV series. But she was afraid that Lin Sehengren would find out, so she only moved a little bit each time. Of course, Lin Sehengren must have known what she was doing, but he just ignored her. Finally, Xiao Heqing finally got what she wanted. She crossed her arms, grinned, and sighed that she was so smart. She smiled and said, "Lin Sehengren, why do you read books every day? Why else? What do you do at night?" Xiao Heqing thought for a while and counted on her fingers, chatting with Wenwen. "We will talk about clothes, cosmetics, study," and her face turned red. "And we will also talk about all kinds of dirty jokes. Han Wenwen likes to talk about this the most." Lin Sehengren turned another page of the book. "What to talk about?" Xiao Heqing shook her head like a rattle. "Nothing to talk about, nothing to talk about. But what I mean is that you don't play at all. How tiring it is to study every day. I feel sorry for you." Lin Sehengren really couldn't help laughing this time, and looked at her ridiculously, but Xiao Heqing really felt so. Staring. Lin Sehengren said, "Close your eyes and take a rest. When you feel sleepy, go back to your room. You have to compete tomorrow." Little He Qing nodded. Her happy little feet in the quilt also rested on Lin Sehengren's calves and closed her eyes. "It feels like a dream today. Lin Sehengren smells so good. By the way, Wenwen also asked me to ask him if I smell good. I haven't asked yet. It is said that two people who like each other can smell the fragrance on each other. I can smell him, but I wonder if he can smell mine." To Lin Sehengren's surprise, little He Qing fell asleep quickly after leaning on his shoulder. It didn't even take 2 minutes for her breathing to become stable. She was sleeping soundly. Staring at the sleeping profile of little He Qing, the little girl has very long eyelashes. Although the two of them have been together, no matter how beautiful the other person is, they will ignore it if they look at each other too much. But occasionally Lin Sehengren can still find the sweetness on He Qing's face, which is incomparable to many beautiful girls. But this little girl was really tired today. She didn't fall asleep just now because she was thinking about all sorts of things. Once she relaxes, she will fall asleep immediately. Lin Sehengren tried to get out of bed slowly, then picked up He Qing in a princess hug and carried her to the bedroom. He covered little He Qing with a quilt. Little He Qing's face was still full of happiness, and she was talking in her sleep. "Lin Sehengren, we will be together for the rest of our lives, right?" Lin Sehengren touched her head. Of course. He closed the door and left the room. The next morning, the sun was shining brightly. Little He Qing woke up from the bed comfortably, but when she saw the surroundings, she realized that this was Lin Sehengren's home. She sat up suddenly from the bed. She still remembered what happened last night. No way. Was what happened last night really a dream? No way. Lin Sehengren knocked on the door. "What are you arguing about? Hurry up and change your clothes and get up to eat." Xiao Heqing heard Lin Sehengren's voice and asked quickly, "Lin Sehengren, don't leave. I have something to ask you." Lin Sehengren opened the door. He had long been accustomed to this guy's innocent. "What are you doing?" Xiao Heqing blushed in her pajamas and stammered, "I mean, Did I look for you last night? Did I look for you? Lin Zhengren looked at her boredly. Xiao Heqing looked at Lin Zhengren without a brain. Lin Zhengren, I carried you to me after you fell asleep last night. It was not a dream, you just shouted. Hurry up and get up. Xiao Heqing was suddenly filled with happiness, so happy that she couldn't speak. Her face was suddenly filled with joy, and she smiled sweetly at him. Well, get up right away. She changed her clothes in the bedroom, and the blood of the hostess awakened again. She folded the quilt for Lin Zhengren and made the bed smooth. While tidying up, she was singing happily, "It's not a dream, it's not a dream, it's all true." She walked out of the bedroom excitedly. "Where are uncle and aunt?" she asked. Lin Zhengren sat on the coffee table and ate breakfast. "I went out to buy things. I guess I'll be back in the afternoon." "But we won't be back in the afternoon. We can just go directly to school then." "Oh, so that's it." Little He Qing washed her hands and went to sit next to Lin Zhengren, turned her head and stared at him. She wanted to say something. Lin Zhengren also looked at her. "What's wrong again?" The girl in love couldn't help but impulsively suggested in a low voice. "I still want to lean on your shoulder like last night." Lin Zhengren continued to eat. "After you lean on me, remember to win today's game. Don't lose to that Lin Zhu." "Really?" "Yet." Little He Qing moved a stool, took his arm, and leaned her head on Lin Zhengren's shoulder, with her little feet dangling in the air under the chair. "The bread is so delicious here, let me feed you." "No need, I have my own hands." Thanks to 20,240,319,638,013 for the 15,000 starting coins. Thanks to General Passing by Musashi for the 2,850 starting coins. Thanks to for the 100 starting coins. 2,005 monthly tickets, plus this big guy's reward, plus the rewards from the big guys before. I calculated it. I will keep doing it until the 10th of next month. So, give me more monthly tickets, big guys. Chapter 110. Little He Qing in perfect condition. After breakfast, Lin Zhengren didn't even wait to go to the taekwondo gym, and he told her the application and power of a certain move at home. In fact, there are only a few taekwondo moves, and Xiao Heqing hasn't learned some extremely difficult ones yet, but Lin Zhengren knows that if you don't have enough proficiency, it will be useless to pursue too fancy techniques, and it will appear clumsy. After all, although Xiao Heqing has a slender figure, her advantage is strength. This seemingly fragile little girl is still very strong. So when Lin Zhengren was teaching her, he always emphasized that she should play to her own advantages. Even if she didn't learn any fancy moves, simple kicks, side kicks and back kicks were enough to beat those so-called elite players. Lin Zhengren, before, I have been teaching you how to practice how to strengthen the application of speed and strength, and I have never taught you any special moves. Today, since Sister Jiang said that Lin Zhu is very strong, Lin Zhengren stretched out a finger. Then I will teach you another move just in case. In fact, you have practiced this move before, but there is still a big difference between kicking well and kicking poorly. Little He Qing was curious at home. What is it? Back kick in the air. It is said to be a difficult move, but it is actually very simple, and it is very useful for you. After all, you are strong enough. After teaching at home for a while and mastering certain force techniques and applications, the two went to the taekwondo hall for real combat drills. With the help of Lin Zhengren, Little He Qing naturally learned very quickly, and by the end, Lin Zhengren felt very powerful when kicking. The kick she made on the target in Lin Zhengren's hand made a bang. Lin Zhengren finally laughed, confident of victory. It's done. She won't be able to take this kick. Little He Qing was surprised. Really? The coach, who had been observing from the side, also sighed. It's amazing that such a common move can be practiced by you to look so scary. He lowered his voice. And you two are really annoying so early in the morning. Soon it was afternoon, and Lin Zhengren and Little He Qing got on the car to the town taekwondo competition venue again. After arriving, Little He Qing was full of energy and unstoppable today, with a faint and confident smile on her face. The expression was very different from that of Lin Zhu, who was following Zhang Jingshi. Zhang Jingshi and Lin Zhu had come here a long time ago. When she saw Lin Zhengren and He Qing coming, Miss Zhang brought Lin Zhu, who she had spent a lot of money to train, to say hello. Brother Zhengren, today is the finals. Are you still as confident as yesterday? Lin Zhengren glanced at the high-spirited He Qing. Of course. What about Sister Jiang? Sister Jiang stared at Lin Zhengren. Of course I am too. She told Lin Zhu. Lin Zhu, say hello to Sister He Qing. You two should be the final opponents today. He Qing first looked at Lin Zhengren, and then took the initiative to nod at Lin Zhu. Hello. Silent and proud Lin Zhu only had a serious expression, didn't say anything, and nodded slightly. He Qing felt that this big sister was a little fierce and scary, but she didn't care. She was also very fierce when she was a child. Lin Zhengren taught her how to be fierce and not lose. The afternoon competition started soon, and the first game was the semifinals. Since there were no strong opponents in the boys' competition and the strength was too different from that of the girls, it was obvious that not many people paid attention. Everyone's attention was on the women's competition. Little He Qing and Lin Zhu defeated their first opponent without any surprise, and then it was time to decide the winner in the second game. In the audience, Zhang Jingxi and Lin Zhengren were still sitting together. But this time they didn't chat, but watched the game nervously. Listening to the referee say that the next game will decide the final champion and runner-up, He Qing and Lin Zhu respectively. Please come on stage. In the competition arena, little He Qing and Lin Zhu wore snow-white taekwondo uniforms, bowed respectively, and then took a dual posture. He Qing looked at Lin Zhu's serious expression. I remembered what Lin Zhengren said when he taught me to kick in the air after breakfast in the morning. I observed this girl named Lin Zhu yesterday. She is just strong, but her speed is average. So if you feel tired when fighting with her, use your speed to win. Even if your strength is not as good as hers, as long as you kick faster than her, she will definitely not be able to beat you. Little He Qing kept Lin Zhengren's words in mind, but Lin Zhu's fighting spirit was obviously beyond everyone's expectations. When the match started, Xiao He Qing was still planning to observe, but the opponent kicked her fiercely and continuously. Xiao He Qing had to use her defensive skills to block. She sighed that this big sister was really fierce. It looks like she kicked hard, but it just feels weird. It doesn't hurt. In the audience, Lin Zhengren also noticed that Lin Zhu was particularly eager to fight today. Zhang Jingxi smiled. Brother Zhengren, did you see that? Lin Zhu really wants to win. I know her personality very well. She has never looked down on any player since I recruited her. So when I said she might lose last night, she got angry and said I underestimated her and wanted to prove it to me. Lin Zhengren, Sister Zhang, did you do this on purpose? To stimulate her fighting spirit, but using all your strength right from the start doesn't seem to be conducive to a long fight, and the strength is quickly exhausted. Zhang Jingxi is very confident. There is no need for a long fight. Lin Zhu has always been more focused on bursts. Lin Zhengren stared at the situation on the field, but was slightly stunned. In the end, he smiled and saw through the situation, but did not speak. This smiling scene was discovered by Zhang Jingxi, who frowned and suddenly looked at the game nervously. Although Xiao He Qing on the stage had been defending and dodging, constantly defending against Lin Zhu's seemingly heavy attacks, every time she took on her leg force, Xiao He Qing thought in her heart, although this sister looks fierce, is she deliberately not exerting her full strength? Why do I feel so weak? Just try it and you will know. Xiao He Qing took advantage of her high leg and seized the gap between her attacks and kicked her hard. Lin Zhu knew that He Qing would be anxious, and she quickly used her arms to defend, but just when she blocked He Qing's kick, she suddenly felt a huge force like a piece of raw iron hitting her arm. Lin Zhu unconsciously made a sound of pain and took 2 steps back. She looked at the sweet and lovely girl in front of her in amazement. And her arms were numb and incredible. Xiao He Qing had a cute expression and put on a fighting posture again. Her pure eyes seemed to say, Sister, just use your full strength, I'm in good shape today, don't hold back. In fact, Lin Zhu really didn't hold back. After all, at this moment, He Qing's body function was at least 1.5 times that of usual. The happy sleep last night and the joy she felt when she leaned on Lin Zhengren's shoulder in the morning made her whole body full of vitality, and her strength unconsciously broke through a level. However, Lin Zhu's anger seemed to increase her strength, but in fact it limited the upper limit of her calm kick. He Qing thought, Sister, don't you want to take action? Then I'm here. She turned defense into offense, took a few steps forward and kicked several times in a row. The angry Lin Zhu simply stopped blocking and directly used her legs to attack. The power and impact of the two people's kicks together made people feel powerful and painful just by looking at them. Zhang Jingxi in the audience clenched her fist slightly, sighing how could this be possible? Lin Zhengren smiled. It seems that He Qing won the first game. Sister Jiang's Lin Zhu really lacked stamina. Zhang Jingxi frowned, and also saw the ending, muttering in her heart, the strength can be so different thanks to the 9-tailed fox Airy boss for the 500 starting coins. Thanks to 20220517181304167 inches for the 500 starting coins. Thanks to Nobody 963 for the 100 starting coins. Chapter 111 Sister will remember this vengeance. After several consecutive kicks, He Qing used all her strength and kicked Lin Zhu back a few steps with a perfect backspin kick. The referee blew the whistle and the score was full. He Qing wins the first game. Lin Zhu's eyes widened as if she couldn't believe it or accept it, but He Qing raised her hands happily. Lin's Hengren stood up in the distance and waved at her, saying that the kick was great. He Qing also smiled and waved at Lin's Hengren. This time, Lin's Hengren even took the initiative to leave the audience and go to the rest area to cheer He Qing. How do you feel? Is it difficult to win? He Qing saw Lin's Hengren coming over and answered happily, it's not difficult. She covered her mouth and whispered in Lin's Hengren's ear, Sister just looks fierce, but I feel that she doesn't seem to be in good condition. She always kicks with less strength. She smiled and said, before, I was worried that if I was not as strong as her, it would be difficult to win with speed, but it turned out that there was no need to worry at all. Lin's Hengren smiled and reached out to touch He Qing's head. The little girl's face was red. The corners of her mouth were grinning happily. Lin's Hengren, in this case, let's finish the next game as soon as possible, and go back to school early, little He Qing hummed. On the other side, Lin Zhu, who lost the first game, sat weakly in the rest area, and Zhang Jingshi also came over from the stage. Lin Zhu was even embarrassed to look at Zhang Jingshi. Zhang Jingshi comforted, it's okay to lose, just make it back in the next game. She said this, but she actually knew the ending. Lin Zhu clenched her fists tightly, and her bones crackled. She thought to herself that she was a person who won the city championship in private. Why did she lose to such a silly and innocent girl in such a small game? Seeing that she didn't say anything, Zhang Jingshi didn't stay any longer, but returned to the audience. Talking to herself, it seems that this team that I spent a lot of money to train is really a bit of a failure, but she turned her head to look at Lin's Hengren who was talking to little He Qing, staring at the figure of the boy. It's not that there is no gain, this little guy is much more precious than any game. The second game officially began. If little He Qing wins this game again, today's game will be over. Lin's Hengren and Zhang Jingshi sat back in the audience seats. This time, Zhang Jingshi stopped talking about what she had said in the morning and changed her wording. Brothers Hengren, have you ever thought about joining a suitable company after graduation? This way, the start will be relatively stable. After all, there will be someone to back you up. I believe that Brothers Hengren is not the kind of person who works to earn a fixed salary, but having a suitable starting platform is also an option. After all, you can leave any time you want after you grow up. Lin's Hengren was surprised that she changed the subject directly. It seemed that she also saw the result. To be honest with you, Sister Zhang, I have no interest in joining other people's companies, and it's too early for me to think about this now. I haven't even graduated from high school yet. Zhang Jingshi glanced at him from the corner of her eyes. She would not believe a word Lin's Hengren said. Talented people would not be limited by age. Even if they can't do it now, they must have planned it long ago. Does that mean that Brothers Hengren plans to start a business in the future? She let out a long breath and suddenly felt a little dangerous. This was a natural business sense of Zhang Jingshi. If it were someone else, I would say that he was ignorant if he had such an idea at this age, but Brothers Hengren, although I don't know anything about you yet, I always feel that you will become a strong opponent for my sister in the future. Lin's Hengren smiled, his tone still calm. Sister Zhang, don't joke, I'm no different from ordinary people. Zhang Jingshi stared at Lin's Hengren and suddenly smiled tenderly. That's still a big difference. At least my sister liked you very much when she first saw you. Continue to watch the game whose result you already know. At the start of the second match, Lin Zhu was even more irritable than the last one. She seemed to realize that she was not in good condition today. She was not even as strong as this little girl. So she was anxious to win with her experience and speed, which she was not good at. She used various moves to prevent Xiao Heqing from fighting back and win the match. But Xiao Heqing didn't even take blocking seriously this time. She just dodged and blocked a few times in important places. She stared blankly at her sister who was already confused. Her eyes reminded her opponent, Sister, you can't win if you fight like this. You are too anxious, and it's boring to fight like this in taekwondo. Lin Zhu was mocked by her eyes and became even angrier. Her steps became more rapid, but Xiao Heqing only felt more relaxed because she looked like a child throwing a tantrum. Lin Zhu didn't believe that she would lose again, even though she had never lost before. After continuous attacks, Lin Zhu kicked with all her strength, but Xiao Heqing blocked the opponent with just one arm. Lin Zhu was shocked. He Qing was not patient with everyone. Her eyes suddenly became angry, as if she did not understand what she was doing. She kicked her out with a heavy kick. Although Lin Zhu was kicked, she smiled, as if asking, "Sister, you seem to have no strength left, right?" "I didn't feel any pain from this kick." Little He Qing looked at her in confusion, and her expression slowly solidified into determination. She put down her arms, got serious, and took 2 steps back. Lin Zhu knew what she was trying to do, and after watching the movement of her feet, she understood. A flying kick? Such a simple move, everyone knows how to defend. There is no way I can lose. Little He Qing took 2 steps forward with anger in her eyes, and then in Lin Zhu's shocked and deformed eyes. With a light chuckle from the other party, Little He Qing turned around and kicked Lin Zhu, who was defending, with an absolutely heavy flying kick that was close to perfect under Lin Zhengren's guidance, violently kicking Lin Zhu, who was defending, out. Lin Zhu was kicked off the ground and even fell to the ground and slid a step away. Lying on the ground, her eyes trembling with shock, her hands completely numb, she looked at the roof of the stadium in despair after knowing the result, and slowly closed her tearful eyes. The referee felt that the strength of this match was too different. The result was announced. The match is over. Contestant He Qing won the final victory. The other contestants in Zhang Jingshi's team were stunned. No one expected that Lin Zhu would lose 2 games in a row, and lose so thoroughly. Even those who lost the game in other taekwondo gyms were cheering for He Qing's victory. He Qing! He Qing! He Qing! Everyone was shouting her name. Little He Qing was delighted and looked at Lin Zhu, who was lying on the ground and had completely lost the will to fight. No one knew what was going on in her little head. In the audience, Zhang Jingshi sighed, "I actually lost. It's really unexpected. Sister He Qing is in such a good state today. She is so strong. Lin Zhu is really not as strong as her." Before Lin Zhengren could speak, Zhang Jingshi turned her head deliberately with a gentle look in her eyes and said, "Brother Zhengren, I will remember this grudge. I will get it back if I have the chance in the future." Lin Zhengren was embarrassed. Before she finished speaking, her cell phone suddenly rang. She checked the phone and found that it was her grandfather calling. She hushed to Lin Zhengren and became nervous like a little girl. "Hello? Grandpa. This is Jingshi. Why are you calling? What did the grandfather on the phone say?" Zhang Jingshi was shocked. "Ah. You're home? Okay, then I'll go back to see you now. Okay, please wait a moment." She hung up the phone. Suddenly her face looked a little distressed, and said to Lin Zhengren, "Brother Zhengren, there is something urgent at home, so I have to leave first." She took out a business card from her arms. "I forgot to leave my phone number when we met last time. This time we can be considered as officially acquainted. Although the future is uncertain, I think we will meet again, and in the near future." She smiled. "This time it has nothing to do with my sister. Brother Zhengren, do you mind having a friend like me?" Lin Zhengren took the business card, and it was still warm because it had been in her arms. "Of course I don't mind. My phone number is..." Zhang Jingshi covered her lips with the back of her hand and said gently in Lin Zhengren's ear, "Needless to say, sister has known Brother Zhengren's mobile phone number for a long time, and it has been saved in her phone a long time ago." She stood up and waved her hand. "Then sister will leave. See you if we are lucky." After saying that, she walked away from the competition venue step by step in her high heels. Her long curly hair swayed slightly along with her slender waist. Although she was not very old, she had an indescribable mature charm. Chapter 112 Cool. After the game, the staff awarded Xiao Heqing a prize. There was no gold medal but there was a prize of 10,000 yuan. When Xiao Heqing received the thick stack of prize money, she asked in amazement, "Isn't it 2,000 yuan? Why is it so much?" The staff said, "The amount was changed a few days ago. President Zhang raised the prize money to 10,000 yuan. Why don't you care about the championship, huh?" Xiao Heqing really didn't know. She only thought about winning the game and didn't check the changes in the prize. The staff also laughed, "But anyway, congratulations on winning the championship." "Thank you." Xiao Heqing took the money and saw everyone cheering for her, and waved to everyone on the stage. Lin Zhengren's mobile phone rang with a ding. It showed that he won the second prize of 20,000 yuan in the lottery for buying coke last week. The system's double rebate can always find various excuses for himself. Xiao Heqing waved to Lin Zhengren on the stage, and Lin Zhengren also smiled at the little girl. These days, Yuan He Xiangzi returned to her sect to participate in the annual sect competition. With the cultivation formulas and magic you taught her over the years, He Xiangzi's strength has greatly increased. Although she encountered a strong opponent, He Xiangzi still defeated her opponent very easily with her strong strength and won the sect martial arts competition. After winning the game, He Xiangzi told the sect elders that she wanted to go down the mountain with you to practice for a while. After the discussion of the sect elders, they believed that He Xiangzi's strength had far exceeded the level of the sect disciples, so they decided to let her go out with you to practice and improve her strength. After winning the game, He Xiangzi wanted to return the favor to you, which was another opportunity for you. After the game, the coach and some students also saw clearly while celebrating that little He Qing was definitely not a little koi in the pond, and would never stay in this small town to continue practicing these fighting and playing. She will definitely move to a bigger stage in the future. The coach also took out a business card and said as much as he could, He Qing, Lin Zhengren, this is a friend I knew before. He has a better taekwondo gym in the city than mine. If you want, you can go and have a look. Although it is not as good as those big ones, he is a nice guy. Whether it is useful or not, Lin Zhengren will naturally take the business card. Although they have not spent much time together, they are at least friends who have known each other for several years. Thank you, coach. Lin Zhu, who lost in the distance, looked at this scene and suddenly realized that when she won before, when everyone was happy for her, she never paid much attention to everyone. After the game, little He Qing looked at so much prize money and said that she would take out 2,000 yuan to treat everyone to a meal. The little girl back then has actually learned the ways of the world now. After all, it is still unknown whether she can see these people again after this time. Before leaving, when little He Qing went to the locker room to change clothes, she unexpectedly saw Lin Zhu changing clothes alone in the corner. Her expression has changed from the original seriousness to loneliness, and she is taking off her taekwondo uniform and putting it in her bag. Little He Qing thought for a moment and slowly walked over to say hello. Sister Lin Zhu. When the other party heard the greeting and saw that it was little He Qing, there was some embarrassment and shame on her face. It was not just the shame of losing the game, but because little He Qing was 2 years younger than Lin Zhu, and little He Qing was soft and looked like a younger sister. Now that Lin Zhu has lost the game, she has gradually calmed down. Recalling her ruthlessness in the game just now, she suddenly felt that what she did on the stage was not up to standard at all. Not to mention losing, even if she won, she didn't know if she would really feel happy if she won the game. Little He Qing stared at Lin Zhu blankly, and after a moment she smiled foolishly. Sister is very good at taekwondo. Before it started yesterday, I was actually a little afraid that I couldn't beat you. Lin Zhu's movements of packing clothes became very slow and she smiled at her. Little He Qing scratched her head a little embarrassedly. Although I won, I always feel that there is some luck in winning today. After all, my sister doesn't look in good shape. Lin Zhu was surprised by the innocence and cuteness of this little girl, and felt even more guilty. I'm not lucky. I'm usually at this level, and I have even performed beyond my normal level. So I really didn't have enough strength to lose to you this time. Little He Qing waved her hand to deny. No. I can see that my sister is anxious because she wants to win too much. If she plays calmly, my sister will definitely not be just at this level. She will be stronger. Lin Zhu was stunned. She smiled. You are really kind. I looked at you with that look on the stage just now. Don't be angry, sister. I apologize to you. I'm sorry. Little He Qing blinked and grinned. I also did that thing behind the stage just now. I don't know how to say it, but my sister is really talented. I think my sister will definitely become more powerful in the future. Although winning is important, don't we practice taekwondo because she is very interesting. Cool. Wouldn't it be boring if we just hit randomly, right? Xiao Heqing said seriously. Anyway, I look forward to the day when I can compete with my sister again. I hope my sister can fight me seriously, and I will also fight with my sister seriously. Let's see who is better. Instead of ending it hastily like today, there was a light flashing in Lin Zhu's eyes, and Xiao Heqing heard Lin Zhengren outside shouting. She responded and waved to Lin Zhu. Sister, my boyfriend called me. I'm leaving. Bye. Lin Zhu also waved to Xiao Heqing. Bye. She suddenly called to the other party. Sister. See you later. Xiao Heqing looked back in a daze, smiled and continued to wave. Well, I will definitely see you again. After the little girl left completely, Lin Zhu sighed with relief. She stood there for a while, then took out her mobile phone and looked at the withdrawal letter she was going to send to the coach, and slowly deleted it. She remembered that she started practicing taekwondo because of her love, but she didn't know when she started to only think about winning, and her love had long been thrown aside. I really lost to this little girl in everything from the competition to my heart. Linzu put away her phone and suddenly stretched hard. After changing her clothes, she walked out of the locker room with her bag on her back and returned to her taekwondo team. The people in the team, including the coach and the students, all looked at Linzu who came out. Everyone knew that Linzu was arrogant and aloof, so after losing this game, no one knew what his expression would be or what he would do. Everyone even thought of a possibility. So someone hurried over to comfort him. Who knew that Linzu looked at everyone's concerned expressions, took out the runner-up prize of 3,000 yuan from his bag and shook it with a smile. Although we lost today, we also won the runner-up. I will treat everyone to dinner. She paused and looked at everyone's confused expressions, thinking of the little girl just now. What's wrong? I'm fine, I just lost once. I will definitely not lose next time I compete. The others looked at each other and laughed quickly. That's right, Sister Linzu will definitely win next time. That's right, she always let everyone to win before. The coach was relieved and walked over. That little girl is really too strong. It's not your problem that you can't win. It's just that her strength is really not at the same level as ours. Let's train harder in the future. Linzu smiled and sighed, thinking of He Qing. Anyway, let's try to surpass her, everyone together. Although Linzu has an arrogant personality, when the girl who lost yesterday afternoon reminded little He Qing, when the girl shouted that Sister Linzu would win, He Qing knew that this sister named Linzu should be usually very nice to everyone in their taekwondo gym, otherwise, no one would want her to win. In the afternoon, little He Qing and Lin Hengren had a simple dinner with everyone and took the bus back to school. Chapter 113 I'm Yours. This time, the two of them did not take the bus, because there were not many people on the bus on Saturday morning, so there were seats available. But going back to school in the afternoon would be crowded. Lin Hengren took a taxi to go to school together. While waiting for the bus, He Qing suddenly asked, "Let me discuss something. I want to give 4,000 yuan of my bonus to my mother and grandmother. Is that okay?" Lin Hengren glanced at her and said, "Of course, you can spend your money however you want." He Qing smiled and nodded, so she took out 4,000 yuan of the 8,000 yuan left after dinner and put it in her pocket, so there was still 4,000 yuan left. She handed the 4,000 yuan to Lin Hengren. "Hey, the rest is all yours." Lin Hengren, who was standing on the street at the time, was puzzled. "Why are you giving it to me?" Little He Qing said as a matter of course. "Have you forgotten? I said before that I would give it to you. After all, it was you who taught me taekwondo. Otherwise, how could I win by myself?" She talked about the past. "At that time, we said in junior high school that if the prize money for this game was 2,000 yuan, I would give half to my mother, and the remaining 1,000 yuan would be used to spend 900 yuan on you, and then when won and I would spend 100 yuan on snacks." Speaking of snacks, she swallowed her saliva. "But the situation is different now. I am your girlfriend now, right? So I will give it all to you. If I need to buy something to eat in the future, just give me some pocket money." Lin Hengren looked at He Qing, helplessly. "So this has become my money? I don't want it. You can just take it and spend it yourself. This is also what you won after 2 days of hard work in the game." Little He Qing didn't understand. Her eyes were clear. "What do you mean mine and yours? Isn't even me yours? So of course my money is your money, and your money is still your money." She leaned closer to Lin Hengren and handed the money forward. "Hurry up and take it. Girls should give money to their boyfriends. I can't hold the money. If I hold so much money by myself, I will buy snacks with it. Hurry up and take it." She poked Lin Hengren's hand with the money and tried to stuff it into his hand, looking at him aggrievedly. "If you don't take it, I won't sleep well today. I really can't keep the money." Lin Hengren was really amused by her stupid look and didn't know what to say. So he had to take the money. "How about this? I will save this money for you. If you need it and want to ask me for it someday, I will give it to you." Little He Qing was happy to see him take the money. "Okay, anyway, you are the one who makes the decisions at home in the future, and you have the final say." The simple little He Qing never thought about breaking up, so since she leaned on his shoulder last night, or even earlier, she had imagined the future of starting a family with him a long time later. She looked at Lin Hengren a little embarrassed as he put the money away. Then, Lin's Hengren, can you give me 100 yuan? I want to buy some snacks when I go back to school later, and celebrate this good news with Wenwen. Lin's Hengren took out 200 yuan and handed it to her. So you just gave me more than 3,900 yuan? And what can 100 yuan buy? I'll give you 200. Little He Qing was very stubborn and had her own theory. How can it be the same? If I take it like that, it would be stealing money from home. If you give it to me, it's what my boyfriend and I want, which is different. And she looked at the 100 yuan in Lin's Hengren's hand and took one. I can't spend so much, just give me 100 yuan, and you can spend the rest yourself. After that, she laughed. As long as you don't buy things for other girls, you can buy anything. Boys should be nicer to themselves. The taxi came, and little He Qing happily put the 100 yuan into her pocket and began to imagine what snacks she would buy when she returned to school tonight. 100 yuan could buy a lot. Lin's Hengren and little He Qing got into the taxi. In the taxi, she called her mother and told her how she won the championship. Aunt He expressed her concern for her daughter on the phone and sighed. Did you really win? And you won the championship? He Qing smiled embarrassedly. Yes, really. You also got a bonus. And bonus? How much is it? Little He Qing lowered her voice, looked at Lin's Hengren beside her and said, 6,000 yuan. But because I won't go back to the taekwondo hall in the town in the future, I just spent 2,000 yuan on treating everyone in the taekwondo hall to a meal. The remaining 4,000 yuan, I will give it to my mother when I go home for the next holiday. Auntie was very happy to hear this. It's normal to treat everyone to a meal, but the championship bonus is so much? You don't have to give it to mom, you won it with hard work, just keep it for yourself. Little He Qing blushed. It wasn't so much at the beginning, but it increased later. Besides, I won't spend it myself, so I'll give it to mom, and then you can buy food with the grandma. Auntie also knew her daughter's temperament and was really moved by her daughter's growth. But she still didn't want it. How about this, King? Mom doesn't want the money, you keep it for yourself, and then next time you go home and buy something for grandma, just say that you bought it with the money you won from winning the championship. Your grandma will be very happy. Little He Qing hummed. Mom, you really don't want it? That's fine, then I'll give the money to mom and grandma to buy things. The mother and daughter chatted for a while, and little He Qing happily hung up the phone. Repeated to Lin's Hengren. Mom said I just need to buy her something. Lin's Hengren hummed. Little He Qing looked at the scenery outside and felt that it would take a while to get to school, so she moved her butt to sit closer to Lin's Hengren. She rested her head on his shoulder and sat the rest of the way. Half an hour later, the driver parked the car at the school gate. Lin's Hengren and little He Qing got off the car and went to the teaching building. Because they came early and there was still a while before class, the two walked slowly side by side in the school, and little He Qing was still narrating about today's game. She was quite natural at first, until her fair little hand accidentally touched the back of Lin's Hengren's hand while walking. She trembled and looked at him with a red face. The topic stopped immediately. Lin's Hengren was still looking ahead, but little He Qing lowered her head shyly, realizing something. The yellow sunset in the sky made the blush on her face more beautiful than ever, and she thought of her wish. Lin's Hengren said yesterday. Suddenly she felt her hand being held by someone, and her eyes widened. She looked at the hands held together. Does this count as the fulfillment of your wish? Lin's Hengren asked. Little He Qing's face was as red as a ripe fruit, and steam was coming out of her head due to the heat. Her fair little hand also responded to Lin's Hengren, and they walked around the campus with their fingers interlocked. Yes, it's fulfilled. His hands were so big, so warm, it turned out that holding hands was so comfortable. Will you go to the supermarket first or to Wenwen first? He Qing was so scared that her hands shrank. She quickly answered, her heart pounding. Let's go to Wenwen first. I want to go shopping with her in the supermarket. Okay. The two came to the girls' dormitory building. Lin's Hengren, then I'll send you there. Go upstairs. He Qing turned her head and looked at Lin's Hengren's profile, reluctant to leave. Suddenly she had an idea. She walked in front of Lin's Hengren, not knowing where the courage came from. She only mustered up the courage to hold one of his hands on tiptoe, and with the other hand holding his shoulder, she kissed his neck lightly with her lips. The voice was sweet and timid. I like you. After that, she quickly ran away with a red face, waving to Lin's Hengren from a distance. I'm going back to the dormitory. Bye. She was too shy to say another word, nor did she dare to look back at him. Chapter 114, New Powers of Energy. Lin's Hengren felt a brief residual warmth on his neck. He witnessed that this little girl did whatever she was told to do when she was young, and even had to put down her things and close the door in order. Now she has become like this little by little, and she is getting more and more courageous. Lin Zhengren smiled as he watched her disappear into the dormitory building, and turned back to the boys' dormitory to pack up. When He Qing returned to the girls' dormitory, she actually had no strength to walk anymore. She squatted in a corner, covering her hot face, and waited for a long time before she dared to stand up. She looked back quietly to see if Lin Zhengren had left, and only went upstairs slowly after seeing him leave. She praised herself for her courage just now. I am so brave. On the way, she met Zhang Zuli, who came out of the women's bathroom with a basin to wash clothes. Zhang Zuli saw He Qing's happy expression. He Qing? Are you back with Zhengren? He Qing exclaimed and smiled. Yes, I'm back. After that, she continued to walk forward like a dream. Zhang Zuli was curious about her expression. It looked like something beautiful had happened. She looked like she was in love. In love? Zhang Zuli's slightly slow brain suddenly realized that she was Lin Zhengren's girlfriend last week. She was stunned when she remembered that He Qing said she was Lin Zhengren's girlfriend. The basin in her hand fell to the ground, and she was about to break like a stone. No way. When He Qing returned to the dormitory, she opened the door and saw Han Wenwen lying on the bed reading a novel. Wenwen. I'm back. Han Wenwen sat up quickly. Zio King is back? Where is classmate Lin Zhengren? When she thought of the name of the person she liked, the face of the girl in love would naturally change. She lowered her head and shyly returned to her bed. He went back to the dormitory and sent me to the door of the girls' dormitory and left, Han Wenwen said in confusion. He sent me to the door. Han Wenwen teleported to He Qing's side at the speed of light. What happened between you two this weekend? He Qing exclaimed. Nothing happened. I just went to play a game. Really? Tell me quickly. Han Wenwen reached out to scratch He Qing, and He Qing was so embarrassed that she didn't know what to do. Wenwen, stop messing around. Haha, there's really nothing wrong. I just won the game and wanted to come back to buy snacks with you. At most, we just held hands. Han Wenwen was stunned. Holding hands? Little He Qing nodded shyly. She also had some secrets that she wouldn't tell, such as the fact that she kissed him just now. Well, it was just holding hands, nothing else. But just holding hands was enough to make a certain fox jealous, so she stayed until the evening after the evening self-study. When the four of them returned to the dormitory as usual, Lin Zhengren saw Zhang Zuli with a pale face. She was not in the mood to ask her questions. Han Wenwen was holding little He Qing's arm. Obviously, Han Wenwen had been peeking at Lin Zhengren, but as soon as Lin Zhengren looked at her, the fox would turn his head away, looking jealous. Lin Zhengren, after He Xianzi won the competition, she obtained a large amount of sect resources, but because she has feelings for you, she gave all the resources to you and asked you to keep them. He Xianzi revealed her true heart to you. Although the fairy's true heart is not an object, the aura on her body unconsciously moved closer to you because of her sincerity, and you still gained improvement. He Xianzi's cultivation realm has improved today. Because of the contract, you will receive double the cultivation improvement and adventure rewards. In this sect competition, you will gain a total of 2 increases in cultivation level, 5 increases in physical strength, 5 increases in strength, and 7 increases in energy. Your current aura level is 52. Key refining stage, your current attributes are strength, 77. The ability to not decay strength and be immune to diseases has been unlocked. Energy, 66. When the value reaches 60, you can gain the special ability of 7 times a night without getting tired. Unlocked. Physical strength, 69. When the value reaches 70, you can gain the special ability of doubling physical strength and tripling your stamina. Affinity for all things, level 1, primary affinity. You can quickly master everything and far surpass ordinary people. You have acquired the special ability to do it 7 times a night without getting tired. From now on, the family you lead will surely be blessed with prosperity. Your offspring will be extremely strong. Your wife will be affected by your energy, and the aging rate of her appearance and physique will slow down with the number of times, feeling the improvement of the 4-dimensional attributes and the new abilities unlocked by the system. Lin Zhengren heard the system voice while walking on the road. Seriously speaking, these abilities are quite practical. That night, in a 2-story villa in Zidong City, Zhang Jingxi and Zhang Jin, who rarely sat on the sofa next to each other, did not dare to talk much. An elderly man sat in the middle of the sofa very seriously. And he was intimidating without being angry. Kyankian, what about the child marriage that Grandpa told you about before? Have you met the person? Chapter 115 Blind Date Profile. The lights in the villa's living room were bright, and the elderly man looked at his two beautiful granddaughters who were silent with cold eyes. Although they were silent, the eldest granddaughter Jing Jingshi looked like she was watching the fun, and the second granddaughter was exactly like the old man, staring at the coffee table with a stern face, not knowing what she was thinking. Grandfather and grandson. Assistant Fang Meng brought some tea from the side and placed it in front of them. Grandpa, have some tea. Grandpa hummed and said thank you, picked up the cup and blew on the boiling hot tea. He even said a few polite words. It's been a long time since I saw you, Xiamen. How do you feel after you went to high school with Kyankian? Do you have any difficulties in study or life? Fang Meng thought to himself that there would be no such thing. No, Grandpa, everything is fine. That's fine. If there is anything, tell Grandpa, and Grandpa will ask someone to deal with it in time. Fang Meng brought a tea to Zhang Jingshi and Zhang Jin again. Zhang Jingshi smiled meaningfully at Fang Meng, and Fang Meng was a little helpless. Zhang Jin didn't say anything, nor did she drink tea. It was only when Fang Meng sat aside that Zhang Jin suddenly replied, no. The old man was about to take a sip, but when he heard this, he glanced at his second granddaughter and said, no? Why not? Because I'm not interested. What? He put down the teacup. Zhang Jingshi laughed, knowing her grandfather's temper. Although the Zhang family is now rich and powerful, her grandfather's prestige in the family is still very high. After all, the first sum of money was contributed by her grandfather. Grandpa, Kyankian has just entered high school after all. She has a lot of academic matters to deal with, and it's only been a month since school started. She may just not have time to meet any childhood sweethearts. Grandpa picked up the teacup again. Who knew that Zhang Jin said, no, sister, I'm not busy with academic matters. Although I'm really busy recently, it's not because of academic matters. The main reason is that Grandpa didn't come here before, so there's no need for me to take the initiative to meet people in advance, right? I think it's good that I didn't directly refuse to meet. Zhang Jingshi blinked twice and looked at her sister. In fact, she felt that what her sister said made sense. Who would go to meet a child marriage if Grandpa didn't urge them? Only those who really like each other or really want to fall in love would go. The old man paused with a teacup in his hand, but he also knew that girls nowadays are different from before. In the past, no matter whether they were men or women, they would rush to see the blind dates arranged by their families. But now they are not in a hurry at all. He let out a long sigh. Forget it, no matter what your reasons are for not meeting in advance, I can understand. Grandpa also knows that times have changed now. Even if it is a child marriage, it is not certain that the two people will get married, he reminded, but Grandpa will not cheat his granddaughter. My old comrade in arms showed me the photo of the boy, and I also personally investigated his experience from childhood to adulthood. Although his family is not as financially sound as ours, the child is very capable. I think he has a bright future and is a good seedling. Grandpa still wanted to drink the first sip of tea. And asked, even if you haven't met Kyankian, you should have seen the boy's information, right? You should know it. After all, I sent it to you a month ago. No, Zhang Jin answered truthfully. Grandpa turned to look at her again. Zhang Jingshi interrupted, Grandpa, why don't you drink the first sip of tea first? It's so tiring to look back and forth. Grandpa put the tea on the table. What should I drink? It's Kyankian. Why didn't you even read the information I sent you? Zhang Jin said righteously. I thought I'd look at it when we meet, but you haven't met yet. Yeah, so what's there to look at before we meet? I will look at it before we meet, Grandpa. Zhang Jingshi. It still makes sense. Grandpa was speechless and looked at Fang Meng on the side. Xiao Meng, have you read it? Fang Meng exclaimed, I haven't. After all, Kyankian didn't read it so I never opened it. Then go print a copy and let's read it now. Oh, okay, Grandpa, wait a moment. Fang Meng got up and went to the study. Grandpa continued to say to his two granddaughters, anyway, I came here for the baby marriage. I have already agreed with my old comrade that Kyankian should meet the child. No matter whether they like each other or not, at least meet once to see if there is any affinity. This request is not too much for Kyankian, right? Zhang Jin said coldly. It is not too much for just meeting. Grandpa finally breathed a sigh of relief and slowly took the first sip of tea, which was extremely sweet. In the study, Fang Meng turned on the computer to find the files in Grandpa's mailbox and printed them directly. The printer made a buzzing sound, and the personal history information appeared one by one. Fang Meng sighed that there was quite a lot of information. Could it be that the other party was also a boy from a wealthy family? After all, ordinary people don't have so much information. She randomly picked a sheet to check. It was written on it, first in mathematics in the town in the 2nd grade, first in Chinese in the town, 3 good students, first in mathematics in the town in the 3rd grade, first in English in the town, first in Chinese in the town, first in ideological and moral character in the town. All the test results, big and small, and some honorary awards were listed in great detail on the information. Fang Meng was amazed after seeing it. This boy is so amazing. He got full marks all the time since he was a child. She remembered something. Grandpa said before that he went to the same high school as us. Is there such an amazing boy in our high school? She found the first page with the most detailed information such as color photos and names and hometowns. She took it in her hand, and muttered to herself before she saw the name, as far as I know, the most amazing person in our high school should be Lin Hengren, who Qian has been paying close attention to recently. And I remember that I briefly checked Lin Hengren's grades from childhood to adulthood, and it seems that he has always been the first. She paused for a while before slowly uttering the last word first. Because after looking at the name and photo on the information card, Fang Meng's eyes widened in shock, and for a moment she didn't know how to evaluate such a small world. The information showed that Jiang Jin's childhood sweetheart was called Fang Meng. Lin Hengren. The buzzing sound of the printer stopped, and Fang Meng rubbed her eyes to make sure she was not mistaken. What a coincidence. And wasn't Lin Hengren her childhood sweetheart? How did it become Qian's again? Ah. This is too outrageous, isn't it? She didn't even stop herself from saying and was heard by Jiang Jingshi, who just wanted to come over to check the situation in advance. She pushed open the door of the study. Xiao Meng, what did you say? The information hasn't been printed out yet. Fang Meng tried her best to come back to her senses, looked at the names on the photos, chuckled, and then answered the eldest lady seriously. It's printed out, but it's a little outrageous. Jiang Jingshi was puzzled. Outrageous? How outrageous? She looked at the several pages of personal introductions on the printer. So much information. Her curiosity was quickly aroused. Let me see what Qian's childhood sweetheart looks like. Here you go. Jiang Jingshi took the personal information and read it carefully word by word. Qian's childhood sweetheart's name is Lin Hengren. She was also stunned there. Her beautiful and gentle eyes were incredible, and she looked up at Fang Meng. Lin Hengren, Hengren's younger brother. Fang Meng smiled and was very embarrassed. I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. Maybe Grandpa is right. Qian should have checked the information in advance. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 116, Sister, did I go for you? Jiang Jingshi lowered her head and continued to examine the information and photos above, and then flipped through some of her later achievements. Suddenly, she couldn't help but burst out laughing, looking very amused. It was as if she thought of something funny. I wonder how Qian would react when she knew that the childhood sweetheart she was reluctant to meet was Lin Hengren, whom she had been paying attention to recently. Fang Meng told the truth. To be honest, I also want to see how she reacts. Jiang Jingshi took all the information in her hand, but I suddenly had an idea. I'll see how to say it later. She turned and left the study, and Fang Meng hurriedly followed without knowing why. Jiang Jingshi walked back to the living room, holding up the information. Grandpa, the information has been printed out. Qian, do you want to see it? Jiang Jin, who was sitting on the sofa, didn't move much, and responded very calmly. Give it to me. She stretched out her hand. As a result, when Jiang Jingshi handed it over halfway, she suddenly withdrew her hand and asked her grandfather curiously, wait a minute, Grandpa, I remember you told me a long time ago that I was the boy's childhood sweetheart at the beginning, but he was arranged to be married to Qian because he was born late, right? The old man drank tea and nodded. Yes, that's what happened. When I was engaged to my old comrade, your mother had just gotten pregnant with you, but there was no movement from the old comrade's son. It was not until a few years later that the Fang family got pregnant, so it was arranged to be married to your sister. Fang Meng didn't know what the eldest lady was going to do. Jiang Jingxi looked at the photo and the information again. Thinking of the scenes when she met and chatted with Lin Sehengren at the town competition venue yesterday and today, her cheeks blushed and a fun idea popped up. She asked her grandfather, "Grandpa, isn't this boy 3 years younger than me, 4 years old? You are 20 and he is 16. Jiang Jingxi corrected with a smack of her tongue. "What do you mean 20? I am 19, my birthday is young, in November." Grandpa was helpless. "Yes, 19 is fine, then you are 3 years younger than him." "Well, then a 3-year age difference between a boy and a girl is not that big, right? Anyway, sister-brother relationships are quite popular. How about this? If Qianqian doesn't want to meet him, how about I meet him? I'll go on a blind date with him." Grandpa stared at his eldest granddaughter blankly. "You go." Jiang Jin still had no expression on her face. Although she didn't know what her sister was thinking, she felt relieved. But she didn't notice Fang Meng's eyes widened, and she didn't understand what the eldest lady was thinking. "Eldest lady, you?" Jiang Jingxi turned to look at Fang Meng, put her finger on her lips and shushed her, and Fang Meng stopped talking. So Jiang Jingxi took the information and continued to ask, "Grandpa, what do you think? It doesn't matter who sees him. And even if Qianqian is not willing, I am still very happy." Having said that, he looked at Jiang Jin. "Then you have to ask Qianqian. After all, it was arranged for Qianqian from the beginning." "Nonsense," Jiang Jingxi said seriously. "Didn't it say that it was arranged for me from the beginning?" "Oh yes, I said that he was born late, so he was arranged for Qianqian. Anyway, if Qianqian doesn't want to see him, then you want to go. That's fine. Anyway, you are not much different from him." Jiang Jingxi bit her lower lip with a look of success, slowly sat next to her sister, and asked gently, "Qianqian, what do you say? Do you want to go to see him yourself or do you want your sister to go for you?" Jiang Jin had one less thing on her mind, picked up the teacup and took a sip. "Sister, if you want to go, go. I am not interested in this matter myself," Jiang Jingxi said meaningfully. "Are you sure? Are you really sure?" In order to avoid Qianqian's possible regret in the future, sister will ask twice more, "Are you sure you want him to me?" Jiang Jin still had no expression on her face. "Well, sure." Feng Meng couldn't help but remind her at this time, Jin, I advise you to answer carefully," because she saw the eldest lady looking at her again, so she had to change the way she reminded, "because I think it's okay to meet him, at least you should take a look at the other person's personal information first, maybe you will be interested." Jiang Jin drank tea and looked at the coffee table, thinking about Lin Sehengren's affairs during this period. From childhood to adulthood, Jiang Jin actually never thought about what boy she would marry in the future, nor did she think about who she would like. Because her mind is always in the Jiang family, she has always thought about making the Jiang family stronger when she grows up. If Jiang Jin really cares about someone, Lin Sehengren is the only possibility. After all, the other party is not only excellent, but the personalities of the two people are also complementary. But after all, love is the biggest obstacle to learning progress. Many books say that people will stagnate as long as they fall in love, and will make rapid progress after a breakup. At least Jiang Jin can't imagine herself nestling in the arms of a boy. Just imagining it is very decadent and boring. That time could have been spent studying. Hugging a boy would take away the time to turn a page of a book. Kissing a boy would take away the time to read 2 pages of a book. And kissing doesn't seem very hygienic. How can there be such a thing in the world? Aren't lips the place to eat? Besides, she knew that she didn't like Lin Sehengren. She was just simply curious about why he was so strong. So if she didn't like such a strong boy who she couldn't even surpass, then Jiang Jin thought that she really wouldn't like anyone else, let alone marry anyone. Jiang Jin took another sip of tea. Of course, at this moment, she certainly didn't realize where her point of view was wrong. After all, people can't understand things they haven't touched. It's the same reason as not being able to earn money beyond your cognition. So after Fang Meng reminded her, Jiang Jingxi asked the same question again, "Qianqian, are you sure you want to give this boy to your sister?" Jiang Jin nodded slowly. "Well, no matter how many times I ask, I'm sure. I'm not interested in any blind dates." Jiang Jingxi raised the corners of her mouth, and looked at the information above again with tender eyes, remembering what she asked the secretary to investigate after the instant noodles incident. She really hadn't thought that the boy who was mean to her back then was Lin Sehengren. "Thank you, but thank you is not accurate. After all, he was originally mine." Grandpa heard the conversation between his 2 granddaughters. "Since things have turned out like this, let Jingxi go to meet him. Anyway, Both of you are very outstanding. Feng Meng looked at Jiang Jin's expression as if she had attained Buddhahood inside, hoping that she would not regret it when the time comes. Although Feng Meng didn't like her to be blinded by curiosity, she still felt that Jiang Jin would definitely regret it. Jiang Jin, she folded the information and put it away, looking forward to this blind date. Then Grandpa, when is the meeting time? Isn't there a holiday next week? National Day. Let's choose the night after National Day. I'll talk to his grandfather too. Okay, I'll calculate the date. Jiang Jin, she took out her mobile phone and looked at her recent schedule. Thinking about it, there are quite a lot of schedules this week, so I can only finish all the things I should do in the next 2 days, and then take a day alone to date him in the evening. She bit her lip. Let's have a candlelight dinner together? After all, I really have a lot of things to talk to him about, but what clothes should I wear for a blind date? She stood up. Grandpa, I'm going back to the bedroom. I'll find the clothes I'll wear when I meet. After all, this is my first blind date, so I have to dress nicely. Grandpa hummed, thinking that girls are different when they grow up, and they are still very proactive in dealing with blind dates. After drinking tea, the old man stood up. Well, now that the matter has been resolved, Grandpa will go back to the room to rest. I will stay with you temporarily this week. By the way, is my room tidy? Feng Meng explained. Grandpa, someone has already packed your things for you. Thank you for your hard work, Xiao Meng. After saying that, Feng Meng looked at the old man who went upstairs. The other party was still in good health. Good night, Grandpa. Well, you two can play. Grandpa and Jiang Jin, she both went back to their rooms. Feng Meng looked at Jiang Jin still drinking tea and suddenly let out a long sigh. But at the family meeting just now, Feng Meng was also very curious about one thing, that is, why was the eldest lady so curious about Lin's Hengren? Shouldn't they know each other? Jiang Jin suddenly asked, why is your sister suddenly so interested in blind dates? Although your sister has many interests, she shouldn't be interested in blind dates, right? Doesn't she hate being alone with boys? Feng Meng heard Qianqian ask. Well, although I don't know the reason, it may depend on the person. By the way, Qianqian, although it's a little late now, do you want to see who your childhood sweetheart is? No. Okay, then I'll ask tomorrow. School started the next day. Feng Meng saw Jiang Jin continuing to observe Lin Hengren's behavior during the day. Although her face seemed to be less shy, her curiosity still did not stop. So that night she asked again, Qianqian, are you sure you haven't checked who your childhood sweetheart is? Jiang Jin answered casually, no. On the third night, Feng Meng, Qianqian, are you sure? Jiang Jin was puzzled and didn't understand. Xiao Meng, why do you ask me so many times? What do you mean? It doesn't mean anything. I just reminded you that the National Day holiday will be the day after tomorrow. If you don't check it out, it will be too late. Although I can tell you his name directly, I won't tell you directly if you don't check it out. After all, I don't think you need to meet him for that kind of thing, but I'm worried that you will ask me why I didn't remind you later, so I kept reminding you. Jiang Jin, she still didn't think of anything else. On the fourth day, the school finally had the National Day holiday. The whole country celebrated. After school, Feng Meng and Jiang Jin were sitting in the car. Feng Meng looked out the window and asked casually, Qianqian, do you want to see it? Who knew that this time? Jiang Jin replied, I wasn't curious at first, but you kept asking me and I really wanted to know his name. Let me see it, but it doesn't matter who it is. Even if he is Lin Hengren, what can it do? She said to herself, although it is impossible, after all, he is my grandfather's old comrade in arms, so the other party must be the son of a businessman. Although I am happy to make friends with businessmen of the same age, I still don't want to go on a blind date. Really? So that's what you think? No wonder. Feng Meng turned her head and blinked, but since you can be so open-minded, that's fine. Otherwise I'm really worried that you will regret it. She took out a piece of Lin Hengren's personal information from her pocket and handed it to the other party. Hey, take a look. Jiang Jin was puzzled that she actually carried the other party's information with her. As a result, she took the information and found that it was a perfect report card, and it was Lin Hengren's report card. Jiang Jin was puzzled. Why did you give me Lin Hengren's transcript? Did you ask for my childhood sweetheart's information? Feng Meng said, I didn't bring the information, but it's the same. The name is the same. What do you mean? Jiang Jin didn't show any expression. What name is the same? It means literally. Anyway, Lin Hengren is written on the childhood sweetheart's information. In other words, your sister went on a blind date with Lin Hengren. At this moment, Fang Meng found that Jiang Jin seemed to be petrified. She stood there like a stone man, cracking, and stone debris fell from her body. Fang Meng patted the stone debris that fell on her legs. Don't be so surprised, Qian. Anyway, you just said that even if it was Lin Sihengren, it wouldn't matter. You don't like him anyway. The Rolls-Royce drove away, and the driver was curious. Why does the car feel so heavy today? Fang Meng replied, after all, there's a big stone in the car, so it's normal to be heavy. After saying that, he patted the stone debris on his body again. As expected, although Qian said it stubbornly, she had actually started to care about Lin Sihengren in her heart. Even if she didn't like him, she felt that if something happened again, she might really fall in love with him. Chapter 117. It's white season again. On the second morning of the National Day holiday, it was still dark. Since most people could leave school and take the bus home this morning, many people in the dormitory actually got up early. This included Lin Sihengren. After all, the three little guys didn't like taking taxis very much. Every time they went home, they liked to take the earliest bus like He Qing. I don't know what he was thinking, probably the same idea as little He Qing. Lin Sihengren walked out of the dormitory and came to the school gate at around 5 o'clock. It's better to come early than late. It's not that he didn't read today, but he was thinking about other things. For example, although he could earn some rebate money from the little guys recently. But it's really a bit slow. Lin Sihengren felt that he should take the initiative to do something in this regard. After all, he has grown up enough to do a lot of things. Today, Han Wenwen and Zhang Zuli will go back to the town with Lin Sihengren, only little He Qing will go back to her hometown. While Lin Sihengren was waiting at the door, he heard a soft voice from afar in the slightly dark morning. Lin Sihengren. Lin Sihengren looked back and saw that it was little He Qing running over breathlessly. You're here so early? And you're alone? Where's Wenwen? Little He Qing, carrying a small school bag, laughed when she heard Lin Sihengren's words, which she didn't know whether they could be considered caring. A girl in love has to come earlier so that she can see her lover earlier. My high-speed train also leaves at 6 o'clock, so I have to take it earlier. Wenwen is still packing her things. I came down early to find you. I thought you would come early, but not so early. Lin Sihengren was puzzled by the key point of her words. Come down early to find me? Is there something? No, nothing. She shook her head. Sometimes Lin Sihengren still didn't quite understand the little girl's train of thought. It's only 6 o'clock. Why did you book the high-speed train so early today? Didn't you go home at 8 or 9 o'clock during holidays before? You can sleep in. Little He Qing stood beside Lin Sihengren. Oh, I want to go home early today. After all, I have to buy gifts for my mother and grandma after I go home, and I know you will definitely take the 6 o'clock train, so I also booked the high-speed train ticket at 6 o'clock, so that I can see you more in the morning. Lin Sihengren smiled. Is it that serious? Don't we see each other every day? Little He Qing blinked stupidly. Yes, we see each other every day, but I don't miss you if I see you every day. But I miss you every day, and I won't see you for a week in the future, so I want to see you this morning. Lin Sihengren stretched out his hand and knocked her head with a corner of his finger. Little He Qing groaned, but it didn't hurt. She rubbed her head with a red face, turned around and saw that Han Wenwen had not come yet, and asked Lin Sihengren, where's Zhang Zuli? She hasn't come yet either. You are the first to come. Usually they will come at least at 5:30, and it's only 20 now. The roots of little He Qing's ears suddenly turned red, and she didn't know if it was because of the cold in the morning. No one has come at this time, just you and me. She looked up at Lin Sihengren as if hinting at something. Lin Sihengren stared at this guy curiously, curious about what she wanted to do. Little He Qing clasped her hands in front of her, and then looked down at Lin Sihengren's hands. While the two of them haven't come yet, are your hands cold? Let me warm your hands for you, she spoke in a cautious voice. Lin Sihengren looked at her stupid look. Warm your hands? Why do I feel that you are colder than me in the morning? Cold? Not really, but girls' hands do seem to be a little colder than boys. Little He Qing held her hands in a water-holding gesture and blew air into her palms. My hands will be warm this way. Shall I warm your hands? Otherwise, she looked back and felt a little nervous and embarrassed. Otherwise, the two of them will be here. Wenwen will be here soon. Hurry up, she was very anxious. Lin Sihengren was amused by her appearance and stretched out his hand. After seeing this, little He Qing quickly held Lin Sihengren's hands with both hands, held them and blew air into them. Very happy. It won't be cold this way, right? The hot air from your mouth is very warm. It is said that it is the same as body temperature, which is 37 degrees. Wenwen told me that boys will feel 37 degrees warm. 37 degrees is very warm? I don't know if it's because of adult thinking. Lin Zhengren always felt that the fox didn't mean that. After all, she is much more mature than Xiao He Qing. However, the simple Xiao He Qing has always had only a vague understanding of certain things. While warming his hands, she quickly approached Lin Zhengren. Try to get as close to him as possible. It was just not far from the school gate at this moment. No one knew that Zhang Zuli, who was usually woken up by the alarm clock at around 5 o'clock. Today, she woke up half an hour earlier than usual. After waking up in the dormitory, she tossed and turned and couldn't fall asleep again. Because she had something on her mind this week, she went downstairs after a simple wash in the dormitory, thinking that she would just come to the school gate early to wait for the bus. Maybe someone would also come early. But just before she came over early, she happened to see Lin Zhengren standing at the school gate. Just thinking that he came so early, she was about to go over to say hello. Then she heard Xiao He Qing calling Lin Zhengren, and Zhang Zuli hid inexplicably. Hiding in the bushes, she peeked at them. Although she couldn't hear the two people talking at such a distance, she saw with her own eyes what Xiao He Qing did. She talked to him and got closer and closer to Lin Zhengren until Lin Zhengren stretched out his hand. Xiao He Qing covered her palms with both hands and blew air on his palms. The intimate behavior made Zhang Zuli's eyes widen with jealousy, and she hid behind the bushes with her red lips slightly opened. What are they doing? Shaking hands. Could it be that He Qing and Zhengren are really together? What He Qing said before was true. And farther away from Zhang Zuli, what Zhang Zuli and Xiao He Qing didn't know was that Han Wenwen quickly packed up and went downstairs as soon as Xiao He Qing went downstairs. She knew that He Qing would go downstairs to find Lin Zhengren, so she trotted to the school gate. So the little fox naturally happened to see the scene of Xiao He Qing shaking hands with Lin Zhengren, and pursed her lips jealously, but then she heard a strange sound coming from a bush in front of her the next moment. Looking carefully, she found that it was Zhang Zuli hiding there and peeking. The wonderful world composition started at this moment with Han Wenwen, and then Zhang Zuli, He Qing and Lin Zhengren formed a line. Fortunately, He Qing at the school gate had to take the high-speed rail, so she couldn't stay for a long time. Han Wenwen couldn't stand it anymore, so she walked out to break the deadlock and pretended not to see it. Xiao Qing, classmate Lin Zhengren. Why are you so anxious to leave the dormitory? Especially Xiao Qing, she didn't even wait for me. Xiao He Qing at the door heard the voice and quickly let go of Lin Zhengren's hand. She blushed and was so scared that she didn't know where to put her hands and feet. Zhang Zuli in the bushes also shrank back in panic. Although Han Wenwen pretended not to see it, she was actually very jealous when she came over and glared at Lin Zhengren fiercely, and this look was naturally noticed by Lin Zhengren. Han Wenwen smiled and reminded, Xiao Qing, you should go to take the high-speed rail, right? Otherwise it will be too late later. Chapter 118 Jealousy. Xiao He Qing took out her phone and checked the time. Oh, right, I have to go. In fact, she had wanted to put her arm around Lin Zhengren's shoulder for a while before the two of them came, but she didn't expect time to pass so quickly. Every time she was alone with him, time passed quickly. Xiao He Qing looked back into the distance. That Zhang Zuli hasn't come yet? Then I can't wait for her. I have to take the high-speed train first. Wenwen, if Zhang Zuli comes later, tell her that I'm leaving, okay? Xiao Qing, don't worry. Xiao He Qing said goodbye to Lin Zhengren and Han Wenwen. Lin Zhengren, Wenwen goodbye. I'm leaving by car. She was obviously shy when she called Lin Zhengren, and then she went to the intersection to take the rows of taxis that had been parked at the school gate for a long time, and waved to someone again before getting in the car. Han Wenwen also waved at Xiao He Qing and kept watching her after she got in the car and left. The little fox glanced at Lin Zhengren and pretended to be angry and looked aside. How intimate, I have to warm my hands so early in the morning. Lin Zhengren looked at the fox. Did you come here a long time ago? Han Wenwen snorted lightly. Not only did I come early, but someone else also came early. It's so lively this morning. Zhang Zuli in the bushes in the distance walked over slowly, with a very normal expression, as if she didn't see what happened just now. But in fact, there was still a trace of grievance in her eyes that could not be hidden. She looked at Lin Zhengren and waved to him and said hello, Zhengren, good morning. Lin Zhengren looked back, good morning. Han Wenwen also looked back at Zhang Zuli, who looked a little aggrieved, and then looked at Lin Zhengren. The little fox was full of jealousy. This week is the time for brothers Hengren to accompany Jiang Zuli, and this kind of thing happened again on the morning of the first day of the holiday. I'm afraid that brothers Hengren will spend a lot of time with Jiang Zuli this week. On the bus back to the town, the three of them sat together. Jiang Zuli suddenly felt a stomach ache and covered her stomach. Linz Hengren asked her what was wrong. Jiang Zuli shook her head and smiled. It's okay, it's probably because it's too cold this morning. I'll go home and warm my stomach. After she smiled, she didn't dare to look at Linz Hengren, but continued to look out the window of the bus that was shaking from time to time. Thinking of the scene in the morning when He Qing covered Linz Hengren's hand. That kind of action is obviously a move between lovers. Hengren and He Qing. The bus arrived at the stop and three people got off. Jiang Zuli almost subconsciously shouted, Hengren, the competition is this week, but she paused after she said that. Linz Hengren nodded, I know, I will come to you after I clean up at home and tell you about the competition in a few days. Jiang Zuli smiled and stared at him proudly. Actually, don't worry, you can be busy first, it's still early today, and there are still several days before the competition. After that, she waved to Linz Hengren, then I'm going home, you go home and pack up your things. Hengren, turning to leave, she felt stomach pain again and covered her stomach, thinking that maybe she had a stomach ache because of eating unclean food yesterday. I have to go home to find some diarrhea medicine. After seeing Jiang Zuli leave, Han Wenwen looked at Linz Hengren. It seems that you are not just trying to coax me. Lily is obviously jealous too. It turns out that having three girlfriends has advantages and disadvantages. The disadvantages of greed. Linz Hengren looked at Jiang Zuli walking away. If you want too much, you will encounter this kind of thing sooner or later. Linz Hengren naturally thought of it a long time ago. Han Wenwen examined the other person's expression. It seems that brothers Hengren has already made up his mind. When she was alone, she habitually changed her address. By the way, when did brothers Hengren finish the competition with Jiang Zuli? The 6th. The singer competition is also 2 days, and it will be over at 6 p.m. Han Wenwen thought it would be earlier, and her expression paused. Then I'll call you at 6 p.m. She poked Linz Hengren's chest with her finger. I've eaten enough dog food from brothers Hengren and Xiao He Qing this week. Seeing the boy I like kissing and kissing other girls, does brothers Hengren know how unhappy I am? If you don't coax me well, brothers Hengren will know that little foxes can bite people. Han Wenwen opened her charming big eyes and pursed her lips, looking at her beloved boy with strong jealousy. She was so angry that she picked up Linz Hengren's arm and bit it, but of course it didn't hurt. Han Wenwen didn't want to bite him at all. She just left some saliva on the back of Linz Hengren's hand. Remember to coax me well on the afternoon of the 6th. I'll wait for you to come, otherwise I'll call you like crazy. Did brothers Hengren hear that? Linz Hengren hummed and wiped the saliva on the back of his hand with her clothes. I know, I'll go find you on the afternoon of the 6th. Han Wenwen saw him wiping the saliva on herself and was a little disgusted. Ah! How dirty. Linz Hengren, isn't this your own saliva? It's my saliva that I think is dirty. If it was brothers Hengren, I wouldn't think it's dirty. Forget it, I still have to wash clothes when I get home. Linz Hengren thought that there was still someone who disliked him. The little fox looked up. Then I'll go back to the rental house. Don't forget on the afternoon of the 6th, okay, go slowly on the way. The little fox waved to Linz Hengren, and the two of them separated. Just on the way back to the rental house, the little fox calculated the date. He still had to wait for 6 days, which was really hard. And at present, brothers Hengren only has 3 girlfriends. If there is 1 or 2 more, how long will it take for him to be with her? It seems that I have to think of a way. I have to let brothers Hengren stay with me for a while. The 3 of them went home to pack their things. But after returning home, Jiang Zuli felt that her stomach was getting more and more painful. She squatted on the road and waited for a while because of the pain before she even walked home. There was no way to go directly to the nearby clinic. She registered to see a doctor. The doctor was an auntie wearing a white coat. Although she was a clinic doctor, she was very proficient in minor illnesses and disasters. Name, Jiang Zuli. Age, 16. Where do you feel uncomfortable? My stomach hurts. It has been hurting since this morning, and it feels worse and worse. Stretch out your hand. Jiang Zuli sat on the chair and stretched out her hand. The female doctor simply felt Jiang Zuli's pulse, and then looked through other medical records with her other hand. Jiang Zuli asked in a low voice, "What's going on, doctor? Can you tell what the problem is?" "Well, I'm pregnant." Jiang Zuli was suddenly stunned, and after a while she asked, What do you mean pregnant? That's impossible. The doctor took the medical record and said to the previous sister who came into the ward, previous patient, I said you are pregnant. Go to the hospital for a formal checkup. The sister took the medical record and hummed, thank you, doctor, I will go and check it out today. After the other party left, the doctor looked at Zhang Zuli. Where did you say it hurt? Zhang Zuli was so scared that she breathed a sigh of relief. She was scared to death. She said how could it be possible with sweat on her forehead? I said I have a stomachache, doctor. I have had a stomach ache since this morning. Have you had this before? No. Are you on your period today? Yes, that's right. Have you ever had pain during your period before? It hurts sometimes, but not bad. Have you ever had sexual intercourse? Oh no, really not. Zhang Zuli quickly waved her hands at the speed of light. I have never even held a boy's hand. I swear. The female doctor retracted her hand and looked at Zhang Zuli's expression. I can tell from your shy look that you are not lying. By the way, did you encounter something unhappy today? Mood has a great influence on certain things, unhappy things. She suddenly thought of what happened in the morning. Yes, the doctor replied, dysmenorrhea. I'll get you some medicine to take, it will have a significant effect, and then try to make yourself feel better. Stay in a good mood and drink more hot water. Okay, next one, Zhang Zuli responded, thinking that as long as nothing happened, it would be good, but how could she feel good when she saw them holding hands? Obviously, the big idiot confessed to me before, so he should be my boyfriend. By the way, Zhang Ren is going to come to see me this morning. How should I practice singing when I have menstrual cramps? Chapter 119. Zhang Zuli reveals her true feelings. Zhang Zuli returned home with the medicine she bought. Her parents did not have a holiday on National Day, so she was still alone at home today. She saw the note and pocket money her mother put on the coffee table. As usual, she put down her school bag and planned to take a shower in the bathroom as soon as she got home. Because Hyungrin would be here soon, but the pain in her abdomen made her not in the mood to take a shower. She stood at the door of the bathroom and hesitated for a while. Looking at herself in the mirror, the pain finally succumbed to her. Well, let's take a shower. After taking a shower, my body will smell better and look better. After all, the time I spend alone with him is very precious. Besides, it's just dysmenorrhea, so taking a shower shouldn't be a problem. She comforted herself by warming a pot of hot water and drinking the Yuanhu pain relief tablets prescribed by the doctor, and then went to the bathroom. She took off her coat, took off the rubber band on her double ponytails, and gathered her long hair together and draped it over her shoulders. Zhang Zuli walked into the bathroom barefoot and ran some hot water for a while before closing the door to take a shower. But even if the doctor told her to be happier and not to deliberately think about unhappy things, but how could Zhang Zuli bear it? When she was taking a shower, her mind was filled with the scene of He Qing holding Lin Zhengren's hands and blowing on his palms in the morning. She frowned slightly. Zhengren, big fool. There was another pain in her stomach, and she quickly squatted down and covered her abdomen. After a simple wash, she cleverly put the key under the carpet at the door, so that she would not have to get out of bed to open the door for the big fool, and then went to lie on the bed. On the other side, Lin Zhengren had nothing to do when he returned home. He took a shower and had breakfast as usual. He checked the venue and date of the competition to make sure there was no change, and then went to Zhang Zuli's house. When he arrived at her door, he knocked on the door. No one answered. Zhang Zuli heard the knock on the door and huddled in bed to call Lin Zhengren. After the call was connected, she told him the situation. Hello, Zhengren? The key is under the carpet. Open the door and come in yourself. Under the carpet? Well, aren't you at home? Why is it under the blanket? I have a stomach ache today and don't want to get out of bed. But, she didn't want Lin Zhengren to leave. I just need to take a break. I can still practice singing. Stomachache. Lin Zhengren found the key, opened the door and walked in. He saw the school bag and clothes thrown casually on the sofa. He remembered that she seemed to have a stomach ache just now in the car, but it was not too severe at that time. So he went directly to Zhang Zuli's bedroom. When he opened the door, he saw Zhang Zuli with her long hair spread, hugging her stomach and curled up on the bed. She looked a little haggard today, even though she usually looked proud. Her eyebrows were slightly wrinkled, and her lips were a little pale, but she was still very beautiful. Seeing Lin Zhengren coming over, Zhang Zuli, who was covered with a quilt, tried to raise her head and grinned, pretending to be strong and powerful. Zhengren, you are here? Please sit for a while. I have a stomachache. Let me take a break. Anyway, there is no rush to practice singing. Otherwise, you can also tell me about the competition first." After saying that, she covered her stomach again, and her forehead was covered with a layer of fine sweat because of this forced smile. Linz Hengren walked to the bed and sat down. "Don't worry about the competition for now. What's wrong with you? Have you seen a doctor?" Although Jiang Zuli seems stubborn, she is actually like an ordinary girl. When she is vulnerable, as long as the boy she likes has a little concern for her, she will feel much better. But because of what happened in the morning, it made her a little speechless. "Well, I've seen it. The doctor said it hurts." She looked at the bed sheet, a little shy. "Dysmenorrhea. It's nothing, just a small problem, dysmenorrhea." Jiang Zuli covered her stomach and whispered, "What's wrong? I'm a girl too. Many people have dysmenorrhea. It's not a big deal." Linz Hengren saw her haggard look and wanted to stand up to buy some things. But who knew that Jiang Zuli subconsciously grabbed the corner of his clothes when she saw him leaving. "Zhengren, what are you going to do? Don't go home. I can really practice singing today." She was a little anxious, and grinned with a fake smile. "I don't feel the pain in my stomach anymore. If you don't believe me, look, I'm sitting up now." After saying that, she wanted to use her arms to support her body and wanted to sit up. As a result, after getting up, not only did she have a stomachache, but she also suddenly felt a chill on her body, and a section of the quilt covering her upper body fell off. Most of her smooth shoulders were exposed. She turned her head and found that she had forgotten everything after taking a shower because she only thought about coming to bed. She forgot everything. So she was clean. "Ah," Jiang Zuli blushed and quickly grabbed the quilt. "Don't look. How could I forget?" She remembered that she had put her clothes at the door of the bathroom. She blushed even more, but the pain in her stomach made her want to cover her stomach. She was in a panic. Linz Hengren didn't know what she was doing with her claws and teeth bared, like a lion dance. Coming back to her and covering her with the quilt, Jiang Zuli almost thought he was going to do something, and closed her eyes. "What are you going to do? Don't come over here first, I tell you. Although I can't resist now, I will be angry. I will be angry. I'm scary when I'm angry. I will really blame you." Linz Hengren knocked her head with his hand and warned her, "Shut your mouth." Jiang Zuli finally calmed down after a headache. Linz Hengren was puzzled. "Why are you not feeling well and still talking nonsense? Just lie down and rest. Have you had breakfast?" Jiang Zuli saw that he was fierce and concerned about her, so she carefully pulled the quilt. "No, I didn't have any mood to eat when my stomach hurts." "And why did you hit me?" Linz Hengren helplessly. "Then did you take the medicine? Did you take the painkillers?" "Yeah, I did." Linz Hengren thought it was outrageous. "So you took the medicine but didn't eat? Don't you know that dysmenorrhea without eating will make the discomfort worse? And you are really good at taking medicine on an empty stomach. Lie down." Seeing that he was so fierce, Jiang Zuli didn't dare to talk back and continued to hold her stomach while lying on the bed. "Linz Hengren, I'll go buy you some hot food. You wait for me in bed." Linz Hengren turned to leave. Jiang Zuli looked at him fearfully. "Zhengren, you won't leave me and sneak away, will you?" Linz Hengren turned back. "What do you think? When have I ever left you? If I really want to leave, I won't find a reason to leave. I will just say I'm leaving, so just wait in bed obediently." After that, he closed the bedroom door, went to the refrigerator in the living room to check, and sure enough, there was nothing she wanted, so she went out directly. Jiang Zuli lay on the bed staring blankly at the bedroom door, listening to the sound of him closing the door and leaving. She was tasting his words in a daze. The pain in her stomach made her curl up unconsciously and talk to herself. "But I clearly saw you and He Qing so close in the morning. I believe you won't abandon me, but what's going on?" Linz Hengren went to the supermarket to buy some brown sugar, red dates and lemons, and then went to the stall to buy a bowl of millet porridge and buns. Then he returned to Jiang Zuli's home and first checked on her situation in bed. "Are you still in pain?" Jiang Zuli was still happy to see him come back, and nodded slowly. "It still hurts a little." "What did you buy?" "You'll know later." After closing the bedroom door again, Linz Hengren went to the kitchen to find the corresponding tools and started to fiddle with it. Although Linz Hengren had never been in love in his previous life, he had read too many messy books. And don't think that he is not popular with boys because of these little girls in this life, but in fact, Linz Hengren still had many good friends when he was in school in his previous life. I especially remember that there was a big warm man in the university dormitory. At that time, he told everyone in the university dormitory all day long about how good he was to his girlfriend. He knew how to make brown sugar water for his girlfriend, give her a massage, rub her feet and hands to warm her stomach. Although no one cared about those things, he would talk about them from time to time, causing Lin Suhengren and other roommates to remember them unconsciously. So at this moment, based on the original partial memory, and Lin Suhengren searched the internet for more detailed production methods. Finally, after a long time of tossing in the kitchen, a small pot of brown sugar water was freshly made. Lin Suhengren took a sip and thought it was okay, so he poured a cup and took breakfast to Zhang Zuli's bedroom. When Zhang Zuli looked up and saw the brown sugar water in Lin Suhengren's hand, although she had just heard him making something outside, she didn't think about it at all. Brown sugar water. Did you buy it? Where can I buy this? Brown sugar is sold, but I don't think it's useful to just soak it, so I made it for you in the kitchen. Ah. Made it for me? Zhang Zuli looked at Lin Suhengren in surprise, her face flushed. After all, someone didn't realize how much damage this matter had on a girl at this time. You can also make this? It's very troublesome, right? It's quite simple. He sat on the bed and asked, can you sit up? Yes, Zhang Zuli sat up slowly. This time she didn't forget to pull the quilt to cover her body. After all, her body was clean. She stared at Lin Suhengren's action of blowing hot air, hesitating. Where did you learn this from? Could it be that I just learned it from the internet? After all, I haven't made it myself before, but it's quite simple. I can learn it at a glance. Zhang Zuli's eyes widened slightly, thinking, did you learn it on the spot? Did he think wrong? Lin Suhengren blew it again, take a sip and try it, but she was stunned. What's wrong? Zhang Zuli came back to her senses and said shyly, nothing, nothing. I was just wondering whether He Qing has menstrual cramps. Ah, Lin Suhengren understood. She didn't think that she learned it because she did it for He Qing before. He hit her head with his other hand, and Zhang Zuli felt pain. Lin Suhengren was helpless. I said I learned it on the spot. Are you deaf? And He Qing doesn't have menstrual cramps during her period. If it weren't for you feeling uncomfortable, do you think I would have nothing to do and make this kind of thing for you? Zhang Zuli's eyes trembled, and she didn't know how to answer. Her face flushed and she lowered her head. So you mean you learned it specifically for me? Lin Suhengren sighed and handed the cup over. I'm too lazy to say more to you. I'll hold it for you to drink. You try it and see how it works. Zhang Zuli raised her head and stretched out her hand. I can hold it myself. But when she stretched out her hand, the quilt fell off again. She pulled the quilt again, her face flushed and panicked. Lin Suhengren was really convinced. Hurry up, I'll just bring you the drink. Why are you taking so long? What's the delay? It's just because you were too gentle today. I feel embarrassed. Then I drink it, she asked. Well, try it. Zhang Zuli slowly sipped from the edge of the cup, sipped it and sighed. It's so sweet. And there are even red dates and lemon flavors floating on it. You actually made it so carefully, Lin Suhengren explained. After all, it's done, so of course you have to make something good. Have another sip, and then have breakfast. Oh, okay. Zhang Zuli took another sip. It was a little hot. Lin Suhengren helped blow it. Drink more. This small action was a bit lethal to the girl. Zhang Zuli rarely drank so honestly. Nodding, okay, I want to eat. Lin Suhengren put the cup aside and took the breakfast and porridge in his hand. Maybe it was because she was in a good mood, or maybe it was because of the medicine or the brown sugar water. She actually felt that her stomach didn't hurt that much. She was able to calm down and tidied up the quilt covering her upper body, then stretched out her hand. I can eat this myself. Lin Suhengren handed it to her. Zhang Zuli said thank you, and then ate her breakfast in small bites, secretly looking at Lin Suhengren with her proud and energetic eyes. When Lin Suhengren looked at her, she quickly looked away and pretended that nothing happened. Staring at her until she finished her breakfast, it was obvious that her stomach ache had gotten better. How are you now? Much better, Zhang Zuli blushed and asked. But how do you know so much about girls? Since He Qing doesn't have dysmenorrhea, how do you know that dysmenorrhea will be worse if she doesn't eat breakfast? What do you mean He Qing doesn't have dysmenorrhea? Oh no. I mean, that's... Lin Suhengren thought of what happened in the morning. You saw what happened at the school gate this morning, right? That's why you kept calling He Qing He Qing. Zhang Zuli hugged the quilt and nodded slowly. Yeah, I saw it all. But I didn't peek on purpose, she told the truth. I just happened to go a few minutes early and saw her holding your hand to keep you warm and my boyfriend's hand warm. Zhang Zuli suddenly blamed herself. But that's right, we've been fine for 2 weeks, but I don't think I've ever been alone with you. You may think it's boring to be in a relationship with me, so, you cheated on me and wanted to break up with me and find someone else. What do you mean find someone else? What? Zhang Zuli looked up at Lin Suhengren. She couldn't lose her temper because she had just been taken care of, and she really couldn't be mean to Lin Suhengren. You never lied to me before. Won't you admit what happened this morning? I saw it with my own eyes. What happened this morning didn't happen. I admit it. Zhang Zuli bit her lip aggrievedly, closed her eyes and retorted, that's it. Don't you still want to break up with me? You want to be with He Qing. Although I am very unwilling, although I have only been with you for a short time, I still have a lot of things to do with you. No, I should say that I haven't had time to do anything with you. You just don't want me anymore. She hugged the quilt and felt that since she was dumped anyway, she might as well say everything. She seemed to accept the reality, but she couldn't accept it. The arrogant antenna lost the signal. Forget it, let's break up. Although you don't want me anymore, I still like you so much. I have liked you since I was a child. Since the 4th grade, when the whole class didn't believe me and you were the only one who believed me, I fell in love with you. Over the years, the happiest thing for me when I wake up every day is to meet you. I just want to find more opportunities to talk to you every day. Although I am a little hypocritical, I am shy. She said that she felt wronged and wanted to cry. I don't know why other girls are so bold. Every time I want to say that I miss you, I can't say it. It's hard to say it, but I refute myself. That's why I give others opportunities frequently. I don't want to be at Sundeer. I have been trying to change since I entered high school, but I am just this kind of personality. She sniffed and hugged her thighs tightly. I don't like Sundeers either. Who would like Sundeers? They are dishonest and only know how to talk back to the person they like all day long, making you angry, but I really like you. She wanted to take 2 pieces of toilet paper from the side to blow her nose, but she couldn't find it. It was still Lin Suhengren who handed it to her. Zhang Zuli also said thank you and continued to confide her feelings, although it may sound a bit mean, even if you dump me, you, this idiot, will still be the only one in my heart. Apart from you, I don't even want to look at other boys. There is no room for anyone else in my heart. Zhang Zuli wiped her tears with her hands again, and even glanced at Lin Suhengren when she was excited, without noticing Lin Suhengren's curious eyes at all. Zhang Zuli, anyway, you don't want me anymore, and there's nothing I can hold back from saying, and I'm not trying to save the relationship. It's just that I should have told you these words a long time ago, and today is a good time to say them all. Her eyes were filled with tears and her voice was choked with sobs. I really like you. What I said before was that I married you because you couldn't find a girlfriend was a lie. How could you not find a girlfriend when you are so popular with girls? It's true that I simply wanted to marry you, but I was just making an excuse for myself. She lowered her head. Okay, I've said everything I should say. I will agree to whatever you say next, just say it. She suddenly felt aggrieved again, sobbing and wiping her tears. Even if you don't want me anymore, I will agree. Woo woo woo. Although I can't accept it at all. Woo woo woo. Lin Suhengren was ashamed, and felt that it was rare for Zhang Zuli to say so many things. When did I say I didn't want you? Didn't I say many times before that I would not abandon you? So of course you are still mine. Woo 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 him. Zhang Zuli thought he was going to break up, but when she heard it, she suddenly looked at him and stopped crying for a moment, not quite understanding. Then what about He Qing? Oh, as for He Qing, she is also mine. Of course I will not abandon He Qing. You two are both mine. Chapter 120, Honest Lin Suhengren. The quiet atmosphere made the sound of the cars passing by downstairs and the loudspeaker of the old lady selling fried dough sticks at the entrance of the community become particularly loud. Zhang Zuli's eyes in the bedroom gradually widened. She had thought of everything Lin Suhengren might say today. But this sentence really broke through the dimensional wall in her mind. What are you talking about? Lin Suhengren asked. Isn't this normal? Zhang, normal? Zhang Zuli stuttered. Is it true that I heard it right, idiot? What did you say just now? You actually said that both of us are yours. Her eyes were still red, but she had already clenched her fists and closed her eyes to argue. You heard me right? No. Say it again if you dare. What did you just say? I said both of you are mine. Say it again if you dare. I said both of you are mine. Zhang Zuli blushed and looked at Lin Suhengren in surprise, not daring to imagine how there could be such a shameless person in the world. You actually said it a few more times. How can this be possible? You can only have one between me and He Qing. How can anyone want 2 girlfriends? I have never heard of it before. Lin Suhengren sat on the bed and said seriously, not really. Are you sure you haven't heard of it? Isn't it often seen on TV? She remembered that it was indeed seen on TV dramas, so she changed her words. I may have heard of it, but, Zhang Zuli hugged the quilt shyly and curled up there. No, this is too outrageous. How can you be like this? And you say you are not a fool. Isn't this the kind of thing only fools would say? Fool, pighead. After saying that, she was so angry that her stomach hurt again and she held her stomach. Lin Zhengren handed the cup over helplessly. Why are you so excited? You have to make yourself have a stomach ache again. Have another sip. Zhang Zuli looked at him in confusion, wondering how could this man be like this, gentle and yet a scoundrel. She didn't know what to say. But seeing that this was the brown sugar water he made for her, she could only slowly put her lips on the cup and gently take a small sip. It was just a little hot, so she didn't drink it in. Lin Zhengren blew the hot air on it again. Try again. Zhang Zuli stared at the corner of his mouth shyly, took another sip, swallowed it, and it was still very sweet. Her heart was pounding. But this time she felt something was wrong, so she closed her eyes again and buried her head in her knees. Even if you are so good to me, I won't agree. This thing won't work. I can agree to anything you want, but this thing won't work, stupid Zhengren. How can you be so fickle? She secretly looked at Lin Zhengren's reaction, and found that Lin Zhengren was still very casual. Not understanding, why are you so calm? Say something quickly. What? Wasn't what I said simple enough? I said you both belong to me. Lin Zhengren was full of righteousness. What's the matter with you looking so serious? What I mean is that it's too simple. Logically speaking, even if you want to say something so outrageous, you should have some excuse. An excuse that will force me to agree. Lin Zhengren put down the cup and answered sincerely, no, because I don't like to force or deceive others, especially girls, because sincerity can't be forced, just like when I taught you to sing. I said that as long as you are sincere and willing to follow me, I will teach you to get better and better. Didn't I say that at the beginning? Same principle, yes. Zhang Zuli thought of that day when she was a child. That's what you said, and I agreed to it, but, she clenched the cup in her hand and felt the sweetness of the brown sugar water in her mouth. Girlfriends are different, although I really like that you won't lie to me. She looked aside and muttered to herself, unless you really insist on this kind of thing, I won't agree, but if you really insist, then I can't help it. You compromise so quickly. What compromise? Zhang Zuli held her head and realized it belatedly. Why did I agree? After she finished talking, the quilt fell off again. Zhang Zuli quickly grabbed the quilt and said shamelessly, what can I do? You know I just like you. I have liked you for so many years. Even though I know you are so fickle, I am still by your side every day. But, she clenched her fists and questioned, I ask you, do you have the awareness to take good care of two girls? Having two girlfriends is very troublesome. Once they get angry and jealous because of something, you have to coax them. Lin Zhengren, I know, I knew it from the beginning. You? Zhang Zuli buried her head in her knees, took a long breath and felt speechless. I really have nothing to say, you idiot. Do whatever you want. Anyway, I am a brainless guy. I am so obsessed with you. I am afraid I am sick. Lin Zhengren handed the cup over again. Drink 2 more sips and lie down. Although your stomach doesn't hurt anymore, you will still feel uncomfortable for 2 days during your period. Zhang Zuli looked at him again, pursed her lips, took the cup from his hand and drank it all. She looked at him with disdainful eyes. You didn't think so from the beginning, did you? You just wanted to have them all, not letting anyone go? Lin Zhengren took the cup. Of course, I never changed my mind. You really are. Zhang Zuli's little fist hit Lin Zhengren's arm quickly. You are really a playboy. While hitting, Zhang Zuli suddenly lost her balance and leaned her face on Lin Zhengren's arm. But she didn't get up, but leaned her forehead on it and suddenly pursed her lips and sniffed. Lin Zhengren was surprised. What's wrong again? Zhang Zuli shook her head and answered softly word by word. It's okay. Although you are so fickle and you mentioned it openly, I actually feel a little happy in my heart. Maybe it's because it's not the first day you have been fickle. I'm used to it, and the most important thing to me is that you still care about me. Lin Zhengren, it's not Yiren, but both you and He Qing have always been very important to me. I have always cared about you, and this care will never change, even if it's hard to chat with you sometimes because you say one thing and mean another. Zhang Zuli suddenly made a shy and arrogant sound, and her heart was itchy because of these words. She lay back on the bed, covered herself with a quilt, and asked with a blushing face, by the way, have you seen everything you shouldn't have seen today? The quilt fell off me so many times. Linz Hengren remembered the times when the quilt fell off her today, and told the truth. No, I didn't see anything. At most I saw your shoulders. Impossible. She remembered that Linz Hengren would not lie, but was curious. Is it true, really? Because you are very thin, very thin. Zhang Zuli reacted and hit Linz Hengren with her hand again. You mean that my thing is very small, right? So you can't see it even if the quilt falls off. It's okay, it's cute too. I really hate you. She snorted and turned around. Although I don't have to have you accompany me, but since you are my boyfriend, it's okay for you to accompany me. I want to sleep for a while, and I want to see you by my side when I wake up. Well, today I was supposed to chat with you about a game, so I won't leave. Zhang Zuli's lips curled up happily. And since it's so hot in the room, why don't you wear your coat? You can throw your coat on me and I can cover myself with it. She closed her eyes and said what was in her mind unconsciously. This way I can sleep while smelling your scent. Linz Hengren sighed that this guy has a little quirk. Chapter 121, A Marriage Contract. After waking up from a nap, Zhang Zuli looked back at Linz Hengren, who was leaning on the bed reading a book, with hazy eyes, and blinked awkwardly. Her stomach didn't hurt so much anymore, and she was conscious. But this time, an unprecedented sense of shame climbed up her head faster than her consciousness. The stomach ache in the morning, coupled with Linz Hengren's gentle treatment and the silence of a broken heart, she chattered so much at the time, but her mind was not so clear. But now she suddenly realized what she had said, saying that she liked him, saying that no one wanted her before and that she wanted to marry him were all excuses, and also saying that even if she was dumped by him, she would still like him without hesitation. There was only him in her heart. Although these things were true, she never thought that one day she would say them all in front of him. Zhang Zuli's face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye, and it seemed that she was about to explode. Fortunately, Linz Hengren, who was standing by, noticed the abnormality of the little girl and gave her a head slap in time, deflated the big balloon. Otherwise, she would definitely use her little fists to attack again. Zhang Zuli was quite normal and looked like an adult at school, but every time she was alone with him, she seemed to turn back to her childhood. Even He Qing was the same in this regard, and the little fox was even more so. When they were alone, she always liked to lie on him. Not to mention adults, she didn't look like a human, but a fox. At this time, Zhang Zuli was so painful that she covered her forehead. Linz Hengren asked, "Are you awake?" Zhang Zuli's face was still red, and she looked at him in a delicate tone. "Hengren, why did you hit me for no reason? Does your stomach still hurt?" Zhang Zuli felt it for a while. "No, it doesn't hurt anymore, but it's still a little uncomfortable. I think I should be able to practice singing in the afternoon." Linz Hengren stretched out his hand and Zhang Zuli thought he was going to play him again, but he just used his hand to push away a strand of hair that stuck to her mouth after sleeping. "Don't get out of bed if you want to practice in the afternoon. Practice on the bed. I'll bring you the guitar." Zhang Zuli stared at Linz Hengren's delicate movements, her eyes full of the shyness unique to girls. Her ears were red. She thought that maybe it was not bad to say those words in the morning. Although she was very shy, it was normal to say those words to her boyfriend. There should be nothing to be ashamed of. When Linz Hengren stood up to get his guitar, he turned back curiously. "By the way, do you want clothes? I didn't expect you to be so honest when sleeping, especially your legs like to stick out from the quilt when you fall asleep. I have covered you 2 or 3 times. Zhang Zuli looked down at her smooth long leg that was now stretched out. Because she was not wearing leggings, she could even see something else from the gap in the quilt. She was so embarrassed that she was incoherent. She quickly retracted her legs and covered herself with a quilt. "Pervert." Linz Hengren was helpless. "So I won't get clothes for you, of course." She showed her small smart head from the quilt. "Big pervert," someone sighed. "You guys are really protected too well by me. Do you know what a real pervert looks like? Let me show you." After saying that, Linz Hengren was about to take off his shirt. Zhang Zuli was really scared, and quickly hid her head again. "No. I was wrong. What do you want to do? Don't be impulsive." Linz Hengren felt that it was interesting to tease these little guys from time to time. "The joy of life. I'm just teasing you. I'll get you some clothes." After saying that, he left the bedroom. Zhang Zuli only showed her head again when she heard him leave the bedroom. She snorted softly and then laughed. Hengren is sometimes quite cute, but he's a little fickle. After a while, Zhang Zuli simply changed into pajamas on the bed. She sat there with a guitar, and even tied her long hair into 2 ponytails with a rubber band. Lin Zhengren asked curiously, "Since you are not going out anyway, why do you have to tie your hair up at home?" Zhang Zuli answered, "As a matter of course, I feel that it feels better to sing with my hair tied up." Speaking of double ponytails, I forgot which online post I saw it on recently. The post said that with this hairstyle, your boyfriend can hold your hands with both hands? What does this mean? What do you mean by holding? I looked through the comments but didn't understand. I just saw that they all said they understood. Lin Zhengren smiled and immediately understood what the netizens were saying. "Do you really want to know?" Zhang Zuli nodded. "So what does it mean?" "Zhengren, do you understand?" "I do understand, let me tell you. Anyway, you are grown up now. Even if I don't tell you and you often go online, you will know sooner or later. Come over and I will tell you in your ear." Zhang Zuli was curious. "Are you still so mysterious?" She stood up with her knees straight and leaned her ear over. Lin Zhengren explained the meaning of this sentence in a soft voice. Zhang Zuli was stunned at first, then her face turned red and she quickly hugged her twin ponytails in her arms, cursing in shame. "Zhengren is a pervert. And a big pervert." "What are you talking about?" Lin Zhengren looked innocent. "You asked it yourself." "Okay. I didn't ask it on my own initiative, then that's also perverted." She hugged her head and closed her eyes again, regretting, "I wouldn't have asked you if I had known. My mind is out of picture." Lin Zhengren knocked her head. "Calm down. It's time to practice singing." She became obedient after a knock. Of course, she will never forget this, because she always feels that Zhengren will definitely do this to herself in the future. Holding her twin ponytails with both hands. In the afternoon, Zhang Zuli was playing the guitar on the bed. It was the first time she was so happy since the end of military training. She was in a good mood and naturally played the song in full swing. Lin Zhengren mentioned something today. "By the way, Lily, I used to think you were too young to do this kind of thing, but now you are an adult. Have you ever thought about making a video of the original song and putting it on the internet? Make some extra money and increase your popularity at the same time." She stopped playing. Lily Zhang Zuli focused all her attention on these 2 words, because Lin Zhengren had never called her like that before. She was in a daze for a long time, and when she saw Lin Zhengren frowning, she quickly scratched her face with her hand, looked up at the ceiling and answered with a red face, "About this matter, let me think about it." "Oh, yes, I did think about it before. But at that time I felt that my singing was not good enough, so I didn't do it. After all, once it is posted online, there will be a lot of comments. Later, there were a lot of things in school, and I forgot about it." Lin Zhengren, "It won't be a lot of comments. In fact, most video producers don't even have human or machine comments when they post their videos online. Those videos you see with a lot of comments are all hot-selling ones." Zhang Zuli blinked. "Really? I'm not sure, but I think it's not easy for them to become popular. By the way, your studio should allow this kind of thing, right? It stands to reason that musicians have their own video accounts." "It is a default thing," Zhang Zuli replied. "It should be possible, because I have seen other people shoot videos and post them online before, but it seems that no one has made any money." Lin Zhengren thought for a while. "Just ask before the competition. If possible, then let's start with the town competition this week. When you compete, I will record your video separately and send it to your personal account. This will have a high chance of doubling your popularity, even in photography." Lin Zhengren is proficient in everything and the videos he shoots are not comparable to those of ordinary people. Zhang Zuli nodded. "Okay, I'll listen to you." "Yeah, but at this time Zhang Zuli thought of something. "By the way, there is one more thing, Zhengren, you should not have forgotten it, right? You said at the beginning that if I won the championship, you would accompany me to the zoo and watch a movie." "Of course, I definitely didn't forget it." Zhang Zuli grinned happily. "It's good that you didn't forget it, Zoo. Since Zhengren and I are boyfriend and girlfriend, then, we should be able to do some excessive things when we go shopping. After all, it will really be a date between lovers, holding hands, hugging and even." Yet, Zhang Zuli fantasized about a beautiful dream. The nights in autumn and winter get dark quickly, and Lin Zhengren and Zhang Zuli said goodbye and went home in the afternoon. Before they parted, she got out of bed and stood at the door, smiling and waving at Lin Zhengren. "Zhengren, bye, come back tomorrow, okay?" After crossing the crossroads downstairs, Lin Zhengren returned home. He was surprised to see his grandfather again, sitting on the sofa drinking tea. "Lin Zhengren, Grandpa. Why are you here?" Grandpa exclaimed when he saw Lin Zhengren. "My dear grandson. You've grown taller in just 1 month." Lin Ziali and Lin Yingjin were cleaning up in the kitchen. Lin Ziali said, "Ranran is back? Ranran, Dad, you two go wash your hands and we'll have dinner later," Grandpa and Lin Zhengren both responded. The latter replied, "Grandpa, no, I'm only a month old and I can't grow much." "So what are you doing here?" Grandpa stood up and said, "I brought some things from home for your parents, but I came here this time to talk to you about your childhood engagement. Have you met that girl since you entered high school?" Lin Zhengren thought of Zhang Jin's matter. "Not really, but I have seen what she looks like." Zhang Jin might not know that she was his childhood engagement object. After all, neither of them mentioned it. "Oh, so, I don't understand what you are talking about, my dear grandson," Grandpa continued. "Anyway, I have made an appointment with my comrade in arms. I originally planned to let you meet on the second day. But I thought that you young people have a lot of things to do, so I thought you two should make an appointment by yourselves. The other party said that she will take the initiative to add you tonight. You can make an appointment with her to meet in the next 2 days. Set the date yourself. According to my old comrade in arms, the other party is looking forward to meeting you. Adventure, a paper marriage, in the office of a music team in Luding City. Many singers, staff and leaders were sitting in a large office for a meeting. The woman sitting in the front was naturally the boss of the team, Zhang Jingxi. She was elegant and mature as she flipped through the materials of other studios in this competition. "I have said everything I need to say. Please compete well in this competition. I will get a big prize if you win the championship. Also, are there any outstanding people from other studios in this competition?" A leader said. "Mr. Zhang, I have heard of one. There is a singer named Zhang Zuli in the studio next door. She is very talented. I have heard her sing once before and she is really amazing." "Zhang Zuli? What is the background of this girl? How old is she?" "No background, only about 16 or 17 years old. She is simply talented. And I heard that she did not learn from the studio, but had a separate teacher. The teacher was a boy about her age." Zhang Jingxi stopped flipping through the materials. She felt that the words sounded familiar and looked up. "What?" Chapter 122. Tsundir is left with only Tsundir. Another talented student, and he also doesn't study with a team but has a separate teacher? The same thing happened with taekwondo last time. Exactly the same. Although Zhang Jingxi felt that it was unlikely, after all, even if Brother Zhengren was all-round, he couldn't be so all-round, right? You can say that he trained one girl for his interest, but you can say that he trained two and they are so compatible with each other. Zhang Jingxi looked at the team leader. "Do you know the name of the boy? Do you have any information about him?" "This. I don't know, Mr. Zhang. After all, I just heard about it, but I did hear Zhang Zuli singing. She is very talented." At this point, the leader said, "Oh, by the way, Mr. Zhang, in addition to Zhang Zuli, because you spent money to hire some famous singers to be judges this time, it seems that after the province knew about this, a team called Xing came to participate. It is said that the background is quite mysterious and the strength is also very strong." Zing, Zhang Jingxi didn't care about this matter. She only cared about Lin Zhengren now, and her curiosity was almost entirely on him. "It's fine that my sister lost everything to him. She's young, but as an older sister, although I don't care so much about winning or losing, but if I always lose after investing so much money, I always feel that it's not right." "I know. Anyway, you guys should compete well in the competition on the 5th and 6th, and use all your strength and don't take it lightly. There are 2 topics this time. One theme is ethereal, and the other is free and original. Each person prepares 2 songs." "Did you hear that?" Everyone in the team nodded. "Yes, Mr. Zhang." Zhang Jingxi took out her mobile phone and looked at the time, then stood up and walked out of the big office. "Let's adjourn the meeting." The sound of the high heels made everyone feel a little flustered, and everyone was relieved when they saw her leave. After all, although Zhang Jingxi usually speaks gently, her actions are actually very different from her speaking style. When talking about business training, students are very serious, and they are not relentless when punishing others for doing something wrong. This sense of sharpness after gentleness is the most unique thing about Zhang Jingxi. And although she was backed by the powerful Zhang Group, she could have accepted the family business or chosen to be cynical after she became an adult. But Zhang Jingxi relied on her unique business talent and keen sense of smell, which made her earn a lot of money in other fields in the past few years, and also helped the company attract a lot of investment. So this young lady is also very famous in the Zhang group. But she didn't expect Lin Hengren to appear in the middle of the road, which made her recently suppress her thoughts of making money. Back to the Rolls-Royce outside. The driver sat in the driving seat, and he kept waiting without Zhang Jingshi speaking. The woman sat in the back seat with her legs folded, and the perfect curve of the black silk on her calves and ankles looked extremely smooth and tempting. Find someone's WeChat account and add it with a small account. Smile with a light lipstick on the corner of her mouth. Note on the friend request, your fiancé on the other side, Lin Hengren, who was also searching for something on the internet with his mobile phone in the bedroom at the moment, saw the friend request. Usually, there are many junior and senior students who add Lin Hengren, so his mobile phone will pop up a friend request from time to time, but he usually doesn't look at it. It was only today that Grandpa mentioned that thing, and Lin Hengren would pick up the phone after the message popped up. As a result, he saw the 3 words fiancé. He was a little stunned. Fiancé? What the hell is a fiancé? Let's not talk about the fact that the words child marriage and fiancé are not the same thing, and isn't the object of his childhood marriage Zhang Jin? Would she send such a note? Lin Hengren clicked to agree. Zhang Jingshi in the car bit her lip, looking like a sister teasing her brother, and typed seriously, "Hello, are you Grandpa Lin's grandson? I am your fiancé, my last name is Zhang. You don't have to tell me your name, let's keep it a little mysterious." Lin Hengren on the other side had a question mark on his face. "Hello, I have time on the evenings of the 2nd, 3rd and 4th. I may be a little busy on the evening of the 5th and may not be free. I will be completely busy on the 6th and 7th. You can choose the time to meet." Lin Hengren was concise. Zhang Jingshi thought he was really simple to chat with, and sent another message, "Why are you in such a hurry to set a date? Since it's a blind date, you should at least get to know each other first." Lin Hengren, "It's not a blind date, it's just a meeting. I think you think so too, right? It's over after the meeting," Zhang Jingshi replied. "Who said I want it to be over after the meeting? Actually, I do want to find a boyfriend, because my family has been urging me to get to know some men I don't like for a long time. They're all business sons, but I don't like that type. The boyfriend I want to find is someone I really like and admire." After waiting for a minute, Lin Hengren replied. Lin Hengren, 6 Zhang Jingshi felt that she wanted to laugh even if her brother Hengren just sent a few dots, and the number 6 made her couldn't help but puff in the car. "But if I continue, I might be exposed. He might guess that it was me. I just need to tease him a little today. The meeting will be the most interesting. Let's talk about the meeting directly. Why is the meeting time you just sent only in the evening? Aren't we dating for one day?" Lin Hengren, "Let's meet in the evening first, and I have something to do during this national day. I really can't spare time during the day." Zhang Jingshi saw the words busy during the day. It seems that if she is not wrong, the so-called teacher behind Zhang Zuli should be Lin Hengren. So, she actually has the same direction as the members she trained? This is also a magical fate. Okay, then on the evening of the 5th, I will go to you then. The 5th? I may not have time on the evening of the 5th. Yes, we will definitely meet then. That's it. I have something else to do here. Let's not talk about it for now. I am looking forward to meeting that day. Lin Hengren, who was lying on the bed, finally died. Picking up the photo of Zhang Jin that his grandfather gave him during the day, Lin Hengren looked at the photo and then looked at the chat history. It was so abstract no matter how he looked at it. Is this Zhang Jin? But why do I feel? Lin Hengren was embarrassed, and took a look at the photo. Now even he was a little confused about who his childhood sweetheart was. But it didn't matter. It didn't matter who it was. Anyway, he just met her once to get the reward of the adventure event. The next morning, Lin Hengren got up and went to Zhang Zuli's house again. The studio sent a new notice about the competition on the 5th and 6th today. Lin Hengren sat on Zhang Zuli's bed with his mobile phone, and Zhang Zuli sat on the bed and looked at the phone curiously. Lin Hengren, the competition has issued a new notice, and this notice is a bit long. Zhang Zuli read out the words on it. New notice. The competition from October 5th to October 6th has been partially changed. This competition will no longer adopt the elimination mode of each person singing an imitation song, but will adopt the voting mode of the little new star list and professional judges. Each participating singer must create 2 original songs. The top 10 singers will receive bonuses and an additional mysterious prize. Zhang Zuli was surprised when she read this, 2 original songs. And this new star list, is it the new star list I understand? But there is an extra small word. Little new star list, Linz Hengren, new star list? Do you mean the new star list for participating in the music candidates? Zhang Zuli nodded. There should only be this new star list, right? It is the large-scale program music candidates held in the Magic City. As long as you can rank in the top 100 of the new star list, you can participate in the music candidates program, and there are almost no singers who are not famous as long as they are on that program. It's just the difference in fame. Linz Hengren had searched for this music candidates program before. It was a large-scale program similar to the Voice of China in his previous life. It is indeed a top-level music stage. Zhang Zuli, but this competition has a small word, isn't it different? Linz Hengren, let's continue to read. Zhang Zuli nodded in shock and continued to read. For this music judge, we specially invited famous music stars Steve and Lungi to participate. They are so famous. Linz Hengren also knew that these two were very prestigious music stars in this world. The kind worth over 100 million. But I didn't expect that this town's competition would be so big. This level of celebrity judges should only appear in those extremely high-end competitions, but now they are here. Zhang Zuli continued to read excitedly. The two original songs created by the contestants in this competition, one must have an ethereal feeling, and the other can be freely expressed. After being selected by the judges, they will be eliminated. Those who are not eliminated can be on the little new star list. Finally, netizens will vote for the final song champion. The prize money has also been changed from the original 1,000 to 10,000 to a cash reward of 10,000 to 70,000 yuan. The above are all the changes for this competition. Please take it seriously. After reading all the changes excitedly, Zhang Zuli couldn't help but said, didn't this competition say that it was just a small competition at the beginning? How come it is so big? What's the little new star list, and celebrities are invited to come? Before the changes, the highest prize money for this competition was 10,000 yuan, but this time it has directly increased to 70,000. Linz Hengren took another look at the description of the competition. Then he saw Jiang Jingxi's name among many investors in the competition. He breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. It seems that this competition should be paved by Jiang Jingxi for the music team he leads. Although Jiang Jingxi had a lot of money, she couldn't do such a big thing. It could only be understood that her money might have become a coincidence that fueled the popularity of this show, attracting other powerful people to invest and join in the fun. Linz Hengren opened the studio group. Sure enough, the group was already in an uproar. The singers in the studio were all talking about it. Damn, have you seen the new notice? Steve and Lungi are coming to the town competition this time. They are both my idols. I saw it. I didn't expect this competition to be so big. Didn't our studio say that this was just a small competition? It seems that there has been a lot of investment in the past 6 months, so it has become a big deal, and many singer teams from outside the province have also come. Then how can we win the awards? There are so many great singers. The main thing is that there is a rising star list. Wasn't this list only available once a year for music candidates? How come we can be on this list this time? Didn't you look carefully? This is the small rising star list, which is specially made for this competition, but I heard from the grapevine that the so-called mysterious grand prize for the top 10 seems to be the ability to directly participate in the music candidate list. If you are on that show, even if you are eliminated in the first round, it counts as being on TV. Even in the internet age, it seems that everyone still has an inexplicable obsession with being on TV. Linz Hengren simply glanced at the chat history, turned off his phone and began to think, but Zhang Zuli was not as calm as Linz Hengren. She sat there in a panic with her eyes dazed, and after she came to her senses, she grabbed her arm and shook it continuously. Such a big competition. What should I do, Hengren? How can I win this? Linz Hengren saw her going crazy. Why are you panicking? Although this competition is bigger than we imagined, your music level is already very high. In addition, I have taught you for so long. I think even if there are more teams joining, few of the newcomers can beat you. Really? Really? She was still so excited and continued to shake Linz Hengren's arm, closing her eyes. But I'm so nervous now, and how can I create 2 original songs? There are only a few days before the competition. I always feel that the ones I created before can't be on such a serious stage. Linz Hengren helplessly stretched out his hand and knocked her head with his knuckles. Calm down, the beating still worked. Zhang Zuli screamed and covered her head and became obedient all of a sudden. Why are you hitting me again? Linz Hengren knew that this guy was still young, and he panicked when he heard that the small stage had become a big stage. Why are you so flustered? Although the competition is bigger, isn't the competition format simpler than before? There is no need for any elimination rounds. As long as everyone sings 2 songs on the stage, the contestants who are just filling in the numbers are eliminated, and the rest are put on the little new stars list for netizens to rate, isn't it? Zhang Zuli held her head. That's what I said, but this is my first time participating in such a big competition. I'm still nervous. She shook her little fist. Lin Zhengren stretched out his hand and hiked again, and Zhang Zuli let out a cry and calmed down. Getting beaten all day. Lin Zhengren said seriously, just believe in yourself. As for the original lyrics, I will accompany you to write them in the next 2 days. Zhang Zuli's confidence came up immediately when she heard that Lin Zhengren was going to help her. Really? Zhengren, you accompany me to write. Then I won't be so nervous. I said I will accompany you to write, but I will only give you some suggestions for revision. That's enough. Then let's start now. Today is the 2nd day, and the competition will start on the 5th in a few days. Then let's start directly, and find paper and pen now. Okay. Zhang Zuli quickly got out of bed to find a notebook and a pen, then returned to the bed, put the notebook on Lin Zhengren's legs, and bent over with a pen. She still sat in a duck position and began to think about how to write. Then she waited for half an hour. Zhang Zuli didn't write. She turned her head and laughed. Zhengren, do you have any good suggestions? How to write lyrics for this ethereal feeling? My mind is blank now. Lin Zhengren, Zhang Zuli also rarely acted like a spoiled child, pursed her lips and looked at Lin Zhengren with big eyes. She looked helpless. Lin Zhengren sighed. I'll tell you how to create. So for the next 3 days, Lin Zhengren was basically in Zhang Zuli's room. Because of his proficiency in the affinity of all things, Lin Zhengren almost had an idea when he heard the word ethereal. He sat on the bed and told Zhang Zuli the key points of ethereal. Zhang Zuli was also enlightened after hearing it. The little tiger teeth in her mouth were often exposed when she spoke, and her eyes were full of energy. I understand. In this way, it is indeed ethereal, so we set the theme of this song in the sea. It's alright. The deep sea, the forest, and even the silent city as the main body can make people feel ethereal, Lin Zhengren explained. Then the deep sea, yes, Zhang Zuli wrote and drew on the paper, and with Lin Zhengren's suggestions and modifications from time to time, finally after 3 days of playing and fighting, a song called Whale with the theme of ethereal feeling was completed. Another original song is a short adaptation of You Are My Star, which Zhang Zuli had created a long time ago. Finally, it was decided to use these 2 songs to participate in the competition on the 5th and 6th. Done. On the afternoon of the 4th, she looked at the 2 songs in her hands that had been polished for several days and held up the notebook high on the bed. With these 2 songs, I can definitely enter the top 10 this time, Lin Zhengren asked with a smile on the bed. Not the first. Zhang Zuli looked at Lin Zhengren. She grinned. Set a smaller goal first, but my goal is still the first. After all, if I get the first place, I can go on a date with Zhengren. After saying that, she wanted to sit down, but because she sat like a duck for too long, her legs were a little numb, and when she stood up, her whole body leaned forward. Lin Zhengren reached out to support her. Zhang Zuli screamed, my legs are numb. When she looked up, she found that her face was leaning on Lin Zhengren's shoulder. Looking at Lin Zhengren, who was so close to her and cared about her, the girl's face always blushed and her heartbeat came so quickly. Lin Zhengren, it's all done anyway. Let's take a break. Zhang Zuli stared at him blankly, and suddenly bit her lip. It was obviously a proud word, but the tone was more like a spoiled child. Let me make it clear first, I don't want to hug you, I'm really simple. I can't help it, I really don't want to take the initiative to hug you, huh? Zhang Zuli suddenly stretched out her hand and hugged Lin Zhengren's arm, her flushed face leaning against his shoulder. She seemed to be very strong when she was being spoiled. Thank you for staying with me these 2 days. After calming down, she lowered her tone and her whole face was red. What's the matter? Didn't I often accompany you before? He answered. It's different, because I always have all kinds of worries when I was with you in the past few years. Although I still have it now, after all, you have more than one girlfriend, but at least I feel really happy these days because you are my boyfriend. Lin Zhengren stretched out his hand to touch her head, but when he saw her twin ponytails, he held them in his palm. Zhang Zuli felt him touching her hair. She was very shy at first, but suddenly she thought of what happened that day. She remembered the saying on the internet, you can let your boyfriend hold your twin ponytails. Shy Zhang Zuli couldn't hold it anymore. She quickly let go of him and held her twin ponytails in her arms. She hesitated shyly. Zhang Zhengren, it's too early. I can't let you do that. At least finish the previous things first, Lin Zhengren said in confusion. Zhang Zuli looked away in shame and stammered, it means we haven't even held hands. How can we make love directly? At least we have to hold hands, hug and do that one by one, Lin Zhengren blinked. I thought she was really straightforward, but what did I do? Why did she think of that directly? Oh, I remember, twin ponytails. So I deliberately reached out to touch the twin ponytails again. As a result, Zhang Zuli was so embarrassed that she covered herself in the quilt. No. It's too early now, Lin Zhengren looked at her hiding in the quilt and laughed. It was really fun to tease these guys. The next day, the music competition was finally about to begin. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 123, Brothers Zhengren, we meet again. Lin Zhengren and Zhang Zuli got together on the morning of the 5th and arrived at the competition venue in the car of the music studio. Before leaving, the female boss of the music studio also seriously talked about the seriousness of this competition. Let me tell you, originally this competition was not so formal, it was just a small competition in the town, but after a series of changes, the scale of the competition has become much larger than before. If you can avoid being eliminated by the judges today and your original songs can be on the little new star list, you may have the opportunity to be on the stage of music candidates in the future. It is a rare and great opportunity. The female boss looked at the contestants in her studio. I won't say much more. I have seen everyone's discussions in the group these days. You all know the value of this competition. Come on, everyone. After saying these words, everyone's already nervous became even more tense. On the way to the competition venue, others were talking in the car. Zhang Zuli's hands were tightly grasping her knees and taking deep breaths. Lin Zhengren handed her a piece of candy brought from home. Zhang Zuli turned to look at Lin Zhengren. She looked at him, and was surprised that he never seemed to be nervous. She smiled. Thank you. She unwrapped the candy and put it in her mouth, and her nervousness was reduced by half. The venue for the music competition was a huge indoor stage, and the place was very spacious. There was a big stage in the front, and rows of auditoriums below. It looked like a place for stage plays before, and later it was renovated and turned directly into a music competition venue. Zhang Zuli and Lin Zhengren came in and looked at the crowd, about 400 or 500 people, crowded and very noisy. At first, everyone in the studio thought that most of them were spectators. But later, when they asked, they found out that there were no spectators in today's competition, all of them were contestants. Zhang Zuli was shocked. The other contestants were also shocked, and they all complained, I thought I was participating in some big show? The female boss of the studio also felt quite stressed looking at so many contestants. It seems that there are quite a few contestants from outside the province. The competition is really big. In this heated discussion, the back door of the internal staff in the distance opened, and two celebrity judges came out and attracted the attention of the crowd. The two people were naturally Shidi and Lun Ji. And the biggest investor of today's competition, Zhang Jingxi. The two celebrities walked out while chatting with Zhang Jingxi, probably some polite words. Zhang Jingxi also responded a few times, thank you for your hard work in the competition these 2 days. I hope that this time we can select a contestant that you will also recognize. The two judges nodded. Lin Zhengren looked at Zhang Jingxi in the crowd. Zhang Zuli stood beside Lin Zhengren and was curious about the beautiful sister. It's really Steve and Lunji. And who is that? So beautiful, the female boss of the studio said. That's President Zhang. Don't look at her young age. She is actually the biggest investor in this competition. She also has a professional singer team. She is the most difficult enemy you will face in this competition. Familiar words. Zhang Zuli stared at the facial features of the beautiful sister. Although it was not clear from a distance, she felt a little familiar. As for where she looked familiar, she couldn't tell. It seemed similar to someone she had seen. The female boss said, okay, let's go to our own place and sit down. The judges will read your names later and you will go on stage one by one. There are a total of 20 singers in our studio. At least 10 must be left for today's elimination round. Everyone responded in unison. Come on, Lin's Hengren wanted to go to the rest area with everyone. As a result, Zhang Jingshi turned her head in the distance and happened to catch a glimpse of Lin's Hengren's figure. Seeing that it was indeed him, she smiled helplessly. She was also curious to see the little sister next to him. She walked over slowly. Zhang Zuli and the female boss saw Zhang Jingshi coming and wanted to step aside to make way for them, but she walked straight towards Lin's Hengren. Zhang Jingshi, who was wearing high heels and had a slender and graceful figure, stopped in front of Lin's Hengren and looked at him tenderly and admiringly. "Brother Hengren, we meet again. It seems that we are really destined to meet." The female boss of the studio was surprised how Mr. Zhang knew Lin's Hengren. Zhang Zuli was also surprised how the sister knew Hengren. Lin's Hengren grinned. "Sister Zhang, we meet again." Zhang Jingshi looked down at the beautiful Zhang Zuli. Although Zhang Zuli was usually arrogant, she was not as quiet as He Qing in such an occasion. Instead, she took the initiative to ask, "Hengren, who is this sister?" Lin's Hengren introduced, "Sister Zhang," he said in Zhang Zuli's ear with a voice that only two people could hear. "She is Zhang Jin's sister." Zhang Zuli realized how familiar she was and looked at her in surprise. "Sister Zhang, so that's how it is, no wonder." Zhang Jingshi looked at Zhang Zuli tenderly. "You are Zhang Zuli, right? Hello, I have heard of you. You are a great musician. You are probably the dark horse in this competition, right?" Zhang Zuli smiled, thinking that she was not a dark horse, but just trying her best. "You are too polite, Sister Zhang." However, Zhang Jingshi was obviously not joking. After all, Lin's Hengren standing here proved that this little sister had enough talent. She still remembered the defeat in the taekwondo competition last week. This time, she really dared not underestimate him. Zhang Jingshi looked at Lin's Hengren again. "It's not convenient to talk in detail with so many people, but there will always be time to talk again. However, I told my brother privately that today's elimination round is very strict. After 2 rounds of elimination, only 50 of the 530 contestants will be left by the judges and enter the little new star list to participate in the voting. Come on." Lin's Hengren nodded. "Thank you, Sister Zhang. I'm going to be busy. Bye." Zhang Jingshi looked at Lin's Hengren meaningfully, and then turned around and left with a group of people. This simple glance made the girl in love notice it, and she blinked dully. She looked at Zhang Jingshi and then at Lin's Hengren, then looked at Zhang Jingshi and then at Lin's Hengren again. "What's going on?" "Hengren?" Lin's Hengren lowered his head and asked, "What's going on? Just how did you two know each other? Why does she have such a good feeling about you?" Lin's Hengren always felt that this scene was familiar, as if He Qing had asked himself the same question. Soon, Lin's Hengren sat with a jealous Zhang Zuli and talked about how he met Zhang Jingshi, and also talked about the taekwondo competition last week. Zhang Zuli was very surprised to hear, "Ah, so last week you and He Qing defeated this team called Zhang Ji." Lin's Hengren nodded. "That's why she came to talk to me alone this time. Anyway, you have to be careful." Zhang Zuli thought to herself that it was no wonder that her eyes were weird just now, so that's why. That's right, after all, Hengren was Zhang Jin's childhood sweetheart, so she would pay attention to Hengren, and Hengren beat her. Zhang Zuli clenched her fists and said, "Don't worry. I will definitely not lose this time." Lin's Hengren held Zhang Zuli's little hand. "Come on." Zhang Zuli was so scared that she was incoherent again. This gentle and warm big hand made her feel like there were a dozen rabbits living in her little heart, bumping around. "Okay," she stuttered in response. As a result, Lin's Hengren took his hand back after he finished speaking. Zhang Zuli looked at her empty little hand with pity, and also learned to puff up her cheeks, feeling it was a pity. She thought to herself, "Why did you take it back? Although I don't really want to hold hands, but since you've already held hands, wouldn't it be better to hold hands forever? Damn it, when I win the game and have the confidence, I must hold your hands forever." The judges on the stage shouted with a microphone, "Okay, all contestants, please take your seats. Today's competition will begin soon. Let us invite President Zhang and Steve and Lunji who came from afar to come on stage to speak. It only takes a second to say quiet on the field." Everyone looked at the 3 people on the stage to encourage and inspire everyone before the game. Lin's Hengren also saw Zhang Jingshi standing on the stage and speaking in a gentle and generous way without any stage fright. I have to say that this woman is really a leader of the younger generation. Chapter 124, Match Results and Meeting in the Evening. After the competition begins, the host on the stage will directly read out the names, and the contestants who come on stage will perform their original songs on the stage. Of course, most singers can only sing a little half, and the two judges will press the Vero button. Give suggestions to the newcomers and replace them with the next one. Only when you meet a singer who sings well and has great lyrics will you listen to the end and enter the second round of eliminations. In the first round, 400 people will be eliminated from the 530 people, and 100 people will be selected. Then, in the second round, 50 people will be eliminated again to participate in the final little new star list. However, if the level is high enough, there is also a small chance to skip the second elimination and directly enter the top 50 and go on the little new star list tomorrow. It was almost noon when Zhang Zuli came on stage, and her number was 237. Before going on stage, the previous contestant had just sung less than 10 sentences and was rejected, which scared Zhang Zuli greatly. But before going on stage, she mustered up her courage and pretended to touch Lin Zhengren's hand with the back of her hand unintentionally, secretly giving herself hormones. Zhengren, I'm on stage. Well, you can do it. The host, please invite the next contestant, number 237 Zhang Zuli to the stage. Zhang Zuli walked to the stage with a guitar, and the two judges looked at her. This time it's another beautiful little sister. What is the ethereal song you are singing? Zhang Zuli took the microphone. Well, the name is very concise. Let's start. There was no nonsense. Zhang Zuli took a deep breath, put her fingers on the guitar strings, and slowly opened her mouth. The girl's voice spread on the stage. Zhang Zuli is an absolute talent. Although she can't reach the top, Lin Zhengren has raised her talent limit in the past few years. When her beautiful and pleasant voice opened, the two judges looked down at the lyrics and their heads shook slightly, looking at each other. This is not bad, it's not bad. The lyrics are great, and the voice is even better. The two judges looked at Zhang Zuli and listened to her singing quietly. The girl's ethereal and pleasant voice makes people naturally immersed in an absolutely quiet and ideal environment. It can relax people's nervous mood and feel the artistic sense in the lyrics. Usually, the contestants in the audience will compare the lyrics and voices of the contestants on the stage with their own. But when this girl came on stage, many people were surprised and stayed there, feeling that this girl's level seemed to have far exceeded most of the people present. I wonder which studio this is signed with? The female boss of the studio with Lin Zhengren also smiled, and was relieved that Zhang Zuli was the biggest trump card in this competition. Although she was not taught by herself, it is undeniable that under the guidance of Lin Zhengren alone, Zhang Zuli's strength is more beautiful and steady than in junior high school, and her level is more skilled. The road to the future is probably immeasurable. In addition to the shock of the audience, in the audience seats at the front of the stage, Zhang Jingxi sat in her seat holding a pen, spinning it around her green jade fingers. She focused her attention on Zhang Zuli as soon as she came on stage to see her strength. As soon as she opened her mouth, the ethereal and beautiful singing voice made Zhang Jingxi open her eyes wide in surprise. After being stunned, she turned back and stared at Lin Zhengren in the distance, and Zhang Jingxi clenched the pen in her hand. No way, I invested more money in the music competition than in taekwondo. She laughed self-deprecatingly, with a slight arc on her red lips. Brother Zhengren, you really put a lot of pressure on me. After the song ended, Zhang Zuli half bowed. Lunji and Shidi applauded, and the contestants in the audience also applauded in shame. Not bad, not bad. You passed. What's your name, little sister? Zhang Zuli was very happy when she heard that she passed. Zhang Zuli, Lunji pointed at the other party. You don't have to participate in the second round of elimination, you will advance directly. I am looking forward to your ranking on the new star list, Zhang Zuli said excitedly. Really? Thank you, judges. Thank you. Zhang Zuli walked off the stage, feeling everyone's envious eyes. Even the people in the same studio were speechless. Surely, you are so strong. How can we compete like this? Yeah, I feel like we have a good chance of winning. This lyric is so strong. Did you write it yourself? Zhang Zuli felt embarrassed by everyone's praise and sat next to Lin Zhengren. You can do it too. Come on. Then after an afternoon of competition, all the studios here failed except Zhang Zuli. The female boss of the studio held her forehead with her hand and sighed silently. The girls who had been on stage were also dejected. They all doubted whether they should not do this job at all. Zhang Zuli didn't know how to comfort them. She turned to look at Lin Zhengren, but saw that Lin Zhengren was staring at the ranking displayed on the stage in a daze. There were a total of 50 final winners, 20 of whom were from Zhang Jingxi's team, and 15 were members of a music studio called He Qing. The rest were all kinds of messy contestants. The host shouted on the stage, "The results of today's elimination round are finally out. The above 50 contestants will be qualified to sing the second song on the stage tomorrow, and after the performance they will enter the little new star list for netizens to rate. Thank you all for participating in this competition today." Zhang Zuli asked. "Zhangren, what are you thinking about?" "Nothing, it's just that I'm not surprised that Zhang Jingshi's team can make the ranking. They are indeed good, but this new star studio, have you heard of this studio?" Zhang Zuli shook her head. "I haven't heard of it. I heard it's a new team." Lin Zhangren, although the level of this team is okay, I always feel these 15 members can't reach the level of the final 50. It feels like only 5 or 6 can reach it. "Huh? What do you mean?" "You mean," Zhang Zuli whispered in Lin Zhangren's ear, "is there a shady deal?" Lin Zhangren looked at Zhang Zuli. "It's hard to say, we'll know tomorrow. You should practice the original star tonight and keep in good shape on the stage tomorrow." "I feel this list may be difficult to hit." Zhang Zuli nodded seriously. "Okay, I got it. By the way, do you have anything tonight?" "I'll treat you to dinner," Lin Zhangren exclaimed. "Dinner?" Zhang Zuli shyly turned her eyes away and didn't look at him. Yes, the main thing is that I advanced today. I have to thank you for writing such good lyrics. It was late at night and there were people everywhere. Something must have happened between men and women when they had dinner alone." However, Lin Zhangren refused and said, "Let's do it another day. I have something tonight and can't go." "Something?" Zhang Zuli was puzzled. "What is it?" "I met someone and made an appointment a long time ago." "Who?" Lin Zhangren replied. "I don't know who it is either." He was telling the truth. Now he really didn't know who his childhood sweetheart was. "Huh? Don't laugh. It's not important. Tomorrow's competition is the most important. You should have a good dress tonight. I will keep an eye on the rankings with you tomorrow," he said. In the evening, Lin Zhangren and Zhang Zuli took a car back home and said goodbye. Zhang Zuli waved her hand. "Then come to see me early tomorrow morning?" "Got it." After that, a message popped up on Lin Zhangren's phone. "The mysterious man, I'll send you the address. Meet here at 7 o'clock in the evening. It's not far from your home," Lin Zhangren replied. "Okay, got it." Chapter 125 Blind Date with Zhang Jingshi. In a 2-story villa in Zidong City, Zhang Jin, with cold eyes and long black hair, sat on the sofa. She was wearing pajamas. In the living room, Feng Meng was holding a weapon, a fresh carrot, and cornering a man in a suit. "Second Miss Feng Meng, I really don't know anything," the man kept begging for mercy. Zhang Jin picked up a cup of coffee and sipped it slowly. "Keep asking." Feng Meng took out a grater from somewhere and shaved and peeled the carrots one by one. The man was so scared that he swallowed his saliva. Feng Meng's eyes were sharp. Although she looked ordinary at ordinary times, she was actually able to be Zhang Jin's assistant and part-time bodyguard. She had a lot of skills, but she didn't show them at ordinary times. "I'll give you another chance. Tell us about the young lady's recent schedule." Otherwise, she cut a carrot into knife shape. The blade was shining coldly, and placed it on the edge of the man's neck. "Tell us quickly, otherwise Nizoot." The man was frightened by Feng Meng's terrifying eyes and didn't know what to say. He swallowed his saliva. "Miss Xiameng, what does Nizoot mean? I don't understand the jargon in the school." "This is not the jargon in the school, it's on TV." Feng Meng took back the carrot and said the most terrifying words word by word. "It means that the second young lady plans to give everyone a little more bonus this month, but you don't." "Don't. I'm the second young lady who works very hard. I'll tell you everything. But I don't know much." Zhang Jin certainly knew that these people didn't know much, because once her sister wanted to guard against herself, she would definitely not tell her itinerary to her subordinates. She would even deliberately spread some false information to her subordinates, just to make herself not know where she had been these days. Zhang Jin raised her head and looked at him coldly. "Just tell me everything you know. What has she planned since the National Day holiday?" "The more detail the better," the man nodded in a daze. "Okay. I'll tell you everything. Let me start with number 1. Feng Meng took out a pen and paper and wrote down what the man said, then took out 300 yuan from his pocket. "Here, extra bonus, although not much, but it's enough to buy some things. Remember not to tell others about what happened today." The man took the money. Thank you, Mr. Thank you, Miss Feng Meng." After saying that, he left quickly. He didn't forget to close the door for the two. Feng Meng put the peeled carrots aside and told Zhang Jin the results of the whole day's inquiry. "Qianqian, Based on the descriptions of the 37 people today, I have recorded all the itineraries of the eldest lady they mentioned, and wrote them all down on it. Do you want to take a look first? Zhang Jin stretched out her hand. Feng Meng handed the information sheet to the other party, a thick book. She looked at her sister's itinerary and slowly frowned. On the morning of October 1st, my sister first drove to the public restroom, then went to the amusement park to buy an ice cream, then went to the store outside the restroom to buy snail noodles, and then returned to the amusement park to buy the second ice cream. Finally, in the morning, someone drove to the snail noodle factory and bought a box of chocolates to distribute to the children in the amusement park. She put down the notebook. What a mess. Feng Meng replied, the eldest lady's usual actions are really confusing, and each of these guys has a different version. This is the merged version. Of course, there must be false news in it. After all, the eldest lady is not so idle. Zhang Jin pushed the notebook forward. Xiao Meng, it's up to you. Find her real route for me. Be quick, because today is the 5th, the day my sister will meet Lin Sengren, and we have to get ahead of them. Feng Meng nodded and picked up the notebook again and sat aside, just looking at the eldest lady's itinerary densely packed on it. When Feng Meng was sorting out her thoughts, she glanced at Zhang Jin, who was in a daze. Sure enough, Qianqian's words of not caring in the car that day were all fake. After knowing that her sister was going to have a blind date with Lin Sengren, she became more and more anxious during the 5 days of National Day. Finally, she started to check the eldest lady's schedule like now. So Qianqian began to care about Lin Sengren in her heart. The curiosity of a young girl, I don't know how it will develop in the end. Feng Meng quickly began to reorganize these messy schedules and find various possible similarities. Although the eldest lady deliberately told others a fake schedule, some routes that are completely illogical can still be eliminated, such as routes where the distance and time do not match, such as routes where the eldest ladies work in entertainment conflict, etc. So in the end, Feng Meng handed the notebook to the other party again. After elimination, there are probably only these few itineraries that are most likely to be true. Zhang Jin examined those routes and found that the time did not overlap. She nodded. I'm going to change my clothes now, and we will drive to find the places where she and Lin Sengren are dating one by one. Okay. Feng Meng saw that Zhang Jin had already stood up and went to the bedroom, and reminded her, but I want to ask, if we really run into the eldest lady and Lin Sengren dating, what will Qianqian do? Because Qianqian personally gave the status of the child marriage to the eldest lady, and the eldest lady asked you twice that day, and you agreed. There must be a reason to go now, right? Zhang Jin stopped and turned her back to Feng Meng. No need to do anything, because I know that my sister will not like Lin Sengren, and they will not be together, so I went this time just to stop her from macing with my classmates. We said before that we can't interfere with each other's pace of life, and she violated the rules. Watching Zhang Jin go upstairs to change clothes and close the bedroom door, Feng Meng looked at her from a distance in the living room and muttered to herself, stop the eldest lady messing with classmates? This reason is okay, but it's not very sufficient. Qianqian is really jealous. Suddenly Zhang Jin on the second floor opened the door and emphasized, don't think too much, I'm not jealous, I just don't like her to contact my friends around me, especially in this way of playing. After saying that, she closed the door again. Feng Meng's forehead was sweaty. Then Zhang Jin opened the door again and re-emphasized, well, it seems that Lin Sengren and I are not friends. I will change the wording. I just don't like her to contact my classmates and affect my interpersonal relationships. That's all. The door closed again. In the living room, Feng Meng's forehead was sweating even more. Helplessly commented, I thought it was okay, but after the eldest lady's tossing, Qianqian actually cared more about Lin Sengren. The curiosity at the beginning was really killing people, so Zhang Jin and Feng Meng have been searching for where the two people are dating all day today. There are many stars in the sky tonight. When Lin Sengren changed his clothes and went out, he opened his mobile phone to search for the address and found that the dating place was indeed not far from his home. It only took more than 10 minutes to get there by car. It's just that this meeting place is a bit strange. It's actually a Lanzhou ramen restaurant. Although it's a bit outrageous, Lin Sengren still approves of this place. After all, it's just a meeting, and the location doesn't matter. He hailed a taxi on the side of the road and went to the address sent by this mysterious blind date. I want to see who the other person is. After arriving, Lin Sengren found that the Lanzhou ramen restaurant was closed, and there were not many people on the street. He was about to take out his mobile phone to ask. As a result, He saw that the door of a cat cafe next door suddenly opened, and a strange girl in war clothes ran over to greet him. The other party was about 20 years old and looked very well behaved. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Lin? Are you here to meet someone?" Lin's Hengren wondered who this was. "Ah, it's me. Who are you?" The other party blushed, and then pointed to the cat cafe next to him. "The meeting place is inside. I'll take you there." Lin's Hengren looked at the cat cafe over there and said thank you. Follow the girl into the cat cafe, pass through the outermost customer cat stroking area. There is no one in the store now, and it shows that it is temporarily closed. After passing through two small doors and coming to the backstage of the staff, Lin's Hengren discovered that this small cat cafe is actually a different world. It stands to reason that the backstage of the cat cafe is a small working area used to feed cats and shovel feces, and there is no saying that it is more spacious than the hall outside. But the backstage of this cat cafe actually has a hall that is more spacious than the guest area outside, and the decoration is very dreamy and luxurious. There are star-like light pendants on the roof. The surrounding walls are all pink patterns of cats combined with various arts. There are more than 20 kittens with collars around their necks in the room, crawling, walking, or yawning lazily in various places in the room. In this dreamy room, Zhang Jingxi, wearing high heels and a silver-white dress, with a slightly curly long hair draped over her shoulders, is squatting in a corner, feeding cat strips to several cats in person. From Lin's Hengren's direction, only Zhang Jingxi's profile can be seen, but even if it is just a profile, it is enough to surprise how beautiful this woman is. Under the long eyelashes are a pair of tender eyes, red lips gently pursed, and silver earrings of art are worn on the ears. The whole person is like a work of art. "Brother Hengren is here?" Zhang Jingxi heard the sound at the door and looked back. Seeing Lin's Hengren standing there, she smiled. Lin's Hengren also laughed helplessly when he saw that it was Zhang Jingxi. He guessed that it might be the case. Because of the chat records yesterday, it was not the tone of Zhang Jin's speech in school. He looked at Zhang Jingxi. The girl in war clothes half bowed. "Mr. Zhang, I'll go out then. Call me if you have anything," Zhang Jingxi reminded. "Close the doors and lights outside. We will suspend business today. Don't let anyone in." It is conceivable who she is guarding against. The staff nodded. "Yes, Mr. Zhang." After that, he closed the door and left. Only Lin's Hengren and Zhang Jingxi were left in the room. Although Lin's Hengren was puzzled about whether the meeting should be so covert, who knows the habits of rich people? "Walk over. Sister Zhang, you actually opened a cat cafe here." Zhang Jingxi faced Lin's Hengren's calm demeanor, and her expression was subtle. Zhang Jingxi originally thought that Lin's Hengren would be very surprised that the blind date was her, but it seemed that she did not achieve the effect she wanted. "Brother Hengren knew it was me a long time ago?" Lin's Hengren walked up to her. "I didn't know before, but when Sister Zhang added me on WhatsApp that day, I felt that the tone of her voice was somewhat familiar, so I guessed a little bit." Zhang Jingxi looked at Lin's Hengren with some disappointment. "That's boring. I thought you would be shocked with your mouth open." "I've never seen Brother Hengren's shocked look." Lin's Hengren smiled and took out a photo from his pocket. "However, since it was Sister Zhang who added me, and our meeting was introduced by my grandfather and your grandfather, that means Sister Zhang is actually my childhood sweetheart? Isn't the girl in the photo Zhang Jin?" Zhang Jingxi smiled and deliberately replied, "Of course, I am Brother Hengren's fiancée. As for the girl in the photo, I was still very thin at that time." Lin's Hengren laughed. "Really? But even now I still think the girl in the photo looks like classmate Zhang Jin." Zhang Jingxi blinked her eyes, her long eyelashes trembling, and she didn't bother about it because the two sisters were still easy to recognize. "So, Brother Hengren, do you think the girl in the photo is pretty or I am pretty?" Lin's Hengren answered honestly. "To be honest, both are pretty." Zhang Jingxi chuckled. Brother Hengren is still good at talking, but sister has listened to it and knows that in Brother Hengren's eyes I am still pretty. As soon as she finished speaking, a slightly older female cat came to Lin's Hengren and stared at him blankly, and tentatively meowed twice. Lin's Hengren also looked down at the big cat. It looked a little familiar. Then the cat did seem to confirm it and rubbed against Lin's Hengren's legs. Zhang Jingxi was surprised. "How come it recognizes you? Have you seen this cat?" After all, although the cats here are very docile, they don't get close to people except me. Lin's Hengren squatted down and looked at the big cat. It did look familiar. He reached out and touched her head before realizing that this was the kitten he had rescued from the tree when he and Han Wenwen first met. Now it has grown so big. The kitten saw that Lin Sehengren recognized it, and happily rubbed its head against his hand again. It seemed to be thanking him for what happened that year. Lin Sehengren, I remember, I saw it once before. It turns out that this cat is raised by Sister Zhang. Zhang Jing. She finished feeding the cat in her hand. All the cats here are raised by me, but they were all abandoned by the original owners and sent to some pet hospitals. I saw them and adopted them here. This one is the same. And she just gave birth to kittens some time ago? Zhang Jing. She pointed to the litter of kittens in front of her. Look, these kittens, they are all her children. Lin Sehengren looked curiously at the not-so-small litter, where 4 or 5 kittens were eating what Zhang Jing she had just fed them. They were so cute. The kittens seemed to have a natural affinity when they saw Lin Sehengren, and they meowed at him one by one with their throats pinched. Zhang Jing. She sighed and glanced at the other cats in the room, and found that almost all the cats were curious about Lin Sehengren, and some even wanted to come over and rub against him. Brother Sehengren is really liked by animals. It is said on the internet that boys who are liked by animals are often kind-hearted and can be entrusted with life by girls. Lin Sehengren smiled and touched the big cat's head. Sister Zhang, do you believe what is said on the internet? Zhang Jing. She leaned against him. I don't believe it all. I only believe what I believe. But in my opinion, Brother Sehengren is indeed the love object that girls have dreamed of for a long time. After Brother Sehengren knew that you went to the music competition venue today, how many girls talked about you even though you didn't even go on stage? I can't even count them. Zhang Jing. She said slowly, word by word. Sister was inexplicably jealous when she heard these words. After all, Brother Sehengren is my fiancé. Lin Sehengren turned his head to look at Zhang Jing. She in confusion, and Zhang Jing. She also stared at Lin Sehengren. Lin Sehengren asked with a smile, would someone like Sister Zhang believe in baby betrothal? Zhang Jing. She looked at the kittens again. Didn't I say that I only believe in what I believe, and what does it mean to be like me? In the eyes of Brother Sehengren, can't I have someone I like? Can't I fall in love? I'm also a girl, and I need love. Lin Sehengren looked at the cats. Of course you can, but judging from Sister Jiang's usual style of doing things, you obviously don't care about this kind of thing. At least you don't put falling in love first, because although Sister Zhang usually speaks and acts very gently, what you want is written on your face, and your mind is on your career. Zhang Jing. She chuckled and rolled her eyes at him. Brother Sehengren really understands me. To be honest, although I have had the idea of falling in love before, I have never paid attention to such things because I have never met someone I like. Until I met Brother Sehengren, you are really the type that will make girls curious when they see you. Even your sister is curious about you. She smiled, and no one knew what she meant by this. Speaking of which, since I met Brother Sehengren, I seem to have been unsuccessful in the career that I care about most. Take today's game for example. When you appeared at the competition venue, my heart even skipped a beat, because I invested a lot of money in this game, much more than the last game. Sorry, but you still want to beat me? Zhang Jing. She interrupted him. Not to beat you, just to win the game, he replied. Really? I believe that. A cat ran into Lin Sehengren's arms, and Zhang Jing. She saw cat hair stuck to his clothes on his shoulders and chest. Then he gently helped to take it off with his hands. I have always thought that I have a good eye for people, but there are always people better than you. At present, I am obviously still a little behind Brother Sehengren. But it's strange to say, the last time you brought that girl named He Qing to beat me, I was a little angry, because you really made me waste a lot of money, but this time, I heard so many girls discussing you backstage at the music competition this morning, saying that my team might lose this time. I don't know why, I don't seem to be so angry about you winning me. I was just thinking at the time. I don't know if I can meet you in my next project. If I meet you, will I lose again? Huh? Lin Sehengren heard a blind spot and asked, excuse me, what is Sister Jiang's next project? Online game competition? I'll make a ranking. Lin Sehengren, seeing his eyes, Zhang Jing. She frowned slightly, and her red lips had an interesting taste. No way? It's really such a coincidence. Our Brother Sehengren and I really so destined. Suddenly, a few cats saw the two people, especially the owner Zhang Jingshi, chatting with each other and smelling, and they moved their noses. Then they looked at each other as if they had confirmed something, and then suddenly ran to Zhang Jingshi's arms, wanting to help their owner. As Zhang Jingshi was talking, there was suddenly a large group of cats in her arms. She was wearing high heels and so many cats suddenly got into her arms. She lost her balance and fell into Lin Sehengren's arms. Lin Sehengren hurriedly supported her. I don't know why it happened again, but this scene seemed familiar. Sister Zhang, be careful. Jiang Jingshi panicked and leaned against his arms. She subconsciously looked back at the cats, but saw that the cats had all dispersed. Jiang Jingshi felt strange. What are these guys doing today? She said, I'm fine. Then she turned around and suddenly found herself close to Lin Zhengren, who was about to ask about the situation. The tips of their noses were almost touching, and from a distance it seemed that there was only a gap of a hair. Jiang Jingshi's tender eyes suddenly examined Lin Zhengren's eyes, and her cheeks were slightly red. At this time, the door in the distance was suddenly pushed open, and it was the anxious voice of the staff, Mr. Jiang. Are you okay? I just heard. She didn't finish her words and paused there, only to see Mr. Jiang lying in the arms of the man who had just arrived, looking at him. The staff instantly understood the relationship between the two, and turned around awkwardly and covered her eyes. Mr. Jiang, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Jiang Jingshi hurriedly left Lin Zhengren's arms, stood up and covered her lips with the back of her hand. Since she felt the acceleration of her heartbeat, she hurriedly suppressed it. After the blush on her face gradually faded, she turned back to question the staff, and her tone was inexplicably more serious. What's wrong? Did you knock on the door and just barged in like this? The staff was a little panicked, because Mr. Jiang was actually very fierce in some things. Mr. Jiang, I'm sorry. I was going to knock on the door just now, but when I heard you suddenly shout in panic, I thought you were caught by a cat or something, so I didn't knock. Anyway, I'm sorry. I didn't see anything. Really? His fingers were slightly clenched, and his heart was still beating fast, but he didn't care. Forget it. Remember to be more careful next time. What do you want to talk to me about when you come in? It's your phone that keeps ringing. I want to give it to you. She didn't dare to turn around with the phone in her hand. Jiang Jingshi didn't go over. Who called? It shows that it's your sister. Lin Zhengren also stood up at this time. Jiang Jingshi, no, I won't answer it. I won't answer any calls she makes today. Okay, I get it. Then I'll go out, and I will definitely knock on the door next time I come in. Don't be angry. I will pay attention next time. After that, she hurried out. Lin Zhengren asked, did Jiang Jing call Sister Jiang? When Jiang Jingshi heard Lin Zhengren's voice, she remembered the scene just now, and her face was slightly flushed. She smiled. Nothing. By the way, Brother Zhengren, have you had dinner? Lin Zhengren, no, I was thinking that it would be a good time to go out tonight. That's perfect, I'll make it for you. Huh? Why are you so surprised? Isn't it normal for girls to cook? And I haven't eaten either. It's a good opportunity for us to talk about the main point of today. In addition to the arrangements at home, I also have something I want to talk to Brother Zhengren about this time. Jiang Jingshi walked to a wall in the distance and pushed open a hidden door in the wall. There was actually a luxurious kitchen inside. There were all kinds of kitchen utensils and knives in it. Jiang Jingshi walked in. Do you like steak? Someone just sent me a good steak at noon. I knew you were coming and I prepared it in advance. Now I just need to fry it simply. It should taste good. Lin Zhengren also walked in. Okay, thank you Sister Jiang. Don't be so polite. Jiang Jingshi tied an apron and found the steak. She cut it into small pieces skillfully, then turned on the range hood and smeared butter in the frying pan. Lin Zhengren was a little surprised to see her skillful movements. Sister Jiang is really good at cooking. Yeah, Jiang Jingshi glanced at him, but are you really surprised that I can cook? In fact, I have many hobbies. Cooking is one of them, but basically no one can eat what I cook, only my family can taste it, and you're the first one besides them. Lin Zhengren smiled. That's really an honor. The fat sizzled when the steak was fried in butter, and the fragrance soon emerged. Jiang Jingshi had a little shyness on her face. The steak will be ready soon. By the way, those cats just now. They are not like that usually. I don't know why they are. Embarrassed. Nothing. Just a little accident. In front of Brother Zhengren. I don't know why I always lose my composure. Maybe. Jiang Jingshi glanced at Lin Zhengren and accidentally found a little red on his shoulder. It seemed that her lipstick was stained on it. After a few minutes of frying the steak, Jiang Jingshi picked up a small piece with a fork and fed it to Lin Zhengren's mouth. Try it. I think my skills are pretty good. Lin Zhengren wanted to take the fork, but Jiang Jingshi was reluctant to look at Lin Zhengren. Just open your mouth and try it to see how it tastes. Lin Zhengren thanked him and was a little surprised after eating it. It's really good. Very delicious. It seems that Sister Jiang is really capable in this area. Jiang Jingshi felt happy in her heart, and she didn't know where this joy came from. Really? Then eat another piece, and we'll eat the rest on the table. She forked another piece and put it in Lin Sehengren's mouth, and held the bottom with her hand to prevent the juice from falling on his clothes. Very gently. Open your mouth. Be careful of the heat. After bringing the steak to the dining table next to her, Jiang Jingshi did not sit opposite Lin Sehengren, but sat next to him. She found some wet wipes and put some makeup remover on them, and wiped the lipstick off his shoulder. I accidentally put lipstick on you just now. You eat first, I'll clean it for you. She interrupted Lin Sehengren's thoughts in advance. Don't say you can do it yourself. Girls have to be more careful. You can't wipe it off by yourself. So Lin Sehengren asked directly, what did Sister Jiang say she wanted to talk to me about just now? Jiang Jingshi stared at the lipstick on his shoulder. Actually, it's about the game. Did you watch all the games today? Did you feel anything strange? Although I didn't notice it, and I asked others and they all seemed normal, but I always had a vague feeling of weirdness today. I wonder if Brother Sehengren felt it. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.